Few events showcase the elements of strategy, chaos, and an ability to wheel a car for hours on end. They can reveal the culmination of true grit, consistency, and prowess of the drivers, the cars, and the minds behind it all. And for the 600 miler for stock cars, it has always been that kind of event. Always heading to the home of NASCAR to bring in a true endurance phenomenon, and tonight we'll have it at full display. Good evening and welcome to the 15th race of the 2021 100% Cup Series, the A Billion Wood Project 600 from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Welcome right here on 3Y TV, and very happy we are to bring this event, and very happy I am to be back in the booth alongside Grandre Grambush. My name is Kenneth Bueno. Carlos Acosta bringing the pristine pictures tonight for over 600 miles. Andre, it's fantastic to be back and to look at how this season has already unfolded. We've been through the first 14 races, but there's a reason why this kind of race right here tonight is called the Crown Jewel event, even compared to likes of the Daytona 500. It's 400 laps, 600 miles, and an endurance race, a marathon that really tests everything that these drivers put to test here.
Absolutely. First off, welcome back, Ken. Great to have you back. This is going to be definitely one of the more grueling races that the drivers have had to run this season and that they got to run every single season. 600 miles is a long way to go, especially at a track like Charlotte where you have a lot of grip and the car handles pretty well, but both ends of the track are different. Turn 1 and 2, a little bit wider, a little bit less banking. Turns 3 and 4, more banking, a tighter corner. You really got to be on the ball, knowing exactly how to navigate this track all night long. And with 30 cars rolling off the grid, it's going to be quite the traffic jam here at Charlotte. They are headed towards the green flag, but I'm going to quickly try to run through the grid. Bryson Hixenbaugh on pole, Robert Miller outside. Behind them, going through them as quickly as we can, Jason S. Taylor, Brian Branham, Jonathan Delaney, Kevin Steele, Ryan Samuelson, Michael Skinner, Christopher Fowler, Tyler Pinsino, Brandon Pierce, Preston McRae, Bryce Hoffman, Jacob Adams, Mason Lowry, Jamison Pearson, Adam Benefiel, Sean O'Brien Jr., Dalton Mobley, Jonathan Alardo, Damaris Hickenbottom, Devin Medeiros, Randy Drumheller, Cody Bird, Raymond Root, Dakota Knoll, Joshua Slade 2, Cameron Stone, and we're not going to forget him, Chad Edwards, going to round out your field in P29 just in time, as Ken, that pace car is about to make that hard left turn down pit road.
Well, the pace car is already going to make that left. We are ready for 600 miles, 400 laps here from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Hixenbaugh and Miller, your front row on the grid, ready to take the green flag. We're underway for the A Billion Wood Project 600.
And just like that, Bryson Hixenbaugh getting one of those classic high side restarts as he is getting out to an immediate 3-car lead right ahead of Robert Miller. And so far, everything getting single file pretty quickly. Jonathan Delaney making a move early on Brian Branham. He's going to move up into P4. Jonathan Delaney rocking a bit of a throwback. We've had throwbacks for the last 3 weeks, it seems. Of course, a lot of the paint schemes in this race, patriotic schemes. It is Memorial Day weekend. The schemes are a bit of a thank you to those who serve. And this patriotic scheme in the number 9 is one ran by Michael Waltrip. And being the driver for a team owner who is... Whoa! Look at that. We got issues early. And no caution.
That's one car. That is Cody Bird in the 13 machine. He went hard into the pit road barrels and no yellow by race control, so we stay green. Although big damage there on the hood of his Chevrolet Camaro. As you watch, though, all the way up front, there is a dead heat battle for the race lead. Bryson Hixenbaugh, who led this field to start, is already getting put under pressure within the first handful of laps. I assume, Andre, here, you don't really want to be pressured here when you know there's 400 laps and there's still a very long way to go. But there goes Robert Miller to the inside. He'll take the race lead. Our first lead change on the night so far.
Well, patience is a virtue, especially in longer races like this, but leading the race never hurt anybody either. So Robert Miller saw an opportunity to try and get around Bryson, and he took it, and he seems to be absolutely running away with it. He is back up to a 4-car length lead, but we do got a replay. We're going to take a look at exactly what happened with Cody Bird on the top right of our 3Y TV multi-cam. You see that 13 car just getting a little bit high in that upper groove towards the outside wall, and then the car kicks out on him, just narrowly avoiding the car behind, but unfortunately unable to correct the car in time to avoid those sand barrels, and that is a lot of damage to the front of that number 13 machine. The hood completely missing, possible engine damage. Not the way you want to start out 600 miles.
Definitely not the way for sure. And with the way these cars handle, so under cold tires, again, mentioning that these are open setups for this series, the 100% Cup Series, if you've been tuning along. And Cody Bird there, you just see there, just tried to get up the banking, car just steps out, and it's very hard to catch it. And especially with the way that the sun's a little bit beaming on the racetrack, could be a little bit slick, although the track temperatures are fairly stable for the moment. We'll see it slow down. But again, not the way you want to start if you're the Manchester, Pennsylvania driver, the driver of the 13, as he's all the way near the rear of the field. But so far, everybody has moved single file, moves all the way to the top 5 where Michael Skinner sits, and Robert Miller continues to lead this race. So as for now, like you said, Andre, it's pretty much a marathon, not a sprint. You probably don't want to be pressured so early. And for single file racing, I guess you kind of get to try all things out. You know the drivers you're working around, of course, but you want to figure out how your setup is in the middle of dirty air and traffic, and also just trying to get a hang of the ropes, put yourself in a rhythm here, as we'll get our first caution at lap 100.
Absolutely, and with the stages being as long as they are, I feel like this is one of the few races where everybody's going to be on a very similar page in terms of strategy. I think you're going to see the majority of this field split the stages in half, come down pit road sometime around lap 50. So you're not going to see too many drivers trying to conserve or push their car hard and get the short stop. I think right now, early on in this event, like you said, it is a marathon. It's not a sprint race. These guys are just trying to turn their laps, hit their marks, not make any mistakes early. And when it comes down to it towards the end, that's when we're going to see a little bit more white-knuckle driving.
You saw Cody Bird there take a step down pit road, so he tried to get some laps under the green flag with that incident before finally stepping down pit road, but he will go indeed one lap down. I believe may have been a penalty as he was actually going for a drive-through down the pits. I don't believe he found his pit stall, so he's in a little bit of trouble. There he goes exiting. There goes the leader by Robert Miller to turn 1, and already Cody Bird has been sent 2 laps down. I think the best case here, though, for Cody Bird is the fact that he's going to get put laps down at the moment, but remember, it's only lap 9, so to make these mistakes early, to have this kind of scenario happen, at least makes things a little bit better over the course of tonight's race, and you can keep that for a moment, keep the mistake, keep sort of that damage, and then try to fix it as the night progresses. Remember, we still have open room for attrition, for wrecks, for anything that can happen to bring us under yellows or that can cut the field down. So this isn't the end of the night for Cody Bird, to say the least. Is right now taking a look at Ryan Samuelson, the 16 car, running in the midst of the top 10. There goes behind him a little bit of a battle for position up ahead. You see them trying to make something work, but mostly everybody staying right to that blue and white line. I think that's the best place you want to be if you're anybody in the field at the moment.
Excuse me. I suppose it's a bad time to say that Cody Bird was my pick for this race. We talked a little bit prior to the event, and he said, "Do it. Make me your pick on the broadcast." You won't. And I said, "Yeah, I will." So I was just moments away when that all transpired from announcing that Cody Bird was going to be my pick. I was going to ask you what your pick was there, Ken, but man, I guess I activated the commentator's curse before we even really got too far on the way here. But like you said, not the end of the race for Cody Bird. We do have a replay queued up, which is happening here in the field. It's a number 92 machine piloted by Christopher Fowler. That's a newcomer to the league, just approved to run in this league yesterday, granted a cup license. Let's see exactly what transpired here. You can see him coming through what I believe is 3 and 4. And just like Cody Bird, that rear end just going to step out a little bit down beneath that blue line. Looks like Kevin Steele right behind him, nowhere to go, 3 wide momentarily. Brandon Pierce. Seems like 3 and 4 is the trouble spot here, and a lot of lack of grip, I guess, as you could say.
You can see it right there, Andre. In the midst of 1 and 2, you're seeing a lot of shade. There goes the sun back onto the racing surface, and it does get slick, especially with these cold tires, but also the fact that the open sets could change as the night progresses. Right now, you may want to look for a looser setup, and maybe over the course of the night, you may want to look for a little bit tighter. Depends on what the teams decide is fit and the drivers see as more comfortable for their approach to this race. And you saw it right there with Fowler that just got a little bit loose. Same situation as Cody Bird, but he was able to catch it in time off the exit of 4. That's what allowed Kevin Steele and a handful of others to split 3 wide and go for that move down the front straightaway. You see another battle here a little bit further within this field. Some guys going 2 by 2. This is around where Sean O'Brien sits, a little bit further behind. There is the 48 of Jacob Adams. There's Preston McRae and Team Conti's Adam Benefield. All 3 of these drivers right now in the midst of a pack. I think for the moment, Andre. A little bit of short run speed could go a long way, especially in the middle dirty air.
It absolutely could, and you made a good point there, talking about how a lot of these cars might be set up for the nighttime, because that is when we're going to finish this race. It's when the majority of this race will be run. We're starting this race sometime close to sunset, and around midway through stage 2, we're going to see it pretty much transition into complete darkness. The lights are going to come on, and the track's going to feel completely different. And I would have to imagine that a lot of these drivers aren't going to set up their car for this sort of warmer surface that we see early on. So that could definitely play into handling issues that we've seen, especially in 3 and 4. It's the tighter of the two corners and a little bit more banking as well, which is going to make the car a little bit looser, a little bit more rotation out of that corner. So I think these guys are going to get it sorted out as the temperatures go down. Their setups start to come to life. And again, I think short run speed, like you mentioned, that could be a good thing. But I'm going to go on a limb and I'm going to say I think long run speed is going to be key. I think that is what these drivers should be seeking, because so far we're 20 laps in, and short of Cody Bird having that little mishap, and of course the number 92 having a little bit of a mishap, a lot of this has been single file. Everybody's been showing quite a bit of patience, as we do focus on a little bit of side-by-side battling there. And I think this race is going to be green for the majority. So I'm going to make a bet, and I'm going to say long run speed is going to be the key to me.
I don't think that would be a terrible bet, Andre, because of the way we have structured these stages. Each stage, there's 3 tonight. Each is 100 laps apiece. So you'll go 100 laps here. First stage will conclude, then go second stage, 100 laps more to lap 200. Then, of course, to 300. And then, of course, to the checkered flag, lap 400, which will signify the end of this race. So you're going about 100 laps in every stint. And I guess if you're going to set up the long run car, Andre, you want to be in a way where you're going to get away from a lot of other people to the point where you don't want to risk making contact with others. Because, of course, it can happen out of your control. It can happen on the other end of the racetrack if it happens. But at the same time, you want to clear yourself of any trouble to the point where you can minimize that risk of caution. If everybody's all single file, if everybody's pretty comfortable with the way their cars are handling at the moment in the first 20 laps, you're not going to really worry about the cautions starting to fly and then cautions breeding cautions, and then all of a sudden we have just short runs until the end of this stage. So that's also what you may have to consider if you're a driver behind the wheel. But if you're behind the wheel of the top 2 competitors at the moment, I think you may want to be a little bit comfortable right now, because the gap has bloomed to about 1.6 seconds between leader Robert Miller and third place Michael Skinner, with Bryson Nixball being the sandwich right in the middle.
And Bryson is slowly closing in on Robert Miller. The gap was up to about 7/10 to the 63. Now it's down to 3/10. So he has closed that gap, and it seems like as this longer run progresses, the 63 seems to be finding something with this setup where it's just starting to come to life. And Robert Miller's car is kind of fading. Last time around for Bryson Hixenbaugh, it was a 31.2. And for Robert Miller, it was a 31.36. So about a tenth and a half, which doesn't sound like much, but in a race as long as this one, those tenths add up, and add up they have, as Bryson is now to the bumper. And you can see the exact splits of their lap times right there. You can see there was only 1 lap out of the last 5 where Miller was faster. It was only by about 0.06 of a second. So slowly that 63 has crept up, and now, Ken, this is where he's kind of playing a tough game, because when you get this close to somebody, that completely disrupts the air around your car. It makes it handle completely differently, and makes it a lot more difficult to pass. And considering how much grip there is here at Charlotte, how you can really dive down into the corners with a lot of throttle, it can be difficult to get yourself positioned for an overtake where you can kind of securely make that move. You kind of have to wait for the leader to make a mistake in this instance. And the thing about Robert Miller is he's not a driver who makes that many mistakes. He is a almost painfully consistent driver all throughout every race he runs. You very rarely see him getting sideways at the rear end, stepping out. He's pretty consistent. So Bryson Hixenbaugh and Robert Miller, this is a battle that I think is going to go on for some time.
It probably will, and I think you put up a very good point there to the fact that if or when Bryson Nixball gets to the back bumper of Robert Miller, his car is going to handle a little bit differently, because again, he's going to have that dirty air from this package that these Cup models have, or at least the Cup car models do have aerodynamically. And for Bryson Hicksonball, he's going to be suffering in that dirty air. Meanwhile, Robert Miller is going to have all the clean air in the world because there's nobody in front of him to give him dirty air. So Miller is able to kind of hold on to what he can, but I think Bryson Hicksonball has done a good job of putting that pressure and not allowing him to go away. And as I say that, he's dove his nose to the inside. So again, we may have a battle for the race lead. They'll dive to turn 3, and pole sitter Hicksonball will try to look to the inside. I remember, Andre, Hicksonball was the winner the last time we visited the Charlotte Motor Speedway for 600 miles. He took the checkered flag at the end of it all and definitely was one of the drivers to watch out for. He's already got 4 race wins this season. Trying to look for that 5th. This past year may start it in the first quarter of the stage.
And not only that, but Bryson's coming into this race with a little bit of added momentum because just a couple days ago, I believe, he actually won the top split NIS Coke 600 full length. So he is really liking this track. Whatever it is about Charlotte, he has been doing a phenomenal job. And so coming hot off the heels of a win in the official races, I think his confidence has to be through the roof. And I think a confident Bryson is a scary Bryson for the rest of the field because I mean, he's fast enough as it is, let alone when he knows he can win, when he knows he can do well. And like you said, having won here last year in the last season, yeah, this is kind of his wheelhouse, and I think everybody knew that going into tonight, and that might be why Robert Miller was so aggressive getting around him early on. He maybe knew that Bryson, yeah, he's pretty good here, and if I want to have a chance at beating him, I got to get out early, I got to play some defense, I got to get him out of his rhythm, and I can't let him drive away with it. In doing so, though, I think Robert Miller might have burned up his tires a little bit quicker than he really wanted to, because these lap times are fading, and they are fading fast. It was a 31.539 for Robert Miller last time, and for the leader, Bryson Hicksonball, it was a 31.4. So still, the leader lapping consistently about a tenth faster. As you can see right there, there's the splits. There was a few laps there where it was just a few hundredths, but then 2 tenths faster, going back to 800ths of a second. But consistently, Bryson seems to be doing a little bit better on the tire wear, not fading quite as much. And it makes sense, Ken, because when you watch their driving styles, I'm noticing that Bryson's diving into the corner a little bit later, which means he's not pinching the front end of that car. He's not giving quite as much input into the steering wheel that's going to be wearing away those front tires. So, of course, that is going to save, and I think knowledge of how to save tires is another thing that's going to be absolutely imperative tonight.
I think I like the call out that you made to cars 3, fading and fading fast, but nonetheless, you can see the gap starting to grow and the gap starting to shrink between Robert Miller, 2nd place, and 3rd place, Jonathan Delaney. But again, like you say there, the way you have to approach Charlotte Motor Speedway is very different than what you would the other type of traditional 1.5 miles. Of course, you have 1.5 miles here at Charlotte. You have 24 degrees of banking, but with the way that this track is sort of shaped, it feels a lot tighter than a lot of other 1.5 milers that we visit. You look at tracks like Kansas, tracks like Texas, tracks like Homestead Miami Speedway, they feel a little bit wider than what Charlotte would. Charlotte, although it's the same length, although it's sort of similarly shaped the same way as tracks like Atlanta, Texas, and a handful of others, it feels relatively confined to a lot of others. So at the same time, you have to put your car in certain positions to make sure that you can either 1, make the corner, or 2, make the apex and get a better exit. And that seems to be something that we'll monitor over the course of tonight's race. As you see a driver further back, that is the 16 machine, Ryan Samuelson. We took a look at him a little bit earlier, Andre. Seemed as though he got loose, got out of shape a couple laps back, and now he's starting to fall back to the field.
Yeah, that setup not looking like it's vibing with him very well. Every time he goes through the corner, I can see his steering wheel inputs. He's really sawing on it. That is not something you want to do at Charlotte. You want to make sure that your inputs are as smooth and consistent as they can be. And Ryan is fighting the car. I know Ryan. He is not exactly what I would call an abrupt driver. You know, it's not like him to go into the corner and just juke on that wheel and make these crazy movements. So to see him doing that here, I think that speaks more about his setup than it does anything else. So hopefully he's going to be able to work on that car. And that's the other nice thing about these long races, Ken. The longer the race, the more time you have to figure out the car, make some pit road adjustments, figure out exactly what tire pressures work best, things like that, track bar adjustments, so on and so forth. So Ryan Samuelson and that number 16 running the 16 and apparently fighting the setup, but a long race ahead of him to make some adjustments, hopefully. And on the screen right there, you can see that corner cam right down on the apron as everybody just going through that corner. Whoa! Looks like Mason Lowry might have made a little contact there, and then that would have been with Sean O'Brien Jr. in that 65 machine. I'm not sure if the contact was made, but that was a moment there, Ken.
And kicking out the right rear, going to the outside wall. That was Sean O'Brien Jr. in the 65. He gathers it under control. Does lose the spot, though, to Mason Lowry on the way there. But again, just to look at how tough this is to maneuver, and also you pointed the fact that it's a very long race, so these drivers have a lot of time. They also have a lot of that time to figure out what the strategies are going to be, how they're going to either one, push the car, or number two, what they're going to look for down pit road if things get tight, and if we, of course, stay green flag racing. So that's also something you're going to have to consider. And like I said earlier with Cody Bird, if you're going to make a mistake, you'd rather make it now than make it at, let's say, lap 356. That's going to be even worse to deal with at that stage of the race than it will if you dealt with it here in the opening stint, because at that point, you can try to get it resolved and slowly work your way there. And looking back at where the fixed and open set NIS Coke 600s have gone so far on the iRacing service, it is a lot about that patience that gives drivers the key to either go up front and give themselves a shot to win. I remember looking at Casey Kerwin, a Coke Series driver, he used a lot of that patience to stay up at the front of the field, try to maximize the strategy, and although he got put behind the wall, or at least with his back against the wall throughout the middle of the race, he was able to kind of scrapple his way through, use that time as an advantage, and slowly got there. Did not win the race, but was there in the top three when it was all said and done.
Absolutely, and that is going to be the key. But one driver who has not been very patient out there that I'm looking at is Cameron Stone in that number 57. He started all the way back in P28 after actually getting incident points on both of his qualifying laps. He was basically sent to the back to start at the tail end of the field, and he is already up into 18th. So he has overtaken 10 cars in a matter of 36 laps, and right now we're kind of at a point where I think these tires are starting to plateau. The handling has really faded, the lap times are gone. And you can't really do much in terms of overtaking when everybody is struggling with the tightness that these tires are going to be giving them. But get him back on fresh tires. I think we're going to continue to see this 57 work his way through the field, because looking at his lap times throughout the run, they have been on par with the leaders. Early on in the run when he had fresh tires, he was running consistent 30.1s, 30.2s, which is exactly what the likes of Robert Miller and Bryson Hixenbaugh were running at that point. So it's going to be a long race, and it's been an uphill battle for Cameron Stone, but he has made a lot of passes early in this event.
It's an uphill battle for sure for the 2020 champion with this group of competitors, and so far trying to sort of gather his way through. And I think that's a disadvantage in its own right a little bit, Andre, the fact that Cameron Stone has to use his car a little bit more to gain all these positions, as opposed to guys like Hixenbaugh and Robert Miller. They're occupying the top two spots, so they won't have to push as hard as maybe a lot of others would in the mid-pack. We'll try to see what happens with Cameron Stone. He currently rides in the middle of the top 20, or at least the latter portion of the top 20. He sits 18th right now, trying to work on Bryce Hoffman, Ryan Samuelson, and a handful of others within a good share of the pack. You take a look a little bit forward, some other drivers kind of simmering themselves out, a couple battles going throughout on the track, a couple of side-by-side battles. There you see the 57 of Cameron Stone, and drivers right in front of him. That is Jonathan Alardo in the number 23, his Clemson University. Sort of a patriotic look, Andre, and I think we're going to get used to seeing a lot of these paint schemes, as a little bit behind Bryce Hoffman, Ryan Samuelson got into it. They seem to be okay for the most part. That could have been very sketchy going back to turn one.
I thought somebody was going around right there. When I seen how fast Bryce got pointed towards the infield there, I thought there's no way they recover that, as Samuelson is still loose. Coming out of turn two, a big wiggle. That's going to allow the 21 to get clear. And looks like Cameron Stone said, all right, I don't want to be behind that. So he dove down low. Now he's going to try to make an overtake on Samuelson. And unfortunately, it's looking like instead of the car starting to come to life on the long run for Samuelson, it's only getting worse. We saw him fight in the car earlier in the run. Now we're all the way up into lap 41, and it does not look any better. If anything, it looks a little bit more loose coming out of the corner. So it's been rough for Samuelson, but again, we are approaching a pit sequence, Ken. I would assume, like I said, lap 50 is going to be when you see pit road get real busy, and we are only about 8 laps away from that. So fear not, Ryan Samuelson. He's going to have, whoa, 23! Jonathan Alardo, a newcomer to the league, with a big slide coming out of turn 2. He went up into the wall, nearly got into the 21, so that's 2 laps in a row. We're going to take a look at a replay top right of our 3-wide TV multicam. Keep your eye on that number 23 machine, blue and orange, right at the front. He's going to slide up out of the corner. And, oh, no, this is the prior incident between Samuelson and the 21. I apologize. So there's the 21 just drifting up a little bit, and that trying to quarter panel contact got him pointed in the wrong direction, but he was able to gather that thing up right quick. And luckily, nothing came of it. Anytime you see cars get together with traffic right behind them, the big concern is an accordion effect, Ken. You think, man, the guys behind him don't really have time to react, but everybody gathered it up so quick that really Cameron Stone didn't have to do anything. He just kept running his line, and he was able to steer clear of it.
There goes one driver down on pit road. That is the 09 of the Damaris Hickenbottom machine. He ends up on pit road for the first time here tonight. I believe this may pick up this green flag cycle. As you see him now, his A Billion Wood Projects Ford Mustang now going to step out of pit road. He's going to merge to the back straightaway. He's already one lap down, but fear not. Once everybody goes down pit road, it's going to be the chance for Damaris Hickenbottom to find some key track position. He started all the way back in 21st to start this race, so the driver of the 09, or at least notified by many of the field as the greatest 100% Cup Series driver, according to our ticker. Thank you, Carlos. It is going to be at least good for him. Going to take this strategy early, use some of that fresh tire power, and then when everybody else goes down pit road, try to switch around as a couple other drivers go down. There's a 24 of Kevin Steele.
So it seems like it's a team thing right now with Apex, where these guys have opted to take the short stop. They're coming down pit road a little bit earlier than expected, but they are good to the end. You can go roughly 68 to 69 laps on fuel here if you can serve. And they are well within that window. They're at just around 38 laps or so when they came in to the end. Or I'm not sorry, not 38. But they're beneath the 68 lap window, and they can make it to the end no problem. The only difference here with their strategy is that they are going to have fresher tires now. They're going to make up time on anybody who's staying out. But of course, later on in the run, they're going to have the older tires, and the tables will be turned. They're going to start fading back compared to some of the drivers who pitted a little bit later. And right now, pit road is absolutely getting busy. We got Jonathan Alardo, Preston McRae, Brian Branham, among others that are making their way down a little bit sooner, like I said, Ken, than I really planned on. I thought lap 50 was going to be the ticket.
Well, at least it's close to the halfway mark of this first stage. You're thinking lap 50, lap 47 is around that point. As you see the 16 Ryan Samuelson, he decides to step down pit road. And for many, like you said, pit road is already somewhat busy with most of the drivers stepping down for the first time tonight. And we're going to see the numbers go up in strength as you'll see more drivers start to go in, including most of the top 10 and a good amount of drivers within this field that also have yet to take their stops tonight. They're looking for a couple more laps to stay out before they can finally find themselves down, get some before fresh tires, and fuel as well. See a couple drivers stepping out. There goes back. There's the 21 machine. There is Hoffman trying to lead a small group of cars. You take a look. Another car goes down pit road. That is the 22 of Jamison Pearson. So I think for the most part, Andre, we're seeing either the team efforts going in for pit road strategies as they're all in communications, but at the same time, you're seeing now some guys looking for that split, some guys looking for the sweet spot. If you said lap 42 was a little bit early, lap 50 is somewhat the jackpot, maybe you can go for the middle.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see what the leaders choose to do, as Bryson Hixenbaugh and Robert Miller have yet to come down pit road. Jonathan Delaney also not pitting yet. Adam Benefield, he's there in P4. We haven't talked about him much this race, but he made his way to the top 5 in the middle of this pit sequence, and he also needs to come down pit road. And of course, Benefield, not the best qualifying effort. He started a little bit further back in the grid, and he's had to make a lot of overtakes, and he's had to fight a bit of an uphill battle, a lot like Cameron Stone. But this is a track where Team Conti, I think, feels comfortable. I think Adam had quite a bit of confidence coming into this race, so we're going to have to see how his race progresses and what he can do is on your screen. A little bit of side-by-side battle in there. Looks like the number 38, Brandon Pierce, who not necessarily a newcomer to Team Conti, but he did sign with Team Conti recently over, I think it was 2 to 3 weeks ago. And ever since then, man, he has just been on a roll of great finishes. And I think the opportunity to work with Adam Benefield, who is an incredibly talented crew chief, knows a lot about setups. It's taken a driver that was already doing really well and already knew a thing or two, and it has elevated him to a very high level. However, Brandon Pierce has kind of had it rough this race. He's been running mid-pack. and maybe not quite where he wants to be. And that's the driver I'm going to keep my eye on because I think he's going to have the car to get up there eventually. Just a bit of a slow start. And on our 3 Live TV multicam, we have a caution, another car into the sand barrels. I thought I was looking at a replay of the Cody Bird incident, but then I noticed no, this was a completely separate incident. Looks like Bryce Hoffman here, Ken.
You see some damage to the driver, the 21, his Toyota Camry, a little beaten and battered, especially on the rear end. Take a look at the replay. We'll see where the 21 machine was. This is entering turn 3 and 4, and I believe this was to go down pit road. Started on the brakes. He got hit on the way there. And then as he was going in, a bit of a meeting with the barrels. And the driver right in front of him also got into contact. He might have went around as well. You see Hoffman go straight for the tow option for his car. You see his car step out, go for the brakes. That's the 74 machine that gets into him. That's Brian Branham, who started 4th tonight. Gets right into the back bumper. They both go sailing. You see the 21 tried to make it through the brakes. It does not end up working out, bringing our first caution of the evening.
You know, in the movie trailer for Godzilla vs. King Kong, they said that this was one of the greatest rivalries of all time. I beg to differ. I think the greatest rivalry is Bryce Hoffman versus Pit Road. Seems to be where all of his issues stem from. And this week, unfortunately, no different. And in the case of Brian Branham, that front end damage could spell disaster. I think you know as well as I do, Ken. If there's anywhere you don't want to get damaged, it is right in that radiator area. Because if you puncture your radiator, if you manage to block the airflow or anything to that effect, you're going to be overheating real quick. And in a race that is 600 miles, where you can't really kind of rely on short runs to maybe get cautions and cool your equipment down, overheating could quickly become an issue for that 74 if he gets back out on track.
Could very well be an issue, and you also have to think about engine damage. Whether a hit to the front end of the car could provide some at least lower horsepower. It'll affect the way the engine works, and all of a sudden you could be down on power. With Brian Branham, I think that is a valid concern considering he went powing right to the back bumper of the 21 of Hoffman. I think he may have to go down pit road and think about whether he does have engine damage. You could check that by at least going for the clutch pedal, looking for the idle revs. It's usually around the 2,000 RPM range. That's usually where they look for it. Or it could be a little lower. I think it depends on the car. Some of them are very, I think, Andre, you can correct me there. But nonetheless, I think he will probably look for that with the damage that he has and going to try to get the repairs down pit road. What did work out, though, was the strategy for Bryson Ixenbaugh, Jonathan Delaney, Robert Miller, a lot of others that did not go down pit road. They were waiting for everybody to kick off the cycle. They were waiting their laps, biding their time. And that caution gave them the perfect opportunity to not have to worry about green flag stops as they had to go down pit road anyway.
Yeah, this really threw a wrench in, I think, a lot of drivers' strategies because some drivers might have still been trapped a lap down. It looks like the drivers that are a lap down include Dalton Mobley, Dakota Knoll, Christopher Fowler. Some of these guys, I believe, opting to take a wave around since they had already pitted and they should be good to the end. Other drivers, though, like Bryson Ixenbaugh, Jonathan Delaney, Robert Miller, these guys were able to come down pit road under this pit sequence. And I think staying out, even though I don't think we really planned on a caution, we didn't expect anything like that to happen. I think staying out was definitely the right call for Bryson and the other leaders there because I was thinking, man, when I saw everybody come down pit road and the leaders were staying out, I thought, yeah, they're going to lose a lot of time doing that. They should come down pit road. But no, leave it at the drivers to, again, prove me wrong. A bit of a saving grace with that caution for Bryson Ixenbaugh.
It was very well a saving grace as most drivers going to go for the first set of tires to burn off. There were about 12 sets of tires brought to pit road. So likewise with the fuel strategy that we're going to see over the course of tonight, Andre, the tire set limit is going to also spice things up because it's going to pose a big question as to when drivers are going to try to burn these sets off and how they're going to do it. What plans do they have for it? Do those plans change over the course of the night? And ultimately, how many are they willing to save for later portions of this race? Let's say if we get to the final 3 laps and if there's a green-white checkered, if you absolutely need those tires to go up to the front of the field, then that's also something to watch for as Ixenbaugh will lead them across the line. And I believe we will take the 1 to green signal by the iRacing official pace car. So lights are out. Everybody that is a lap down or more going to get the wave around this time by. And Ixenbaugh and Jonathan Delaney will be the first 2 on the front row to lead us back to the green flag, or restart lap 57. I think a fantastic pit stop, Andre, by Jonathan Delaney, because we saw Robert Miller holding second quietly. Then Jonathan Delaney was up to third. Then down pit road, Delaney was able to get a faster stop, a 13.9 second pit stop, as opposed to Robert Miller's 14.4. So a great stop by the driver of the night machine to get him up to the front row.
It was a fantastic stop, and he's going to have a real opportunity here to make a move on Bryson. And again, I said it about Robert Miller earlier, and I'll say it again. I think if any of these drivers want to have a chance at dethroning Bryson, at least early on in this event, they're going to have to get out front. They're going to have to take his line away from him. They're going to have to put him in dirty air, set the pace, make him use up his equipment. And if Jonathan Delaney can get the jump on this restart, if he can somehow get clear of him on the outside, which is going to be very difficult as Bryson is the control car, that's going to maybe be a game changer here. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens as the pace car is rolling out of turn 4. There it goes, about to make that left-hand turn, and it does. Where does Bryson go? He's going to wait just a moment. Not as early as we normally see out of Bryson. There it is, right in front of the restart zone, and wheel spin from Jonathan Delaney is going to put him side by side with Robert Miller into turn 1.
That's going to allow Jacob Adams in the 48 to try and pounce on these positions as they dive to the 24-degree banking. Hixenbaugh able to run away for the moment. But as for Robert Miller, he continues to look down. He's going to block all the way to the inside. Delaney going to try to shove him back into turn 3, with the result and won't end up successful for the driver of the night machine. They'll all be single file as Bryson Hixenbaugh will take them out of turn 4, lead them on the first lap. After the first restart of tonight's race, everybody mostly single file. And guess who's walked into the top 5? Andre, we haven't talked about him, or we talked about him just a little bit. There's the 57 of Cameron Stone now.
After 58 laps, the 57 has finally made his way up towards the front of the field. Another driver that I think was a benefactor of that yellow flag coming out when it did, and he's using it very well. But man, Jonathan Delaney is driving so aggressively right now. He is shoving Robert Miller into these corners and doing a little bit of bump drafting here at this 1.5. And I kind of talked about it last time I commentated the race here at Charlotte, but this is one of the few 1.5s where bump drafting is not uncommon. You will see drivers giving each other shoves into the corners and down the straightaways quite frequently. And I think it's just a product of how much grip there is at this track, how much control you have over the car. I think they feel a little bit more confident behind the wheel at a track like this than they would, let's say, at Atlanta, where the car is slip sliding all over the place. You don't quite feel like you're in 100% control. Here, you're kind of driving a slot car on these fresh tires. So a little bit of bump drafting never hurt it. Well, a little bit of bump drafting probably has hurt somebody, but as far as this race goes, hasn't hurt anybody yet, as Jonathan Delaney gets the quarter panel. A little bit of a side draft now, side by side going into 3 and 4. Almost exactly how Bryson was able to take the lead back from Robert Miller earlier in the race. Now the tables have turned, and Delaney is going to get out, and for the first time this race, lead a lap.
Talk about aggression. Well, the Nine Machine has used up that aggression to go right to the front of the field. Our third lead change of the evening. The Pennsylvania native goes to the front of the field. You see him there, the rear view camera on his Chevrolet Camaro, and you see that red, white, and blue Bryson Hixenbaugh machine now going to stall behind. Meanwhile, Robert Miller has lost an extra spot. He's fallen back to 4th, and another Chevrolet Camaro has stepped into the top 3. Jacob Adams, we saw him running through the top 5, a little bit quiet, a little bit stealthy, but now he's starting to turn on the jets. In the final 40 laps of the stage, top 5 has broken away by more than about 2 seconds.
Yeah, Jacob Adams has been charging through the field, and this is a driver that has a lot of talent. We've seen so many times this season Jacob Adams making all kinds of overtakes, putting the car exactly where he wants it, and he seems to always be there at the end. He's also kind of a driver where he doesn't really have any weak tracks. You know, he goes to 1.5s, he does well. He goes to a short track, he does well. He goes to a road course, he does well. Remember last season at Watkins Glen, I believe it was Jacob Adams who ran pretty well there. So he's definitely a contender, and I think with him being off for the last few races where he hasn't been running, a lot of the drivers kind of breathe a sigh of relief. They're like, all right, we're good to go. But now he's back, and he's back with a vengeance, running up here in the top 5. And he is trying to make a move on Robert Miller, but again, dirty air, so much of a factor here. He's going to have to fight through that overtake. Speaking of overtakes, back up front for the lead, Bryson has not let Jonathan Delaney run away with this. They are bumper to bumper as they go into turn one. And I'm noticing Bryson getting these good runs out of the corner, which is kind of setting himself up for overtakes going in. But John is running the bottom lane, playing a lot of defense, and he's doing it really well. So whereas earlier in the race, we saw Robert Miller take the lead, drive away with it, and then fall back, we're seeing two leaders at a near identical pace after nearly 10 laps since we went green.
It's the same thing we saw a little bit earlier, right, with Robert Miller as he took over the race lead, led a couple of laps, and Bryson Hixenbaugh was able to keep him directly in his crosshairs. And then all of a sudden, a couple laps later, Bryson Hixenbaugh gets by and takes back the race lead. That was to start this race, and coming to the closure of lap 100, which will be the closure of stage number 1. We'll settle the field down there. So a good amount of laps to get before we slow the field down at that point. Jonathan Delaney going to look to be the first one to lead them off for the first stage so far and get some crucial stage points and what will be 3 stages. That's going to mean a lot, Andre, in the bigger picture. And you talk about guys like Jacob Adams. He came into this race a little bit buried in the point standings, beneath the top 17 going into tonight. So although you're looking for, of course, top 3, you want to be up in front leading, but even in the top 5, top 10, a lot of these stages, if you're able to stay there between all 3 stages and the end of the race tonight, that could give you a heap of points to work for the playoffs, although we're only 15 or at least 14 now races in the season.
Absolutely, and right now there is battling all throughout the field. I mean, right now we're taking a look at the number 16 of Ryan Samuelson. He's got a bit of a gaggle of cars behind him and in front. As behind him, they're going side by side. I believe that is the number 44 of Randy Drumhiller, who's battling with the 37. Jason S. Taylor behind him. You've got Kevin Steele now making a move on that 44, diving down low in that gorgeous red, white, and blue machine. But as that battle's going on, we got a pass for the lead. Ken Bryson back to the point. He made the move on Delaney.
Use that patience once again, and out to the bottom of the track he goes, and to the race lead he will maintain. A bit of a battle, though, for the 3rd spot. That is Cameron Stone and Robert Miller in the 10 machine. The next to C Sports Toyota Camry looking up high as Stone looks down low. Quick pass there for the defending series champion. He walks into the last step of the podium. Now the question stands, how long will it take before he can catch up to the likes of Jonathan Delaney and Bryson Hixenbaugh? We saw within that last run, Andre, that Hixenbaugh was able to kind of creep up about 1 second or more lead over the rest of the field. As soon as he got by Robert Miller, it seemed as though he was unstoppable from there. The gap started to grow and grow and grow, and it seemed as though if you were the driver in second, felt like Bryson Hixenbaugh was kind of pushing you away, and I feel like that's what Hixenbaugh is going to try to do right now. Turn on the jets a little bit throughout this long run and try to lead the last 30 laps for this stage. It's just all about whether Cameron Stone or Robert Miller or anyone can try to catch up to him. So look at the comparisons between your top 2 right now.
And right now, I think the game changer is the fact that Cameron Stone has finally made his way up into the top 3. He's a ways away from the leaders right now, something to the tune of about 1 second. But looking at his lap times, he is running nearly identical in pace to the race leader. And the only difference is, a few laps ago, he was dealing with the number 10, trying to make an overtake, and still running as fast as the leader. So put him in clean air, give him fresh tires. I think that 57 might just be the car to beat right now. And I'm not sure if it's just because, we're still somewhat early into this green flag run comparatively, and that 57 has some short run speed. Maybe that 63 is going to come to life. But right now, Cameron Stone continuing his charge from the back of the pack all the way up to the podium.
It's fantastic what you're seeing out of Cameron Stone. Started 28th on the starting grid and has now worked up to the top 3 positions with a valid shot to get up to John Delaney and Bryson Hixenbaugh and try to take both those positions away. Another driver I think we forgot to mention that has also made a valid stride throughout this field, it was the 4 of Chad Edwards. His Toyota Camry moved from 29th, 1 spot behind Cameron Stone to start this race, and he's moved well into the top 10. And you did see that Waste Management Toyota Camry move to the front of the field when pit stop sequences were happening, or at least were happening under the yellow flag. So the driver of the 4 now starting to make the big moves out here on track. And I think for many, Andre, we talk about some of the mistakes if we want to make them a little bit early. Well, these guys are going the opposite direction. They want to make all the progress now and stay there to the rest of this race.
Yeah, the sooner you can get to the front, the better. It's easier to play defense than it is to play offense in a track like Charlotte. Again, making passes here can be extremely difficult just due to the aero push and how bad dirty air can affect you and how much grip you really have. When nobody's sliding around, nobody's really making consistent mistakes, that's less opportunities for you to get around somebody. So if you can get to the front of the pack, like the number 57 and like the number 4 have done this early into the event, I mean, before we've even reached the end of stage 1, that's exactly what you want to do. The only thing that concerns me, Ken, is some of these guys, it almost seems like their car is set up for this warmer track temperature before the sun has dropped. I mean, the 57 is on rails now, but how well is that car going to adapt once the track temperature goes down and the sun falls beneath the grandstands and you suddenly have a lot more grip? We're going to have to find out because, again, I think it's going to be a thing that dynamically changes all throughout this race, and we're going to see a lot of coming and going in terms of setups.
I think in that sort of place in the conversation, Andre, I think we could go all day and all night talking about how dynamic these setups can be, how dynamic the track gets over the course of 400 laps, 600 miles, and even in any other race. I think even if you go for, let's say, a 100-lap race at Charlotte Motor Speedway, if you set the time correctly, if you set the sun speed, or at least the speed of time in the sim, you can create that dynamic effect. And even with open setups and with some fixed setups, you'll see drivers either struggle on the longer ones, struggle when the track changes, or they start to bloom when the track changes. We've seen some drivers struggle with the handling of their race cars, and then once the night starts to fall through, the grip levels start to go up, their cars start to feel a little more comfortable, and they all of a sudden start to put on faster and faster lap times. So we could definitely well be seeing a driver buried in this field around top 15, top 20, maybe even further back, that are not having the best time in the sun right now, but as soon as the lights start to flicker on here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, they're going to start to have a blast, and those cars will start to come to life. The speed will start to pick up. They'll get a lot better as the night progresses. You're watching a similarly small battle around here, about 4 cars or so to the back straightaway. That is the 23 of Jonathan Alardo. He's fending off 2 drivers behind him. It seems to be the drivers right behind him, I guess, seem to be the 22 Jamison Pearson. You see him up through the field. Actually, that's not him, but the 23 machine trying to fight off a couple other cars right now. And actually, those are lap cars, so that's not for position. I was trying to look for the drivers behind him, but it seems as though they're further back in this field. Those are lap cars, but they're side by side battling nonetheless, I guess.
And Jonathan Alardo being a lap down from Mason Lowry, you got to imagine Mason's probably saying, come on, man, you're a lap down. But Alardo has every right to defend his position and go out there and run his race. And that's what he's doing, man. He's got that car seemingly dialed in. I know we saw him struggle with it a little bit earlier in the race, getting loose a time or two through the quad oval. But now it seems like the setup's really starting to come to him. And though he is a lap down, again, it's such a long race that he's going to have plenty of opportunities to get back out on the lead lap and maybe make something happen. As whoa, we got a car diving low coming out of turn 2 trying to make an overtake. I believe that may have been, if I could find it, I'm not entirely sure. I think it might have been Sean O'Brien Jr. I could be wrong. Happened on the very corner of the screen, but a lot of battling all throughout the track, and of course that's to be expected because we are only about 20 laps to the end of stage 1, and of course everybody is going to be jockeying for the stage points, trying to get every single point that they can to count towards the playoffs once they begin, because we are still relatively early in the season, but we are approaching those playoffs, and we've had a few drivers lock themselves in. We've had a few drivers that maybe aren't locked in, but they've got enough stage points and playoff points that they may as well be. So the more that that playoff grid fills up, the more urgent it becomes for some of these guys to build up as many points as they possibly can.
It's going to get tightening for sure if the playoff grid starts to fill with drivers who start getting wins. But if you're going to be one of those drivers to get those wins, tonight very well could be that chance. And I can remember, I think sort of similarly to what we see early in the season with most drivers, is that when they get a win so early in the season, they sort of get a sense of relief, knowing that the fact that they don't have to fight through every single race, they don't have to be as aggressive, they don't have to be as tension-filled throughout the entire season, because they're going to know that they have that win to lock them in automatically the playoffs. Obviously, the work's going to go into what the playoffs are considered with to try and go for a championship, but when you get a win so early, you have a lot of races to go for trial and error, fix with the setups, play with the setups a little bit, play with the driving style, play with sort of the dynamicness that goes around the competition, and then try to find a way to be at your most optimal setting when the playoffs begin. I can walk back to Michael Conti when he won the first race of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series earlier this year. When he got that win, the first things he said in the interview was that he was relieved to finally get that win and to be okay moving forward to the rest of the season, knowing that he was going to be a part of the drivers competing for a championship. So that's also very crucial. You don't really want to put yourself into a points hole. You want to put yourself to a position where you can win a race, lock yourself in so early, and then you can focus on for the rest of this season. You see a couple drivers now fanning out, mostly single file. A couple drivers going side by side for position, some lap cars, some not. But at the moment, I think everybody is now walking back into their rhythm, Andre, like we talked about a couple moments earlier.
Absolutely, I would have to agree. Meanwhile, one thing I'm looking at right here is, looks like Devin Medeiros has actually gotten on the lead lap. A moment ago, I thought he was scored a lap down, but right now he's the last car on the lead lap. We still have 17 cars on the lead lap, the first one being lap down, Dalton Mobley in that number 77. So, not sure if my timing and scoring was wrong or if he somehow unlapped himself. But regardless, lap traffic quickly becoming a factor as the leader has continued to get into a few more cars here and there late into this run. And of course, that's what we're going to see throughout a race as long as this, if it stays green. Of course, right now we are seeing a very long green flag run, but we're going to see how things shake out. We're getting to the end of stage 1. When you get the restart for stage 2, the track's going to start to change. We'll see how that plays out. But right now, Bryson Hixenbaugh out to a fairly commanding 0.9-second lead over Jonathan Delaney. And another thing that happened is that Robert Miller got back around Cameron Stone for third. So we saw that 57 with a ton of short run speed. He was able to charge right up to P3. He was actually running down Jonathan Delaney and Bryson, running faster laps than both of them. But like you said earlier, Ken, I think that 57, having to make the passes that he has to make, he is kind of in a situation where he's forced to use up his equipment quicker than anybody else. And that is really shown right now by his lap times. Cameron Stone ran a 31.569 last time around, and pretty much everybody in front of him, all 3 cars, ran a 31.4 last time around. So about a tenth slower, not where you want to be, but if you can figure something out to get that long run speed, then I think that's going to be a big help. And again, he has a long time to work on that car, figure it out, and see exactly what he can do as we approach lap 89 out of 100 in the stage.
And now the 57 has a little bit more to worry about because the driver of the 83, Adam Benefiel, is now looking to the inside. This is a pass for the 4th running position on the racetrack. They had to turn 1 and 2 right to the sunlight, and they will both maintain again side by side. Actually, that is 3 and 4 to the racetrack to the front straightaway. So Adam Benefiel will make the pass complete. And now Cameron Stone will have a good amount of distance to the 48 of Jacob Adams. So hopefully within the next, I'd say, 11 laps or so, then we'll have a shot for everybody to slow down, get some fresh tires, and the 57 can try to make some adjustments on the way there. Again, just like with the fact that we have open setups here in this league, the 100% Cup Series, that also gives way for drivers to go for adjustments throughout the middle of the race. And on pit road, they can make tire pressure adjustments, they can make track bar adjustments, they can make so many different adjustments to make their car feel better if they're starting to struggle. And they also have the communications that they have as well with their teammates and maybe strategists, crew members, spotters that can help them along the way with how they can treat their car to their best. And at the moment, with about 10 laps left to go in stage number 1, Bryson Hixenbaugh has had a good amount of those laps so far, and he's pulled away by about 0.6 of a second to Jonathan Delaney. You're looking at a couple drivers in the top 10. That is Chad Edwards in the 4. He's trying to chase down RJ Root in the 8 machine. Also with Jacob Adams, who's all the way a couple seconds up the road, and some lap traffic to deal with. So I think for right now, Andre, if you're settled into this rhythm, if you're right now single file, do you just kind of wait until just keep logging these laps until the stage end and then fill in your plan from there, or do you still try to look for position now?
I would say definitely wait it out until you're as close to the end as you can really reasonably be and still have time to make some moves, because pacing yourself, whether you're in stage 1 or the final stage, is going to be important. I mean, again, this race is going to be physically exhausting for these guys. And if you're driving, whoa, big slide from the number 8 right there. If you're driving too aggressively and you're kind of mentally exhausting yourself, you're also physically exhausting yourself. So these guys really need to, have a little bit of patience, but also know when to strike, when to pick their battles. And Chad Edwards, he's been a driver who has been very aggressive tonight. You mentioned how he started towards the back of the pack, and now he's all the way up into 8th in the top 10 here. So a fantastic night for the LMM driver there in the Waste Management Toyota. Um, but another driver having a great night right in front of him, RJ Root. He's kind of had a string of bad luck the last couple races, but he is a driver that we know to be incredibly talented and definitely deserving of good finishes. Finally, here at Charlotte, he seems to be getting back into the swing of things, running in the top 10 and slowly closing in on the lap car of Dalton Motley in number 77. And meanwhile, you talked about him a little bit there, Ken, but Adam Benefiel running almost absurdly fast laps. He's running 31 fours every single lap. Now, that is a tenth to 2/10 faster, depending on how Bryson runs, every single lap for the last 5 laps. And that doesn't necessarily surprise me because Team Conti and the setups they build, they're almost always long run setups. Week in and week out, we see that 83, not really much of a contender early on in a run, but you wind those laps down, we get these green flag stints, and that 83 is a powerhouse. So the fact that he is quickly closing in on the leader, not necessarily surprising. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to have time this stage, as we are at 6 to go in the stage, and he's got a 3-second deficit that he would have to overcome. But when we get to the end of this stage, caution flag is going to come out. We're going to rack them and stack them. And for the first time all night long, Adam Benefiel is going to have just about a front row seat. He should be restarting in row 2 as long as this pit stop goes according to plan. And that is going to be something because he might be the driver who can dethrone Bryson, who has led so much of this race.
Brandon Benefield, that is going to be some good headway, even if he's not able to go up to the top 3 or so. 4th place finish in stage number 1 certainly helps on his trot to the front of the field. And if he can nail the pit stops, if everybody else has a little bit of trouble down pit road, that certainly makes things better for the driver of the 83. Right there in that camera angle, going to turn 3 and 4. For the next time around, that'll catch about 4 to 3 laps to go in stage number 1 until we get to lap number 100. You see Bryson Hixenbach continuing to lead the way. He's thinned out the gap to about 1 second flat over Jonathan Delaney, who's now starting to get chased down by the 10 of Robert Miller. So I think it's been the opposite throughout this second half of the stage, Andre, to the point where you saw Robert Miller lose a lot of the long run speed as a result of being aggressive on the short run. I think it's now starting to come alive to him in the latter portion of the run, as opposed to starting the first 10 to 15 laps and his car being blistering quick. Now he's starting to catch up to Jonathan Delaney, and now Bryson Hixenbach going to work through some lap traffic. There's Cody Bird, there's the 44 of, I believe that is Randy Drumhiller in his machine. He's also going to get put 3 laps down on the racetrack. For Bryson Hixenbach, I think at the moment it's just smooth sailing in the sunset right now until you go down pit road. That's where the business picks up once more.
Absolutely. And right now, the leader, Bryson, getting into some lap traffic. That is his teammate who is involved in that lap 1 3/4 incident. Cody Bird, he slid into the sand barrels early on. Now he's trying to fight through this really damaged car. Of course, the hood's still missing, kind of driving a modified out there as he is now engaged in a bit of a battle with Drumhiller, and 9 cars making his way around as well. So Cody Bird continuing to make his laps, but this stage is winding down. So far, looks like no threat from behind for Bryson Hixenbach. He is out to about 0.7 seconds lead. I found it interesting how this gap has kind of fluctuated between the top 2. At one point, it was all the way up to 0.9 seconds, bordering on an entire second. Jonathan Delaney brought it back down to 0.6 seconds. Now, it's back up to 0.7, so it's kind of been back and forth. But we are at the 1 to go of the stage. I'm sorry, the R Publix chicken tender subs on sale.com, 1 to go. And after 10 cars have crossed the line for this lap's completion, the league admins will throw our stage caution. We'll officially have our stage winner and bring him up into the booth and have a word with him. It looks like, Ken, that man is going to be Bryson Hixenbach as he works his way out of 3 and 4, a little bit sideways. Maybe not the time to be pushing the car that much on the final lap, but 63 is going to get his stage win. Jonathan Delaney at P2 in that stage, followed by Robert Miller, Adam Benefiel, Cameron Stone 5th, Jacob Adams going to bring it home 6th, 7th is RJ Root, Chad Edwards 8th in the stage, Mason Lowry 9th, and the final driver to pick up a stage point is going to be Michael Skinner in that 00 machine.
11th stage win of the season for the driver of the 63, Bryson Hixenbach, able to cruise his way through both normal traffic and lap traffic as well, as the caution gets thrown for the first time for the stages. We had one incident to start this race, and a caution that brought us under yellow due to contact on the racetrack, but this is going to be our first stage caution of the evening. We still have 2 more left to go, all the way to about lap 300, and then we'll go to the end of this race. You see the 63 going to cruise his way all the way to the back straightaway, and I'm sure now that it's going to be the general consensus. You're going to burn off a set of tires. You're going to go for 4 and fuel. I don't think if you're going to go this long of a run that you're going to take 2 tires, no tires, or only go fuel, maybe lessen the fuel a little bit. I think it's going to be just the normal consensus. Everyone's going to go for the straight thing, Andre. And for the most part, you're going to be looking at everybody back on even playing field. So does that help things a little bit now that you had at least one short stint, a caution, and another short stint before this yellow comes out and now have to reset for stage 2?
I think it's a big help for a lot of these drivers, especially the ones that have been kind of on the uphill, right? You've got Cameron Stone, Adam Benefield, Chad Edwards, all drivers who had to charge their way to the front, and in doing so, they've constantly been fighting tires that are more worn out than the competition. They've been burning more fuel than the competition, and they've been exhausting themselves more than the competition. But now, on this restart of into stage 2, they're finally going to have the opportunity to start at the front of the field, have the same equipment, the same fresh tires, the same amount of fuel as everybody around them, and that is going to make all the difference in the world. They're going to be able to hopefully continue the charges that they've made and continue the good runs that they've had. But everybody making their way out of pit road and nothing really changing inside the top 5. Bryson Ixenbaugh leads them out, followed by Jonathan Delaney, Robert Miller, Adam Benefield, and Cameron Stone. Speaking of Bryson Ixenbaugh, let's go ahead and try and have a word with him as quickly as we can. Bryson Ixenbaugh, you got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, Bryson, it was a pretty much flawless stage 1. You got overtaken a handful of times by drivers like Jonathan Delaney and Robert Miller, but of course you got back around them in short order. And right now the car's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's feeling really good. It's not got the short run speed and handling that John and Robert have, but it's got really good speed after lap 15 or so. It can overcome 30 air, get back around them. We'll see here. There's a lot of different setup strategies tonight's race. We got
Abs-
some
Good.
got some short run guys. Got me in the middle, and then you got Adam long run coming through the field.
Yeah, definitely some of these drivers kind of staging a charge up towards the front, but you've played some really fantastic defense. And as the sun is continually lowering and the track temps are starting to go down, how do you think that's going to affect the race going forward?
It's going to change setups a little bit here. Made a couple adjustments on that pit stop. Hopefully get it a little bit better. I was a little bit too loose. Long run there, just couldn't hold it to the bottom in 3. So it's really good in 2. I feel like I got a lot of speed there, but I'm missing a little bit in 3. Hopefully this fixes it.
All right. Well, I think you're going to be getting the 1 to go next time by, so we're going to put you back in your team chat. But thanks for your time, Bryson. Good luck with the rest of the race, and hopefully we're talking to you again.
Thank you. Hope to talk to you again.
Shoot. I may have put him in the incorrect chat. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Got him in the right chat that time. Anyways, that was your stage winner, Bryson Ixenbaugh. And we didn't quite get the 1 to go that time. Anyways, we do have a driver in the infield care center, Ken. How about you take it away? This is the driver, the number 92, Christopher Fowler.
Bring the driver of the 92 in, Christopher Fowler. Chris, know that it was sort of a early end to your night, 5 laps down. Walk us through what happened in the first opening stint of the race.
I think I made the wrong adjustments.
So through this setup, at least through the way the 400 laps have gone through, was it a little bit tough to handle the race car? Because I know some drivers had a little bit of troubles on the fresh tires. Or were you one to kind of struggle with the race car and handling it in the middle of dirty air?
The races I did this week, it felt like it was, or the practice I did this week, it felt like it was a lot more stable. But this race, I don't know if it was because the track changed so much before the race, and it was so loose. I finally hit the inside wall real hard.
Well, an unfortunate end to your night nonetheless, Chris. Well, we hope to see you in the next one. We wish you the best of luck, but I guess we'll send you off here from Charlotte, wishing you the best of luck for the next race. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Christopher Fowler, an early end to his night, about 5 laps down. Hopefully ended up seeing him. I think a tough break for him nonetheless. And not good to see any driver, Andre, lose in this race, or at least get out of this race, put it behind the wall so early on and have some of those struggles like we've seen a couple of drivers that have put it behind the wall, including Brian Branham, Dakota Knoll, Tyler Pinsonian. Cody Bird is actually still on track, although he is running the 26. And of course, as we just interviewed Christopher Fowler, he now currently runs in 25th. That's where he stands, and I believe that's where he's going to stand for a while, since his race has now been concluded. Though we are ready to get this restart here on lap 106 of the 400 scheduled here tonight for the Abillion Wood Project 600. It is stage winner Bryson Hicksonbaugh and stage contender Jonathan Delaney are front row again. They go back up the gears. We're back under green from Charlotte.
Again, it's a classic Bryson restart with a huge jump right out the gate. Jonathan Delaney falling in line there in second place, but not without pressure. Robert Miller right on the bumper, as well as Adam Benefield right there trying to apply some pressure, make his presence known. Jacob Adams lagging back a little bit, but I think that was a result of some wheel spin on that restart. Once he gets that car underneath him, I would expect him to get right up there with Benefield and the others as they make their way through turn 1. And man, that was kind of a chaotic turn 3 and 4 there, Ken. A lot of drivers taking different lines, kind of weaving back and forth. That was kind of scary to see, but now looks like the number 57 making a move on the 48 as the battle for the lead continues. Look at that. Jonathan Delaney with a powerful move on the outside. We've not seen too much passing on the outside here, Ken. That number 9 just got it done.
That was a slingshot by the driver of the 9 machine. Used that middle groove, pinched Hicksonbaugh down to the blue and white line, and all of a sudden, Jonathan Delaney goes back to the race lead on lap number 107. I saw a little bit on the restart, Andre, that this one has been a little more chaotic. You're seeing more drivers clustered in together, a lot more drivers being a little more aggressive on this end. Here goes Robert Miller now to the inside of Bryson Hicksonbaugh, and Hicksonbaugh will fall back to third. I believe this is the furthest in the field that we've seen Hicksonbaugh so far in the middle of traffic. Adam Benefield going to go for the attack as well. And that, in turn, Andre, will only allow Jonathan Delaney to look in his rearview mirror and have a smile from ear to ear. He'll know they'll fight. He can get that, at least that gap, opened up a little bit in the race lead.
I gotta wonder if maybe Bryson went the wrong way on a setup change. He did say that, you know, as the sun goes down, it's going to change the setups. People are going to have to work on their cars. Maybe he was being a little bit preemptive, starting to make some changes, and went the wrong way, because we have not seen the 63 fall this far back on a restart all race long. I mean, he's only back in third. So, I mean, it's still kind of crazy to think that, oh, falling back to third is the worst that Bryson's done so far tonight. But still, he is continuing to fall back through the field as the 83 is going to make an aggressive move, touching the grass. A near pass in the grass for Adam Benefield on that 83. He's going to be side by side as they exit turn 2. And what a move that was to get up in the podium. And look at that. Here comes RJ Root to try and pass this 63. Something, I gotta say, I don't think something's right with that number 63 machine. He is falling back.
Swung the door wide open for practically anybody to go beneath the top 5 as Hicksonbaugh now has to defend against RJ Root, and now possibly the 00 Michael Skinner, who's now looming in behind his Chevrolet Camaro, also going to duck his nose underneath. So Hicksonbaugh just struggling right now with the short run pace of his race car. Got to figure that under the pit road adjustments that he tried to work more possibly on his long run setup, or make it a little bit better on the long run so that he can be a little faster. But it seems right now on the short run, I think that's where he's getting the short end of the stick. As you see right now, there goes Skinner. The 00 goes by, right on board with the driver of the 63. Now the couple of cars that are ahead of him. And this is going to make things even more interesting, Andre, because we saw Hicksonbaugh in second behind the race leader, but I think right now, the dirty air, although it was present when he was behind the race leader in second, this right here behind a couple of cars, it is exacerbated at this point.
Well, it's definitely a lot worse now. And that's something that the viewers at home might not be fully aware of. You might know that when you get up behind somebody, it affects the handling of the car. But what you might not know is that the more cars in front of you, the worse it gets. It really is a compounding issue. And with having, I believe, 5 cars in front of him right now, this is the furthest back in the pack that Bryson's been. So not only is he fighting an incredibly aerotight machine, but also he is fighting an aerotight machine that he's not sure how to drive, because he's not been in this situation all night long. Whereas some of these guys, like number 57, Cameron Stone, Adam Benefield, and that 83 machine, these guys have been in the pack. They know how their cars handle when they're behind a gaggle of cars. That is information that Bryson did not have the luxury of finding out. He's been out front all night long, and at the very most, he was only behind 1 or 2 cars. So this is going to be a learning experience for Bryson and possibly a good one. I mean, it's definitely good info to have. And if you're going to fall back through the pack, I would say now's the time to do it. We have just under 300 laps remaining in this event, so plenty of time to get it done. And it seems to have kind of plateaued here, Ken. He's not falling back anymore. He seems to be riding the same distance behind us. Oh, we got internet issues out of Michael Skinner in the double O. That was close. He blinked out, and I saw the 10 car dive down the track right where the double O used to be, and I kind of thought when he came back into existence there that it was going to be a netcode issue, but no, they were able to avoid that somehow. Very lucky for everybody behind them, but the trouble does not end for Michael Skinner in that double O. He got big sideways through 3 and 4, fell back to the clutches of Bryson Nixonbod, now engaged in a bit of a battle there. And speaking of battles, the battle for the lead that you're watching on your screen right now, that is tightening up massively. As Adam Benefield worked his way up into P2, he's closed the gap to the leader, Jonathan Delaney. And right behind him, he's got RJ Root, a driver who, much like Adam Benefield, also charged his way up through the field. He was running, I believe, 14th earlier at one point, probably further back than that at some point. I just didn't see the time in scoring. And now he is on the podium. So very fast car in that number 8. Robert Miller behind him, who's been kind of loitering in this top 5 all night long, has a very solid car. Just probably turning his laps, waiting to see how everything plays out. Nope, not just turning his laps. He's actually going to maybe flip the aggressive switch, try to make a move down on the bottom of the number 8.
Saw the 8 machine of RJ Root if you were seeing them as they were packing out of turn 2. Root got a little bit loose, so he had to save his race car, and in turn lost a lot of that time and gave way for the 10 of Robert Miller to go straight to the bottom of the track. You right on board. There's the laser focus by the driver of the 8 machine. There's the Nexus C Sports Toyota Camry peeking down low. So we have a side-by-side battle for third. Again, looking at Root and Adam Benefield, a couple laps by, they were the fastest cars within the top 5. Maybe not anymore for Root as he's in that battle with Robert Miller, as it's going to stall out when they come to turn 4. But as for the race lead, this is the first time we don't see Bryson Nixonball's name within the top 3 tonight, as now Adam Benefield has slowly worked through his pack. Last time by, he set almost about a tenth of a second faster from Jonathan Delaney's last lap time at a 30.612 compared to Benefield's 30.564. So now the driver from Team Conti is going to try to use some of that patience, look at what Delaney's doing, and set up this pass at about maybe lap 120.
Here he goes, right down to the bottom. He's got the quarter panel now. That's pretty big because when you get your quarter panel up to somebody's rear spoiler, you can side draft them and kind of pull them back to you, which is exactly what Adam Benefield did there, and it's a textbook pass going into turn 1. Clear early before the middle of the corner, and now he can just ride. The question is, how aggressive does Delaney get? Can he try to make a move here? He's right on the bumper going into 3 and 4, but he's not going to dive low. He's not going to dive high. He's going to stay right in the tire tracks of that 83. I'm not sure that 9 really has enough in it to make a move, honestly. I mean, that 83 machine has been absolutely on rails tonight. He made that overtake like it was nothing. And right now, I'm expecting to see him maybe pull away a little bit here.
A couple drivers fighting for position behind. That is Ryan Samuelson trying to push up Sean O'Brien Jr. Almost about got into the seems as though the cars seeming to handle a little bit better than it did when they started this race. That also is a factor that the track is slowly starting to cool down. So with each temperature number going down, with the sun starting to set, even if it's just a little bit, coupled with the adjustments made down pit road, the driver of the 16 can start to make this move, start to make that push, and I think behind the wheel he'll be a lot more comfortable as he's trying to chase the guys up in here, Cameron Stone and Jacob Adams fighting for the 7th spot.
Absolutely, that battle for 7th place right now, pretty intense. Cameron Stone dropping back a little bit from the beginning of this stage, but still a very fast machine, and it's really incredible to me, just the intensity level of this league. There's so many drivers that I look at them, and we talk about them, and we say, yeah, that's a driver who's really good. I mean, he always has good weekends. Very rare to see a bad weekend out of him. And we're not just talking people up for no reason. The fact of the matter is the competition in this league is absolutely at its peak. A lot of fantastic drivers. Jacob Adams and Cameron Stone, who are battling for this 7th position, are 2 drivers that are absolutely good at what they do. And the fact that they're back here in 7th and 8th just kind of shows that, in any other race, in any official race, these guys would be up front. But this league is such a competitive environment. that right now they're battling it out for 7th and 8th. And of course, Cameron Stone has had a bit of an up and down roller coaster night. He's been all the way up into the podium. He's been all the way at the back of the pack. He's been somewhere in between. And right now, looks like he's trying to make a move on Michael Skinner, but a little bit further up the field on your screen right there. That's Bryson Hixenbaugh, who finally seems to be finding some pace. And I think you called it, Ken. You said that maybe he made some adjustments that were kind of leaning more towards the long run. And that would not surprise me. I think after this last stint that we had his contact, there goes Bryson through the infield. He's going to jump over the sponsor logos in the infield, gets it corrected. Now over the curbs to the entry of the Roval, still on the apron, losing tons of positions here, and a little bit of front-end damage to that 63.
Oh, that was tough for Bryson Hixenbaugh. Got a little bit of contact with RJ Root and is just now at the exit of the merge line from turn 2. Take a look at this from our 3Y TV multicam. You see the slow motion camera on your top right. That's out of turn 4. The banking starting to come back to the tri-oval and sort of that dogleg session that's here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You see 63 goes up the track after getting from the banking and gets that bit of contact with the 8 of RJ Root. His car gets unsettled, but a fantastic job to keep that thing straight and also to manage it around the bumps, almost going lawn carrying and doing some lawn service here at the Charlotte front stretch, but luckily able to keep that car straight, not able to collect anybody else, and most fortunately keeping this race green. The only worst part for Hixenbaugh is that he's going to have a bit of damage to his right front, and now he's been put all the way back in the 17th running position and just in the penultimate position from the last drivers on the lead lap. So he went from all the way to the top 5, Andre, to now in the midst, buried in this field with one small mistake that could have been very detrimental for the driver of the 63 tonight.
Absolutely, and it might continue to be detrimental. We don't know. The damage to that front end could hold him back. Obviously, Charlotte, a very aero-dependent track. Any amount of damage could be the make-or-break situation, so we're going to have to keep an eye on him and the pace that he's able to run. But that was just wild to me that he was able to keep that thing correct through the infield, because there was not 1, not 2, but 3 separate occasions where he had all 4 tires off the ground, completely flying through the air over the sponsorship logos, over the Legends Oval, and over the Roval entrance there. So a wild ride that he went for. I cannot believe he kept that thing straight, got back on track. Right now being scored in 16th, as he has made an overtake since we started talking about him there. But that's a shame, because we were talking about him right when that happened, Kennedy. I was going to say, I think he did make a long run adjustment simply because a lot of these drivers are going to be placing a little bit more value on long run speed. Now that we know how this race is shaken out, we've only had 1 caution for cause, and it was a mishap entering pit road. It wasn't really even a total racing accident there at speed in the middle of the run. It was kind of a freak incident. So a lot of drivers going to be focusing on that long run speed. And Bryson, I don't think it was any different. He was a little bit preemptive, started making some adjustments, and it seemed to be working out for him. He got all the way up to 5th after dropping back to 7th, and he was starting to make some moves, just about to get around RJ Root, and unfortunately it all fell apart. But further back up the grid, looks like Adam Benefield has done exactly what I thought he was going to do, Ken. He's driven away to a 2-second lead over Jonathan Delaney. Robert Miller about 0.4 of a second back from the number 9 as well. So getting a little bit of separation here. And while these drivers continue to navigate the track and Bryson continues to try to recover from the previous incident, how about we take in the sights and sounds of Charlotte Motor Speedway with a Shano FX Overdrive.
You heard some of the car sounds, all the sights, and everything going around here for the Abillion Wood Project 600 for the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. As you saw, before we just came back at the cross mark of lap 138, Robert Miller in the 10 machine, he just got by the number 9 of Jonathan Delaney for the second place position as Miller starting to pick up some of this long run speed. You see a couple drivers battling for position behind. This is around Chad Edwards. See Brandon Pierce in this one as well. He's in a dead heat battle with Brandon Pierce for the edge of the top 10. Couple more drivers just trying to get themselves back into the rhythm, Andre. And for now, I think we may end up going back right into the conversation in about 10 laps or so about green flag pit stops. Because right now, we've seen everything green so far.
Yeah, it has been green since the beginning of this stage. And we are quickly approaching the point at which we saw some drivers pitting last time. I think the first car that came down pit road last time around was an Apex driver. I think it might have been Damaris Hickenbottom on lap 43. So, of course, this stage's equivalent of that will be lap 143. So we're going to see exactly when everybody brings it down pit road. Benefiel seeming to be the only driver in the top 5 that's kind of on a different strategy, as you can see by our pit graphic there. But, of course, that is to be expected when he kind of had to run a different race than everybody else. You know, everybody else in that top 5 has kind of been there since the beginning, but Adam had to race his way up there, and of course it was on a bit of a different strategy. So that is going to continue to kind of show on the graph, but now he can be on the same playing field as the rest of the competition. Well, I say he's on the same playing field, but he's kind of in a league of his own right now. 3 seconds over second place Robert Miller.
Yeah, right now he continues to stretch out his gap. It was about 1 second, and then it was 2.2, and now it's got up to 3.3, especially with that battle happening for seconds. Kind of slowed them down a little bit in turn, trying to catch up to the Ford Mustang of Adam Benefield. A little bit of update on Bryson Hickenbottom. Remember, he was just near the tail end of the lead lap with that incident with RJ Root. He's picked up a couple spots, and now he's up to 14th. So although some of that right side damage may be affecting him aerodynamically, it's not too harsh to the point where it's hurt his speed altogether. He is starting to move on up through the field, currently tailing behind the 37 of Jason S. Taylor as they work to turn 3. And again, just reaching forward to this point, I think it's so imperative, Andre, when we go for types of races like these, where they're marathons, not sprints, you want to make mistakes early in this race. You want to learn from those mistakes and then build them on later on and not have to worry about having that pressure on you so late in the race and being concerned about the time you have left. I think for Hickenbottom, a little bit of damage. He can go down pit road while we get the cycle through, fix it, spend a little more time, and then he'll be okay. Just making the mistake early and then fixing it for later on.
That is going to be crucial, making sure that he can get whatever damage is repairable repaired when he comes down pit road. But whenever we come down for a green flag pit sequence, you don't want to spend too much time repairing your damage. It is kind of a situation where you got to weigh the risk versus reward, because the longer you sit in your pit stall under green, the more time you're going to be giving up. So if you feel like this damage isn't holding you back that much, if it's not affecting your handling too awful, then maybe just leave some of that damage and deal with it later. So we have a near moment between the leader, Adam Benefield, and Damaris Hickenbottom, who was coming off of pit road. From my perspective, it looked like Damaris got a little bit loose coming out of the pits, kind of started to slide up the track, and at the same time, our leader, Benefield, was starting to apex the corner down by the apron, and they missed by what had to be inches. That was a scary moment there. But again, Ken, we're seeing the same thing play out. Looks like Apex, starting with Damaris Hickenbottom, is really initiating this pit sequence.
And again, they're looking for that early strategy call. We saw Hickenbottom do this in the first stint of the race. He's still following through. Take a look at the replay here as Adam Benefield was going by. It's not necessarily an easy exit out of pit road, Andre. And that's I think as close as you can cut it there. Benefield trying to cut down low, while Hickenbottom's trying to put as much throttle as he can coming out of pit road. Just barely getting that blue and white line down to the inside of the racetrack. They almost got collected together. I think for Benefield, he saw him and it was like, oh boy, he's a little bit high up the track. Maybe it would have been scarier for both of them. Luckily, they both don't make contact, and they both continue on their way. For Hickenbottom, though, he's already made his stop. Here's another one down on pit road. That is the driver, the 12, Devin Medeiros, in his Chevrolet Camaro. He's now going to get to that green cone, going to get to the blue one out of turn 2. He's also making his second stop, or at least a handful of second stop under green flag circumstances. Also to mention, the 8 of RJ Root saw him within the top 5. He's also put his car down pit road a couple laps by. So at this point, I think Andre, again, just a repeat, a mirror effect of what we saw in stage number 1. Just looking for some strategies for some teams, and then just the leaders waiting until the last sort of laps that they can go down pit road, and then they'll stretch it all the way.
Absolutely, and on our 3-wide TV multicam, we see Michael Skinner also joining those who have made that hard left turn to pit road. He's getting that car serviced, and I gotta say, I think the short run strategy, or the short stop strategy, I should say, is going to be a little bit more beneficial this time around, Ken. I don't think we're going to see that caution come out right in the middle of the pit sequence, kind of splitting the field in half. I think, as far as everything I can see, we're going to stay clean and green. So coming in a few laps early, getting those fresh tires and making up that time is going to be beneficial, especially to drivers like RJ Root, who, we know they got fast cars. They've been all the way up inside the top 3. It's just that once Benefield got out front, looks like Kevin Steele missed his pit stall. He had to reverse back in. That's going to be pretty costly, and man, another event to put in the notebook for Kevin Steele's not so good, very terrible season that he's had so far. Kevin started strong at Daytona, and ever since then he has admittedly had a very rough go of it, and now, man, that pit road mistake not helping matters. But again, we're on lap 150. We got to get all the way to lap 400. So hopefully he's not hanging his head too low. Plenty of time to come back from that mistake, as the 23 is also making his way down pit road. But one car that hasn't, Ken, it's our leader, Adam Benefield, who I believe is still out on track. And we're at lap 152, so we're past the halfway point of the stage. And Benefield, again, going to go right past pit road.
And Benefield has made no signals to go down pit road. As you see the 53, that's Preston McRae, his Exalted Chevrolet Camaro, going to step down pit road as well. And I guess for Kevin Steele, he shouldn't feel too lonely on that overshoot of the pit box, because the 38 of Brendan Pierce also did the same thing. He was trying to stomp on the brakes, get to his pit sign, and let everybody do his service, or let his crew do his service for him. There goes the 53 of McRae out. That's on the left side of your screen. One driver, that's the 22, gets into the outside wall a little bit. He seems to be okay. For the most part, everybody continues to tailor their way in this race. Some of them out of pit road, some of them yet to pit. And as of everybody, they've all gone about 50 laps or so. That's most drivers within the top 10. So there has been no signal by anybody in this group, Andre, to go down pit road. And here comes the biggest difference, is that we've already had a green flag sequence like this. The problem was we saw a yellow flag come out in the dead middle of it. So for the drivers that did stay out as many laps as they did, they didn't have to worry about pitting under the green flag circumstance, because they had that yellow flag just lower everything down and gave them the good shot to go down pit road. But for now, with no signal of yellow flags right now on the racetrack, I think Benefield may be in for a very different challenge here in a couple laps.
Right. When you have less experience coming down pit road, and you haven't had the chance to kind of have a test run, you could say, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So he's going to have to adapt to that. And I almost wonder if some of these leaders aren't really waiting for a caution, maybe expecting there to be issues as everybody comes into pit road. And unfortunately for a lot of these guys, it has not happened yet. So Jonathan Delaney, one of the first out of the top 3 to make his way down pit road. He is going to get that car serviced. Benefield still out on the track, but I'm curious, does Delaney pitting maybe force the 83's hand? Is he going to say, I'm going to come down this time? Because now Robert Miller came across the driver radio. He said he's going to be pitting this time. So what does Benefield do? He goes around again. I'm not sure I agree with this call here, Ken. I think this could cost Benefield some time.
It definitely could, but at the same time, he could use this sort of strategy to maximize distance, and then by the time he goes down pit road, he'll lose maybe some track position, but it won't be as big of a blow as it would if you pitted around now. You see the 57 of Cameron Stone now exiting pit road. 10 of Robert Miller already down to get his service. Jacob Adams, who now shuffled to second, he has also not gone down pit road, along with the 63 of Bryson Hixenbaugh. So these guys are waiting it out to the very end, and I guess for Benefield, that time is now. There goes Benefield, hard on the brakes, gonna get to pit road speed limit, and the WR1 Ford Mustang gonna head down to pit road for the first time here tonight under the green flag, as there's the 10 of Robert Miller going out.
And I'm curious to see where does he cycle out, because this is over 10 laps since the very first car came down pit road, and about 10 laps since the number 8 of RJ Root came down. Root was a car that was not far behind our race leader, so the time that he's made up on those fresh tires could be quite substantial as the 83 makes his way out of pit road. We're going to find out exactly where everything sorts out. One car just went by him on the track, but that was not for position. That was the number 21. There goes Michael Skinner, however. And Michael Skinner is for position, so it looks like the 83 has lost substantial time. Bryson Hicksonbach currently being scored ahead of Adam, although, oh, here we go. Jonathan Delaney is side by side with Benefield. So he gained enough time to match his pace, coming in just a couple laps early. Now, the downside to that is that Jonathan Delaney is on older tires now. Benefield does kind of have the cards in his hand. He's got fresher tires. He can play some defense here, as Delaney was not able to complete that overtake. But again, this is still kind of a win for Delaney because he's closer now than he was before the beginning of the sequence.
And this is very crucial for Delaney because this is only a 2-lap difference on tires between the 9 machine and the 83. So if he can hang with the drop of the 83 right now, that would be very good. But another development, I guess, forming to the middle of this race, Andre. Take a listen to the cockpit of Delaney as he heads into the corner. Seems as though he's okay, but I think the last time he was coasting, so possibly trying to save a little bit extra fuel in 3 and 4. That's where he hit the clutch pedal and tried to get off the race car. You'll see it into 3 and 4, whether the revs go down, and they do. So at the half part of this racetrack, Andre, Delaney is making an interesting call. I don't think we've seen many drivers do this, trying to extend the fuel capacity by saving a bit of it in the front, at least in 3 and 4, going to the front straightaway.
I'm a little surprised. I'm not sure if it's fuel or, like our producer's telling us in our ear, it might be a cooling issue, perhaps. I don't see any front-end damage to that number 9 machine, but you'd think with when he pit, he should be able to make it down. Like I said, a fuel run here is about 68 to 69 laps. If you really conserved, you may be able to go 70. So with the time frame that he pitted, he should be more than fine. So I'm a little confused as to why he'd be shutting that engine off going into the corner.
I think there's a lot to worry about if you're the race leader right now. Jacob Adams having to deal with a pack full of race cars getting around. Remember, Adams still has not made a stop down pit road. He's gotten 60 laps on his stint. That also coincided with Bryson Hicksonbach and Joshua Slade. Your top 3 have not decided to pit just yet. You gotta wonder whether these guys have to be saving a little bit of fuel as well. And Adams really had to deal with almost about 3 wide to the entrance of the corner. Luckily able to get by, has yet to make the signal to go down pit road. And I think this is a very interesting call here, because if you're Jacob Adams, are you looking to stay out to lead a lot of these laps? Because once the yellow comes out, the track position is going to be up in the air, mostly due to the fact that these guys pitted. They're going to have fresher tires, and you're kind of going to be on the short end of the stick. Or is Adams just trying to stay out and then get fresh tire power so then he could gather himself up to the top 3 and maybe take the race lead back?
It could just be a situation of whatever the competition does, I'm going to do the opposite, you know? Adams, he's had a fast car all night long, and he's been inside the top 10, but he has struggled to really match the pace of some of the heavy hitters like Adam Benefield, Bryson Hicksonbach, Jonathan Delaney. He hasn't quite been able to get around them, and he's just been a hair off pace all night long. So if he wants to get around them, if he wants to have a chance at winning this race, maybe he feels like he needs to just try something different, throw the wrench at the wall, see what happens, and that's what he's doing. He's staying out, trying to run that thing dry. I'm curious to see how long he goes, because like I said, I believe 68 laps is about where you're going to run out of fuel if you're pushing the car the whole time, and we're quickly approaching that. I mean, we are on lap 165, and he has yet to come down pit road. Bryson as well. Bryson Hicksonbach has not come down pit road yet. I think for Bryson, it is a different situation. It's a different scenario for Bryson. For him, I think he's hoping for a caution. He wants to be able to come out on fresh tires, get that track position from staying out, and kind of get the the advantage that way because he has to do something to catch back up. After that mistake coming out of turn 4, he got into RJ route. He kind of set himself back, but now I think he's seeing, all right, we're not getting a yellow flag. I'm going to have to come down pit road, and down pit road he goes. And that's going to be pretty costly staying out that long.
It may very well be costly for him as Adam Benefield is just a couple seconds behind, so he will easily take that position away. And now it's between 9.8 seconds where Jacob Adams sits and where Adam Benefield is on pit road. And now you hear the revs going down on the drop of the 48. A little bit of late stop. Hit to the inside wall, a hit to the cone as well. And a pit stop entrance gone wrong for the 48 of Jacob Adams. Tried to hit the brakes at the right moment. Tried to enter in at the latest point possible to keep all of his speed. Makes that small mistake and a bit of damage to the left front of his Carvana Chevrolet Camaro. That'll indeed hand over the lead anyway to Adam Benefield. But this is a very, very detrimental part of the pit stop for Jacob Adams. Trying this strategy, you're going to lose all that time with that spin.
And that's kind of another factor of staying out that long that we didn't really talk about, Ken, but the older your tires are, the harder it is to stop that car. They're going to get real slippery. Your car's going to have very little grip under braking, and it makes entering pit road a lot more difficult. I mean, you got to think they're going from about 160 miles an hour in the corner down to the pit road speed, which I believe is 55 miles an hour. You can see right there, he got on the brakes, and those old tires just weren't having it. Now, if he had pitted 15, 20 laps sooner, he probably could have got away with those throttle inputs and with that steering input. The car would have stayed underneath him. But those old tires, and they weren't having it.
And couple that with just how tough it is to enter pit road in Charlotte in any sort of case at a 1.5 mile track. It's not easy because you're pretty much having to be on the brakes in the middle of the racing surface and trying to make that transition between the banking in turns 3 and 4 to the apron and then all of a sudden to the flat part on the front straightaway where pit road is. It is not easy to do that, and especially with the case of Jacob Adams, tried to maximize the most he can to get all that time, but I think the trade-off was that he ended up losing more time in the process with that spin. So that leaves Benefield to the race lead. The cycle back, Robert Miller ends up capturing second, with Jonathan Delaney capping off your top 3. Michael Skinner in the 00 ends up in 4th, with Cameron Stone. His 57 Ford Mustang has worked over to the top 5. We've just crossed the line for about 30 laps to go in stage number 2, coming right to the halfway mark of tonight's A Billion Wood Project 600. Here's a little bit of a fight, couple drivers within each other. That's the race leader Benefield going by some lap traffic, and for right now things are starting to settle back into the groove. And this, I think technically, Andre, is our first complete green flag pit stop cycle, because we had that yellow to mess everything up, but now we can finally say we've had a green stop cycle underway.
It was 172 laps, but we got there in the end, Ken.
There's still a long way to go.
We got there in the end for the green flag and stuff. And right now, oh, look at that. Here comes Bryson trying to unlap himself. Now, Bryson is about to, I would say 20 lap fresher tires or so than Adam Benefield. Not quite 20 laps. I'm sorry. I forgot how long Adam really stayed out, but he's got about 10 lap fresher tires, and that is quite a big difference. So he did unlap himself. Meaning, if a caution were to come out right now, that may get him back at the tail end of the field, which could be definitely beneficial. But back to what I was going to talk about before Bryson made a bit of a Superman move there with that overtake. I mean, he made that look easy. I wanted to talk a little bit about Michael Skinner in that 00. I feel like he was a huge benefactor to the way that this pit sequence played out. He came in a little bit earlier than most other drivers, and he went from about P6 up to P4, and he's not that far behind the cars ahead. He's about 6 seconds back from Jonathan Delaney. And when you compare that to the gap that he had prior to the sequence, he's gained a lot. And I think if he continues to play this strategy right, if he continues to do what he's doing, he's going to be up there in the podium at some point tonight, because that car has been fast. He's had some internet issues that hopefully don't hinder him too much. But, oh man, as he gets a little bit loose there, you can see loose underneath Cameron Stone. But really, Michael Skinner having a bit of a career night tonight. He's a driver that definitely we know he's capable of these top 5 runs, but we haven't quite seen it out of him yet this season. And now, as he continues to get sideways, he's holding on to this top 5. I don't think the 48 was for position, so he's still going to be scored in 5th.
Jacob Adams trying to unlap himself as he gets by Cameron Stone on the fresher tires. But again, I'm mentioning back to Michael Skinner, I think this is a pure sort of example of trying to gain positions from the strategy as opposed to gaining it in outright raw speed. We see that difference very clear as day so far, even with the 176 laps that we've completed so far tonight. You've seen drivers with pure strength in terms of the race car pace and their handling in certain cases, that they're able to just power by many drivers and go right to the inside, make those methodical moves, and then go to the front of the field. But then there comes that other side of the sword where if you're guys like Michael Skinner, you don't necessarily gain too much on the pure speed, but you're able to kind of make back for it with that track position in the pit road sequence. So you can go a little bit earlier, be a little bit on a different strategy than everybody else, and in turn gain those positions back and be good on your way there. That's what Michael Skinner did, and that's what's seeming to work out for him right now. He is having to work a little bit harder though behind the wheel. We saw him step out the rear end a little bit, but he's been saving that race car so far. His car is not necessarily on the tight side, I think, in any case whatsoever by any means of the imagination, but as of right now, continues to one of the top 5 very well on his pitch strategy. We'll look through the rest of this field. There is the 10 of Robert Miller. I don't think, Andre, we've spoken about him much within this recent sequence. He's been kind of just doing his own thing. He was running beneath the top 3, then went down pit road, and now he's back to second. The Nexus Esports driver trying to get his Coca-Cola, or at least his A Billion Wood Project 600 win here tonight, and he's shown a lot of that promise. I think he's shown both sides of the hand, right? We've seen the short run speed, we've seen the long run speed. I think he's had a good amount of time to master both, and I think for now it's certainly helping his case. Is now he's only riding behind Adam Benefield. I think that's a good thing to know.
Absolutely. And the thing about Robert Miller is he is a thinking driver. You know, he's somebody who, he gets in the car and he's constantly gathering data. He feels the car out, he feels out the competition, he feels the track out, and he's just building up this wealth of information that he uses later on. And with that, he's a very methodical kind of driver, and he's running second right now, about 3 seconds behind the leader, like you said. But a lot of racing left. He's going to be able to, I'm sure, maybe figure out what the 83 is doing that he's not. You know, where is the 83 finding the speed? Right now, though, it is all about Adam Benefield out front. I mean, he is currently leading the way. Last time around, he ran a 31.2, and in second place, Robert Miller ran a 31.4. So as we progress through this run, it just seems like Benefield's long run speed just continues to impress. And it's going to be a while for Robert Miller before I think he gets up to him. But again, I would not count him out. He's the kind of driver that he figures things out when he strikes late. And, you know, we talked a little bit about the tire limits earlier, Ken. They have 12 sets of tires as they rolled in tonight. And Robert Miller is a driver who he kind of fell victim to running out of tires a few weeks back. There was a late race restart, and he was the only driver in the top 10 that was unable to take a fresh set of tires, and it cost him quite a bit. So you got to think maybe playing it a little bit conservative tonight with how much he uses his equipment early on. You know, what we're seeing out of him right now, you know, the fact that he's running a little bit off pace from Benefield, that might not be his true speed, Ken. He could just be taking it easy. Because after all, why push the car when you've got over 200 laps remaining?
Why push the car so much when there's not too many laps left in this stage before you get to lap 200? Again, I think we're working back forward to that sort of motto that you're going to be wanting to log in laps from now, especially with the distance that we've seen over the course of the last segment there with the pit stop sequence. And most drivers in the top 5, top 10, they're now separated by a handful of seconds. So it's not more so bringing in those gaps and cutting through it like a knife and going so quickly for a position. You're just going to start to log in laps, be a little bit more conservative, try to focus on you versus the track as opposed to you versus the driver in front of you. I think for Benefield, for Miller, for Delaney, for Stone, even for Michael Skinner in the top 5, and even for drivers behind them, that motive is going to only go so far. Give them some good points for stage 2. They can try to reset, continue to work on what they built so far in these course of these 184 laps. As more drivers continue to separate themselves through the field, there right now, your leader, Adam Benefield. There's Robert Miller not too far behind, a couple seconds back. And we're looking right now at about 13 cars on the lead lap. The last one is 13th place Dalton Mobley. His 77 Chevrolet Camaro is at risk of being put one lap down as he goes to turn 1 and 2. And ahead of him goes Jason S. Taylor, Brandon Pearson 11th. Bryson Hicksaball with his stop has only picked up to the 10th running position. So I think right now we're seeing multiple strategies start to play in, whether drivers pitted early, whether drivers pitted late. I think for Hicksaball, pitting late probably wasn't the best move, as he's only crept up to 10th and he's not necessarily making up so much ground as the tires are starting to fall away.
His tires are starting to fall away, but the fact that he was able to crest the top 10 with these fresher tires from staying out so long may be helpful in the end. I mean, we're going to get a yellow flag at the end of the stage. And if he restarts in 10th, where he is right now, actually, he's about to take 9th place from Mason Howard. He's going to make a move on the bottom there. So if he restarts right there, he's close enough to the front that he's not out of the game. And really, that would be a pretty good recovery. I mean, when you consider that this is the guy who was doing stunt jumps through the infield not too long ago, and now he's back in the top 10. Maybe he could have played the strategy a little bit differently, but I think what he did is working out all right. And we're going to have to see how his race progresses. Again, we know that, or at least it seems like he made some changes to the car that kind of lended itself to long run speed. And we pretty much only had long runs in this race, Ken. So definitely a good move there. And I think he's going to continue to pick up pace. But right now, man, nobody has anything for that number 83. He is still turning faster laps than most of the cars behind him. It was a 31.3 for Adam Benefield last time around. Second place, Robert Miller ran a 31.5. So
It will be his only third stage win of 2021. He picked up 2 earlier this year, the first 14 races of the season. So to pick up a third, I think that'll help in terms of the playoff points. He is already locked into the playoffs via 4 race wins already for the Team Conti machine and for Team Conti themselves. Very good news for them. I believe another teammate also has a win. That is Dustin Hall, that he on the same team also has a couple of wins, or at least 1 win to his credit, to join him in the playoffs for Benefield. He's going to try to get some of those extra points to help his case. You see Delaney getting around some lap traffic. There's Robert Miller between Preston McRae. I believe another driver up ahead. That is the 12 machine up the road. So a lot of drivers just now cycling through as we get to the final 10 laps. But I want to also walk through another point, Andre. You said it a little bit earlier, the fact that these drivers are at least going through physical exhaustion over the course of 400 laps, 600 miles. It's a very long race. That's why even in real life, it's considered a crown jewel, because it's such a test of skill. It's such a test of endurance, and it's such a long event that you have to try and survive until the checkered flag. And even in sim racing, you're logging these laps. You keep going, you keep going, you keep going, and it's not like your brain is just dozing off behind the wheel. You're still thinking about, okay, how far am I between this driver in front, the driver behind? What is my crew chief telling me? What are my teammates telling me? What about the strategy? Am I going to nail this correctly? What am I going to do when the stage closes? What am I going to do if it stays green? What am I going to do if a yellow flag comes out? There's so many things that I think is so hyperactive in a driver's mind that it's so hard to relax in some sort of states. I think the yellow flags are sort of blessings in disguise for them, as they can kind of a little bit relax and kind of get out of that zone, but you're still in that zone almost 90% of the time over 400 laps. So it is not easy to go around this track and to be performing at such a high level like Benefield and the rest of these guys in the top 5 are doing right now.
it's definitely not easy. And another thing that some of the viewers at home, may not be fully aware of is, when you're running on iRacing and you're taking part in these sim events, it's not like you're sitting there playing the old NASCAR EA games with a gamepad and a controller and things like that. No, these drivers have wheels and pedals set up, wheels that have force feedback that tends to be pretty strong, that's constantly fighting them. And it is actually a very exhausting thing. I mean, the driver's arms and legs throughout this entire event got to be getting pretty worn out by now, and they still got over half of the event left to run. So, like you said, Ken, very physically exhausting and mentally exhausting. It's one of those things where I'm sure these drivers would love to be able to go into autopilot and just sort of turn off their brain and click off laps, but no, you made a good point when you said you can't. It's a hyperactive kind of thing where you're focused on everything around you. There's the car in front of me. There's the car behind. Hey, there's the wall creeping up on the outside. I better give it a little bit more steering wheel here. Things like that. Little things that you constantly got to be paying attention to, because iRacing is not a simulator that allows for too much error. You drive into the corner a little bit too deep. You get on the throttle a little bit too soon. You turn the wheel a little bit too much or a little bit too little, and you're going to find yourself wrecked out of the race really quickly. So there really is no ample opportunity for these guys to kind of turn off their brain, recollect, get gathered up, and then kind of get back on the charge once they're done. But it's, other than the cautions, they get the cautions, of course. Those are kind of a nice break from the action. But we haven't had too many of those, Ken. We've only had the stage cautions and 1 caution for cause, which is pretty crazy for a track like Charlotte.
It's such a long race. I think only 1 yellow is just thinking about, okay, can we have a little bit more? Hopefully I'm not in them, but nonetheless, it is, I think, to what your point says, just so hard to make this race happen if you're a race car driver and to continue going over these long distances. Even the Coke Series, in the top level Premier iRacing NASCAR Series, they don't do these lengths. They don't go 100%, much like the real life NASCAR Cup Series does, and that's why this series has gotten its name, 100% Cup Series. This series is all about 100%, whether it's on effort, whether it's on consistency, whether it's on the action on track, whether the drivers are going 100% all the time, and of course the lengths of these races that are 100% identical to the real life NASCAR Cup Series, which we're going to see tomorrow night when the Cup Series goes to the Coca-Cola 600. They're going to be doing this exact thing. They're going to be hyperactive as always through 400 laps and 600 miles. It's exactly what you're seeing right now here on the racetrack. A bit of a recap so far. The top 10, Adam Benefield continues to lead by about 3.4 seconds over the 10 of Robert Miller. Jonathan Delaney currently walks through the last step of the podium with Cameron Stone in 4th. Ryan Samuelson ending up in the top 5. His car's performing a lot better tonight. Bryson Ixabal, though, not too far. He's moved up to 6 in the running order. Just got by the 65 of Sean O'Brien Jr. Michael Skinner works for the 8th position right now with the 24 of Kevin Steele, not too far behind it. Mason Lowry in his Toyota Camry rounds out the top 10. Andre, I think for now, with about 2 laps left in the stage, it is going to be a focus on what's going to happen down pit road, what's going to be the matter there, and how that is going to pan out, which drivers are going to gain positions, which drivers are not. As Benefield will come through turn 2, he'll go to the back straightaway, go 2, 3, and 4, and then he will take the R Publix Chicken Tender Subs on sale.com. 1 to go in stage number 2.
Right now, it looks like everything is going to be fairly consistent for the end of this stage. I mean, nobody's really within striking distance of Adam Benefield. The next car back is 3 seconds. You got 2 seconds of separation between Jonathan Delaney, and then you've got just about 12 seconds from Delaney all the way back to Cameron Stone. So, like you said, it's going to be all about the pit stop. Who can gain some track position? I think that's going to be the important thing there. If Robert Miller or Jonathan Delaney can get a good pit stop, which, by the way, we've seen Jonathan Delaney get some fantastic pit stops tonight, maybe get out in front of Adam Benefield somehow, use that track position to their advantage, that could be all the difference. But for right now, that's in the future, and the present is Adam Benefield crossing the line to win stage number 2 of the event here in Charlotte. So that is going to be our second stage winner, as our first stage winner, Bryson Ixenbaugh, actually managed to claw his way up to P6. Last time we talked about him, he was in 10th there, Ken, and then he made it all the way to just outside the top 5. An impressive comeback from the 63. The rest of the top 10 drivers, as Ken mentioned, Robert Miller, Jonathan Delaney, Cameron Stone, Ryan Samuelson, Bryson Ixenbaugh, Sean O'Brien Jr., Michael Skinner, Kevin Steele, after his pit stop mishap, managed to get up to P9, and Mason Lowry, of course, grabbing that last stage point. And now, everybody's going to be gathered up. They're going to make their way down pit road. We're going to find out who is able to get the jump on pit road, and then probably going to have a word with Adam Benefield, our second stage winner.
We're indeed going to have our word with Adam Benefield. Going to ask him how he feels about this stage win, as the iRacing official pace car will catch the entire field out of turn 2 to the back straightaways. So, I'm pretty sure it's going to go 4 tires and fuel here this time by. If you're guys like Kevin Steele, I know you want to keep in mind that you do not want to overshoot pit road again. For everybody else, that is the same. We've seen, or at least I've seen in my previous experience, there has been leaders that have led the race, have been so dominant, and a mistake down pit road costs them the lead, costs them track position, and it ends up in a downward spiral. Hopefully for Adam Benefield, that does not seem to be the case. But as for pit road, it is open right now, and the zoo is full. Everybody about down from the lead lap.
And there was, it looks like a couple cars, lap cars worth of separation between the leader and the 2 cars behind him, Delaney and Robert Miller. So it's going to make it a little bit harder for them to get out in front. But again, we've seen some fantastic stops out of that number 9 crew. So let's see what happens here as Benefield pulls into his pit stall. He's going to get that thing serviced, as well as Cameron Stone. Pretty much everybody else on the lead lap is going to make their way in. Jonathan Delaney's already got the right side of that car lifted up in the air. Then the left side goes up. Everybody working their way into their stall. There goes Samuelson. And looks like Benefiel is going to win the race out of pit road, and Jonathan Delaney not quite going to get out ahead of Robert Miller. That was a almost too close to call situation there. The number 9 and the number 10 were nose to nose when they touched that line coming out of the pits. But as far as iRacing is concerned, Robert Miller is going to maintain his P2 position. Now, let's go ahead and have a word with Adam Benefiel. I'm going to hand him to you, Kenneth.
Well, Adam Benefiel, the Stage 2 winner here tonight for the A Billion Wood Project 600. Adam, it seemed as though when you started from this field in 17th, you were able to get through the field. Top 5 seemed to be enough for Stage 1, but it kind of looked like in Stage 2, your car turned on the jets in your car and came to life. What adjustments made your car as strong as it was in this second stage?
Oh, no, man. This thing's driving like a dump truck. It's terrible. Worst car I've ever had here. I'm kidding. It's very good. It's very good. We were just riding. We knew we had a good car, and we were just going to ride and try to take care of our stuff. And I don't really think that we touched the car the whole entire night. Until now, we made a little bit of a adjustment to try to keep up with the racetrack cooling off. So it's pretty good.
Well, you caught me off guard there. I was about to say a worst handling race car in the world. It certainly got you to that stage win, but now I think it's looking forward to what's going to happen for the rest of this race. You've led a good amount of laps to your credit. You've got this stage win, and now you will be leading this field on the next restart with the next half of this race going to start very soon. Is there any motive you're going to carry from the first 200 laps or so to bring into what the next 200 laps will be?
Just the same thing we've been doing. I got Dustin Hall, my teammate, normally runs with me. He's suspended, but he's up on the box this week making the calls. So I'm just going to go out here, hold the steering wheel, and let him call the race. And the car is good enough to win. But I know we've been keeping an eye on Bryson. He had a little mess up, but he's still running the same times he was running before that happened. So he'll be good. It was a good race Wednesday night in NIS between me and him. We were a little bit better Wednesday night, but if I know Bryson, he didn't just sit around and say that's good enough. He worked on his stuff, and it should be good. We'll just, if we can get the hell out of Dodge, I think we'll be all right.
Well, I guess that's the goal here for the next couple of stages, all the way to lap number holding on. Remember, we've seen a lot of race out of his Chevrolet Camaro tonight, so we could definitely see a battle for the race lead happen within the next couple laps if they're able to set it up. As more drivers continue to fan out, still side by side though, for position behind at the end of the top 10.
Absolutely, and it does seem like Ryan Samuelson was able to kind of get the car underneath him once he got kind of figured out there. I mean, he was stuck on the high line, really had no option other than to let some of those guys go. But once he got into clean air, he got slotted in. He's maintained 6th place, and he's actually currently holding off Bryson Hixenbach, who isn't really gaining or losing any time behind him. So that's 16 with a quick recovery after a bit of a disastrous restart. So curious to see where he continues to go and up towards the front of the field. Like you mentioned, we've already got Adam Benefiel driving out to quite a lead. Last time at the line, it was 0.3 of a second. This time, it's probably going to be a little bit more than that. Let's go ahead and see as the timing and scoring updates. It was 0.3. Now it's 0.3 again. So actually, caution flag flies. Wow, this is the first caution for cause since our caution, I believe, on lap 52 when Bryce Hoffman got into the sand barrels. Let's take a look at a replay here, Ken.
Seemed to have involved a couple of drivers near the rear of the field. Most notably, I believe, Randy Drumhiller might have been involved in this, but it started up ahead the road. Joshua Slade in the 7 gets put to the outside wall. You see the smoke get around. Actually, that was Bird and the 44 of Drumhiller getting around the incident. That was the cause of the smoke there, but it was a one-car crash here. The 7, you see him there. His car gets unsettled. I don't think no help from anybody here. Andre just got his car overcorrected. Bunch of drivers trying to scrabble away and get away from it all. But the 7 goes hard into the outside safer barrier, goes straight for the toe to pit road.
That's a rough situation for Joshua Slade. You never want to wreck out in your league debut. You never want to make that kind of impression. But the nerves, sometimes they can get to you. Even if you're the best driver in the world, you make mistakes, and it's kind of unfortunate that this happened in his league debut. He's having a pretty good run leading up to this. He was running, I believe, top 15, and had a pretty solid day going in that number 7. Not sure how much damage he really. I mean, he did get a lot of damage, but oh wow, look at this. Adam Benefiel down pit road. A lot of the leaders coming down pit road, Ken. This is really surprising. We just came down pit road about 12 laps ago, and already we've got Adam Benefiel, Mike Skinner, Robert Miller, Ryan Samuelson, Bryson Hixenbaugh. Most of the leaders came down pit road after just 12 short laps.
You gotta think that this could be a call for fuel. I'm seeing the jacks getting lifted on some of these cars. So indeed, this is not just a fuel-only stop. These are tires as well. Gotta think with the 12 sets that they were given here tonight, that they're burning this off fairly quickly, and even bigger, that we have a big momentum shift in the running order. Michael Skinner goes out first, as Adam Benefield seems to waste more time on pit road. Could this potentially be some extra fuel, some extra service to his car? Because he's losing a lot of time right now on his stop.
Yeah, he is losing quite a bit of time. We've seen Adam Benefiel jump out of the car momentarily to handle real life situations and get back in, especially when he feels confident that his car can win. So maybe that's what's going on right here. I don't think this is a technical issue. As there he goes. He's coming out of his pit stall right now. So, maybe a little bit of a bathroom break, perhaps there, Ken, for the driver of the 83 as he gets back out.
Well, I won't blame him. It's 400 laps. I think if I was a driver there, I think that the high intensity things going on in the body, I think I would have to go for at least one bathroom break before it's all said and done. So I guess if he's going for that, I won't blame him using that extra time to his benefit. Here's Jonathan Delaney. He stayed out an extra lap, so he led that last time by lap 212, and now at lap 213, he's going down pit road, so he's going to lose some track position along the way. That will hand the lead to the 00 of Michael Skinner. So I think for Delaney, he was planning to stay out, but then saw that everybody behind him went down pit road and probably second-guessed his decision, and now he's going to join the rest of the fray, be on fresh tires and fuel. So this will make things very interesting here, Andre, because we have another new leader under the caution flag. And this time we've had a couple lead changes from green flag and yellow flag circumstances here tonight. We have not seen Skinner occupy the top position on the racetrack. And now we have a very different running order because we have Robert Miller still in second. We have Kevin Steele now working to the top three. Bryson Hixenbaugh has worked his way to fourth. But take a look at these drivers in the top 10 that could still have a chance. Ryan Samuelson still in fifth. Jason Taylor still sixth. Sean O'Brien seventh. Cameron Stone eighth. Mason Lowry ninth. And not a driver that we've talked about too much tonight, Andre, the 38 of Brandon Pierce in this top 10. So two dominant drivers so far, with Hixenbaugh and Benefield now not in the race lead or within the top three, as a matter of fact.
And it's definitely going to open the door up, I think, for some of these drivers who have been just on the cusp of being able to lead some laps, but just off pace enough that they couldn't quite get the overtake. So Michael Skinner, he's going to be leading the way. He's been up front all night long. He just hadn't quite been able to get to the top of that mountain and take the lead. Now he's got it. It's going to be his first time in clean air. And let's see what that 00 can do in clean air. I think he's going to have some speed. And I think eventually we're going to see Benefield back up with these guys. And we're going to see Bryson catch up as well. And some of these other guys, Delaney, who also lost some track position. But for now, the running order has gone through one of the biggest shakeups it's gone through in quite some time in this race. So it's going to be fun to watch what some of these guys can do.
Well, that's going to push two drivers that we looked at, Adam Benefield and Jonathan Delaney, in 11th and 12th respectively. So we'll try and keep an eye on them, keep our eyes peeled for whether they could start to claw their way up through the field, especially with some of the short run pace that we've seen out of the 9 car. It won't be surprising to see him try to aggressively cut his way forward to the front of this field. We did see Michael Skinner in dirty air get very loose over a run, and I think hopefully the adjustments and also this clean air up front will help and remedy some of those issues that he's had tonight. This will be the first laps that Skinner ends up leading from the front of the field. Robert Miller to his outside, Kevin Steele, Hixenbaugh, your second row, followed by Jason Taylor, Ryan Samuelson in 6th. Again, look back to Cameron Stone, Sean O'Brien to 8th, and then Brandon Pierce, Mason Lowry, your top 10. The work out of turn number 4. We got to restart on lap number 216. With 400 left for the Abillion Wood Project 600 from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Pace car makes its left, and here comes Michael Skinner to the restart zone, to the stripe, and back to the green flag here at Charlotte.
And it's a great restart for the double O. It's always difficult, you know, when you haven't been the control car all night long. It's kind of difficult to get the exact restart you want and to not spin your tires. And sometimes you get a little bit nervous, you make some mistakes, but that was a veteran restart by the double O. He was able to get out ahead of number 10, Robert Miller, who is actually getting a bit of a run down the back straightaway, but for the most part, behind him, we've single filed out until you get to Ryan Samuelson in that number 16, who's actually going to be making a move on Bryson Hixenbaugh. Now, Hixenbaugh, not the fastest short run car. We've seen him fall back on these restarts time and time again, but we do know that he has a lot of long run speed. So right now, the 63 probably has his hands full with this setup, trying to figure it out, trying to make sure that he can kind of keep a grip on things and not fall too far back until his car starts to come to life. And Samuelson actually losing a little bit of time there as well. He dropped back and he's battling with Jason Taylor in that 37. There's a driver we haven't talked too much about, Ken, but Jason Taylor has kind of quietly worked his way up into the top 10, where he remains, and he is engaged in a battle. But we got a new fastest lap of the race, I believe, and that is a current race leader, Michael Skinner, in that double O. So I said, let's see what he can do. Well, he can set the fast lap for the race, Ken.
We said, what can he do in clean air? I think this has done wonders for the driver of the 00. It seems as though his car seems to be handling well. That lap time also proves how well his car has been functioning. I think he worked back, though, to the driver of that 37. And indeed, we haven't really talked about the driver of that 37, Jason S. Taylor, who's currently riding in the 6th position. We saw him start in the top 3 to begin this race when the green flag dropped. So I think this is a fairly good comeback, and we've seen him riding around the top 10, top 15. And now as the sun starts to set, we're going into a better pace in terms of his car and the way he's handled his car so far here tonight. Again, we're going to mention it once more here, Andre, and I think this is going to be, again, another crucial one for the end of this race, is the fact that you see a lot more shade on the racetrack where your eyes are not deceiving you, because the sun is starting to set. The sky is getting a lot darker. The sun's going to go peek behind the grandstand, and it won't make the cars as slick as they were to start this event, because now the track temps are going down, the sun's going to go down, the moon's going to come up, the lights are going to flicker on. These guys are in turn going to have a lot more grip. You see the temperature there, 69 degrees Fahrenheit here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, with a track temp of 75 degrees Fahrenheit. We started with way more when we started this race, so it is getting ultimately better and better on the grip side for these drivers. And I think even to compound with Michael Skinner's loose issues to start this race, there's no more sun, there's no more worries about the car going loose around him.
For sure. And right now, I think, is when we're going to finally start to get an idea of how this race might play out. Because doing well in the early portions of the race, that's great. If you can get out there, lead some laps, win a stage, that's fantastic. But it doesn't necessarily tell you much about how the race is going to play out, because the track changes so much. Now that the sun's going down, the track temps are getting a little bit closer to what they're going to be at the end. Now we're going to be able to see whose car is going to handle these temperatures, whose car is fast at night. Right now, I think Michael Skinner is the car that is really adapting to these cooler temps, probably the best at the moment.
So far, a couple of drivers now within the top 5 have kept themselves in about a second. That is up to 4th place Bryson Hixenbaugh. So Robert Miller, Kevin Steele, don't look now. These guys continue to find their way. They're also setting fairly similar lap times to Michael Skinner, although Skinner has been a bit faster than them. And we'll see how they're able to maneuver themselves through the long run. There is a battle, though, up beneath the field. We talked about the 2 drivers that fell back on that recent pit stop, Jonathan Delaney and Adam Benefield. They're taking a dynamic duo approach to this one, carving through the field. And side by side they go, as Benefield will get the better of him for 7th, rather.
And right now on your screen, that is the number 9 Delaney, who's currently kind of engaged in a battle there. He's continuing to really apply some pressure, but he hasn't quite been able to make the move on Benefield. This is, of course, the battle for 7th position. Both of these drivers losing substantial track position under that last sequence, and now they are doing everything they can to try to charge up through the field. But I got to be honest, Ken, they're not making up the ground that I thought they were going to make up. I really thought Benefield and Delaney were going to kind of immediately start carving their way up through the field, but maybe with the long run setups they have, it's going to take them a little bit longer than expected to get back up there.
And this kind of bewilders me a little bit because I said before the restart that the 9 of Delaney, I figured that he was going to be the faster out of the two because of the way his car has handled so well on the short run, how fast he's been. We've seen him take over the race lead. We've seen him pounce for position in the middle of the top 5. So if there was anything to prove for the 9, or that anything that has been proved over the first 226 laps, is the fact that Delaney definitely had a lot of short run prowess, and I figured that he was going to be further up the field with the way his car is handled, but it seems as though it's the opposite. I think some of those adjustments have more adjusted to the long run setup, with the same that Adam Benefield has kept on his Ford Mustang all night long, as Benefield's going to go underneath the 65 Sean O'Brien for the 7th spot, or for 6th rather. Here comes Hicksonball up the road though for position. This is for the 3rd running position on the racetrack underneath Kevin Steele. He's going to put his Camaro down there, put his nose through, and Hicksonball goes up to the top 3. Still about a half a second away though from the driver of the 10, Robert Miller, who's kept himself clear with Michael Skinner so far as they work back to turn 3.
The number 10 and the 00 have definitely kind of broken away from the field here, but Bryson Hicksonball is lapping a little bit quicker than the leader. So if he keeps up this pace, he's going to get there eventually. And what a comeback it's been for Bryson to go from spinning through the infield, catching some air, going for a ride all the way back up to the podium. And really, he's not even at much of a disadvantage anymore, because the cautions have kind of got everybody on the same sequence, the same strategy. They're on the same tires. And the damage that Bryson accrued there doesn't really seem to be affecting his lap times any. It really seems like, whoa, as our leader gets really sideways out of the corner, that was something. Man, oh man, that was a big moment for the 00. And seems like that's a running trend here, Ken. Like that 00, Michael Skinner, he's fast. He is real fast right now. But at the expense of stability. I think that car is not very stable. And though he's able to turn some really great lap times, it is a handful to get around this track.
Do you think I did the commentator's jinx or commentator's curse by saying that if the track grip was going to go up, that his car was going to get a little more snug?
Yeah, it's a possibility. We seem to do that a lot around here.
Well, that seemed to happen in any case that I'm in the booth, so I guess that you can't really escape that sort of sequence there of a commentator jinx. They're riding on board though with 2nd place next to C Sports' Robert Miller, his 10 machine. Seeing the last lap comparisons on the bottom of your screen, a little bit faster throughout the last couple of laps than Michael Skinner in comparison. So Miller is certainly keeping him there, but not going to help a little bit more as Skinner tapped the outside wall. Got to give a bit more of an advantage there for Robert Miller. I think that may be a brown pants moment for Miller if you're riding behind the leader, who seems to get right in the outside wall, and that loses him a bunch of time. And now the question stands, does he have a lot of damage to his right side?
Yeah, from my perspective, it doesn't look like he got any damage from that, but I'll tell you what, he can't keep doing that. He is losing time to the cars behind at a drastic rate, and you can save the car 9 times out of 10. It'll jump out and you can catch it, but eventually you're not going to be able to catch it. It's going to get sideways enough that you cannot correct that car, and at that point he's going to be going for a ride. So he's got the track position. If he wants to keep it, he's really got to focus on keeping those tires underneath him and not getting sideways like that, because, man, that car looks like it is absolutely evil right now coming out of those corners. And, of course, right now there's contact. Robert Miller puts the bumper to the 00. Michael Skinner now moving to the bottom. They're going to be side by side. Skinner loose. More contact. Robert Miller through pit road. Hard hit to the outside wall for Michael Skinner. And Bryson is going to be the leader of the line.
And the leaders make contact. Caution waves at lap 233. And we had mentioned the issues with the 00. Him and the 10 of Robert Miller both get collected. They both made contact, and it started in turns 3 and 4. We'll take a look at the replay here and get a look at exactly what happened. You'll see it here. It was right there the incident started, but it was contact even earlier in the midst of the corners that began all of this leading up to the start-finish line. You see the contact there with Miller. Miller goes for a spin. It started right here. Contact from Miller to the back bumper of the 00. Fantastic save by Skinner, but it was not enough to get away from the outside wall. Tried to veer it left, ultimately got into Miller, and then he himself goes slamming into that dogleg section of the front straightaway. Take a look again at Andre. I don't think this was at any point a sort of calming for either of these drivers as they go into turn 3 and 4.
No, not at all. And I really don't think the 00 getting loose out of turn 4 had anything to do with that prior contact. because that double O, he was sideways out of that corner every single time. You can see he gathered the car up right there. He was fine. And then right there, he did what he's done for the last few laps, and he just got a little bit sideways. And I said, you can do that 9 times out of 10, but there's always going to be that time where it gets away from you. And right there, it didn't work out. He had a car underneath of him. He got into a fishtail there and ultimately got into the outside wall. So majority of the leaders going to work their way down pit road, but we are going to throw it to a quick commercial break and bring it back to the drop of the green for the rest of the action here at Charlotte.
Back live from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Abilene Wood Project 600 from Charlotte right now on 3Wide TV. Kenneth Bueno and Andre Grambush along with you for the ride. 236 laps complete. Our most recent yellow flag involving Michael Skinner, the 00, and the 10 of Robert Miller. Both of them going down pit road for damage. Miller has been mired back to 15th. And as for the driver, the 00, he's back 2 laps down, still on pit road in P20. So that leaves Bryson Hicksonball, the pole sitter for tonight's race, on the front row. He'll be leading us from the outside lane. First time we see the leader do that tonight on a restart. Ryan Samuelson will be to his inside. He is P2, followed by Adam Benefield, Jonathan Delaney, 2 drivers we saw and get mired back in the recent pit stop strategy. They're now back in this fight with a shot to get to the front of this race and try to win stage number 3. Remember, we have our final stage coming to a close at lap 300 before we go for a 100 lap dash to the finish of this race. Pace car will come back down to the safety of pit road. It'll be Hicksonball Camaro and the 16 Ryan Samuelson's Ford Mustang back to the green flag at lap 237.
And away they go. Bryson getting a fantastic jump there, as we tend to see out of him. And that's going to be the first time pretty much since that mishap that he's going to find his way to the point. And he is going to use that clean track very well as he's already pulling out two behind him. You got Ryan Samuelson currently being overtaken by Adam Benefiel, and now Jonathan Delaney working his way around the bottom. So Ryan Samuelson having a really great night tonight. Like I said, when we saw how, oh, caution flies again. Interesting. I wonder what happened. Must have been a little bit further. Oh, okay. Yep. Looks like it involved the 23. 23, of course, piloted by Jonathan Alardo, another driver making his league debut. Gonna have to wait a moment and see if we can identify exactly what happened, as we do have a replay queued up. Here we go. Keep your eye on that number 23 machine. Comes around the middle of the corner. Looks like some tire smoke in front of him, so something happening ahead of him.
Oh, it was Damaris Hickenbottom. He got into him, and then you see the 23 of Villado go hard into the outside wall. But there was also the 44 of Randy Drumhiller. He got involved in that as well. So first incident we see Damaris Hickenbottom involved in. You see it coming out of turn 4. Hickenbottom goes up the track. There was a bit of smoke up ahead the road, but I don't think that was the cause for incident here. Just coming back down the track at a turn 4, gets in a Drumhiller. He goes sent down the racetrack, and then coming back up the track with the 23 of Alardo, sends him into it as well. Alardo was the last driver on the lead lap at this point of caution. You see it here, the 09 chases the car down low, and I think Andre, much like we've seen with many other drivers tonight, just a simple fact of getting loose the 9 times out of 10, it was that 1 time out of 10 that the car snaps away, has to chase it, can't really catch it, and he makes contact with another driver.
Yeah, that's definitely what it seems like. In turn 4, it's going to continue to be a trouble spot. It's one of those situations where you have a bump coming out of the corner. There's a section where the pavement is not really that smooth, and it gets your car really unsettled. And as this track temperature goes down, you're going to be having higher and higher race speeds as you round turns 3 and 4, which means you're hitting that bump at higher speeds, which means your car is getting even more unsettled, which I think is why we're really starting to see some drivers struggle with that now versus earlier in the race. So it's a tough part of the track. It's just like that in real life. I mean, iRacing scans these tracks in and gets every little bump and crack and crevice into the game 100% accurately, and that is exactly what the drivers will actually be dealing with tomorrow at Charlotte. And of course, that time it just got away from them. So rough situation, and hopefully these guys are kind of using this string of cautions as a bit of a wake-up call, saying, all right, we got a good 161 laps remaining in this event. So maybe get back to that single file sort of methodical racing we had before,
And already combined within the first 100 laps of this race compared to, I guess, say the last 30 or 40, we've had more cautions in this last stint altogether than the cautions total that we had in the first 100 laps. Remember, we had 1 caution for incident early in this race, and then from now, they've started to compile on as the sun starts to set and as we get later into this race. Got to have a feeling that the intensity is going to also start to raise as well. We have a couple drivers now up to the top 4 that surely have been the heavy hitters. Bryson Ixom on the lead, Adam Benefiel second, Jonathan Delaney third, Ryan Samuelson fourth, and under that last yellow flag before Damaris Hickenbottom, Randy Drumhiller, and the 23 of Villado got into an incident. I was hearing them over the radio. They were kind of having a little joking conversation that Benefiel was like, oh, it's nice up here. And then Ryan Samuelson says, yes, it is very nice up here, before Adam Benefiel says, well, don't mess this up cleanly. I think he said it. He used different language, but you kind of understand where I'm coming from there at that point. So I think now they're definitely having a lot of fun, but at some point, Andre, you have to recognize that this race is starting to come to a close, and you kind of have to turn on sort of that focus face for the last 100 laps.
100%. Speaking of the race coming to a close, we've got a driver in the Infield Care Center whose race came to an early end. It's Michael Skinner, the driver of the Double O, who was just involved in that prior incident. Kenneth, take it away.
Well, Michael, we saw you up at the front of this field. You led a good amount of laps up ahead, but it seemed as though your car seemed to be very loose. Seems as though you were fighting with that all night. Walk us through that situation there. What happened?
Yeah, I got behind from the beginning of the race. Just overdid it for, I don't know. I went in practice, said, all right, let me loosen the car up. But clearly I overdid it. And then I finally got it actually pretty good. Maybe about 2 stops before that when I wrecked. And then when I got into clean air, I really liked it. It's just I don't know what I did. I've sort of looked at the replay, but I mean, I don't know if I pissed Robert off early in the race some way, shape, or form. But I, just went into turn 3 and it felt like he just drove me straight into my left rear, and then I pretty much drifted all of 3. I pretty much gathered it up by the exit of 4, but I was four-wheel sliding into the fence. So I tried to quickly get it away from the fence, and I just lost it and cleaned us both out. So I'm sorry for cleaning him back out again, but yeah, I'm not really sure why he proceeded to drive through me entering the corner.
Certainly, nonetheless, and a tough break for you in the 0-0. Surely a lot of fun. Your car was one of the standouts in the spotlight throughout the field as we were going through this race. Well, we certainly hope that the night went better, but we wish you the best of luck moving forward. And of course, thank you for joining us here.
Thanks for bringing me up. Hopefully, we'll get him back next week.
Michael Skinner, unfortunate end to his night. We saw him up at the front of this field and wheeling that race car, I think, more than anybody else has so far tonight. And unfortunately, he still rides on pit road trying to fix some of that damage there from that incident with Robert Miller. Hopefully, we see him for the rest of this season, putting up some great performances, great finishes, and great things out of the driver of that Chevrolet like we saw so far here tonight. Well, we're ready to get this restart lined up. Lap 243. Bryson Hicksaball, Adam Benefield, your front row. Jonathan Delaney and Ryan Samuelson to tail behind them. Pace car will make the solid left to pit road. And again, Bryson Hicksaball, your pole sitter, will lead us back to the green flag. Back up the gas and back up the gears we go. At lap 243. Good start by Hicksaball this time by.
How many times have we seen that tonight? Is look at that. There goes Jonathan Delaney on the bottom lane. He's going to be trying to get around the 83 if he can, and he does. Here now to turn 4, up into P2, but here comes the 83 striking back. It's going to be a bit of a crossover move. Benefield to the quarter panel of the 9. Is he close enough? Yes, he is. Down to the bottom, side by side, using the draft from Bryson. And back up into second, just barely. Jonathan Delaney going to try to fight back again. These two just not going to let each other go. Right behind them, you've got Ryan Samuelson in 4th, not letting them slip away either. He's keeping pace with these guys as they battle it out. And now we got a battle for the lead. Looks like Adam Benefield is going to get to the bottom of the 63. I think Bryson might have got a little loose out of that corner, and that's what opened the door. So he's going to fall back not 1, but 2 positions, maybe 3 if Samuelson can get to him in time. Samuelson clipping the grass. He's going to get to the bottom of Bryson. So now going through 1 and 2. We're going to take a look at a replay on our 3-wide TV. We had a car, I believe that's the number 22, getting big sideways through 3 and 4. And oh boy, oh my goodness. It does not get any closer than that. That literally does not get any closer. I cannot believe there was no contact there. That was incredible. But in the meantime, while that was all going on, the battle for the lead not going over. Jonathan Delaney keeping pace with the leader. Ryan Samuelson in 3rd. He was able to get around Bryson Hicksaball. Now look at this. Ken, somebody in the top 5 we haven't seen yet tonight in the top 5. Dalton Mobley at number 77 is trying to make a move for 3rd.
Dalton Mobley started 19th in this race, and again, we haven't spoke about him much throughout tonight's action, but it seems as though now is the time to press the go pedal because that 77 has moved himself into the top 3. Bryson Hicksaball, though, in a lot of trouble. He's getting put under pressure by the 24, Kevin Steele. They head back to turn 1, an inside move, a little bit of a wobble out of the 24. We'll give the 63 the advantage up top. We have fantastic racing, about 2x2 in between this top 10 as Adam Benefield continues to lead the way through. You saw that replay. That was the 22 of Jamison Pearson. Struck the outside wall in surprise. That race control did not deem that as a yellow flag, or at least iRacing didn't constitute it as a yellow flag. So we continue green flag racing. And it seemed as though, Andre, that we're seeing sort of the same phenomenon happen in the second half of this race where Bryson Hicksaball gets not as good of a restart. He gets passed by one person, and then all of a sudden the door ends up wide open for everybody else to come by, and it has not been easy to get his position back, as meanwhile, batter for second trying to heat up. Dalton Mobley tried to peek his nose underneath Jonathan Delaney for a moment.
Yeah, look at this, man. That number 77 really picked up some pace. He actually got up to the bumper of the number 9. You can see him backing off a little bit now. I think that might be a conscious decision. He didn't want to get too close to that number 9, didn't want to risk getting into him and bumping him, but man, good for Dalton. You know, like, he's been in this league for so long. And he's had so many good runs, but nothing really came to fruition recently, at least. Now he's up here in the podium, showing why he's here, showing that he's got what it takes. And he's duking it out with pretty much some of the best drivers in the league. Delaney, Hicksonbaugh, Benefiel, Samuelson. I mean, he is doing a fantastic job tonight. And you love to see it. I mean, sometimes, you watch race after race and you see the same faces in the top 5 over and over and over again. But every once in a while, you see somebody break their way up towards the front that you don't see, and it's always awesome.
It is definitely awesome, and it's even more awesome to see the storyline that develop over the course of 250 laps. Even though we're still about 150 laps away from the end of this, that kind of story from a driver that's usually in the mid part of the field, that's kind of hanging in there. He doesn't necessarily get too much spotlight, but then as the run progresses, as the race goes on, that car starts to come to life. The driver starts to get a little more comfortable, and then the speed starts to pick up. And for Dalton Mobley, that's really been the case. Started near the rear of this field, has picked things up, and is now in a solid position to go for second and potentially the race lead if he's got the opportunity to do so. So it's been fantastic to see the walk up through the field that Dalton Mobley has had so far. And also with Ryan Samuelson, these two have sort of had the same story, but a little bit struggling with their race cars to start this race. And then as the time progresses, as the sun starts to set, their cars get better. They start to develop a rhythm. They get into their groove, and they seem to pick up speed. They get blistering lap times, and now they're a potential in position to be in the top 5, top 3, or possibly the race lead. So it is fantastic to see all these drivers as they continue single file, and Benefiel continues to hold control for the moment.
Right now, I'm looking at that number 9. He looks like he is fighting that car right now. He got a little bit loose coming out of turn 4, like we've seen so many drivers do tonight. But also going into turn 2, you can see he's really juking the wheel getting into the corner. So I got to wonder if maybe he's feeling a little bit tight right now. And that's why he's really turning that wheel and just kind of step out that little bit on entry, and then it settles back down. But if that's the case, that's a good opportunity for Dalton. I mean, I think Dalton has the pace to get up into P2. He's just got to wait for the right opportunity. I've noticed a few times he gets up to the bumper of the 9, then he kind of fades back a little bit. I'm not sure if he's heating up his tires too much, and by the time he gets there, he's got to let off a little bit, or if maybe he just doesn't want to be too aggressive right now. That's another thing to consider. I mean, again, we're halfway through this stage. Maybe not too important to be aggressive right now. And of course, I think our pitting sequences have been kind of set to the point where most of these guys are good at the end. We're not going to see any green flag pit sequences. So right now, a lot of these guys probably just trying to turn their laps like in stage 1 when we got these longer ones. And look at that. There goes Ryan Samuelson, the bottom of the number 77. We got a battle for third. Here comes Damaris Hickenbottom, a lapped car, so they're going to be 3 wide momentarily. That acted as a bit of a pick, and it actually allowed the 77 to get back out ahead of Samuelson, who now is going to have to fall in the line. But this battle's not over yet. These guys are going to keep duking it out for third place.
This battle's certainly not over, especially when you add Bryson Hicksonbaugh into the mix, because now he goes to the inside of Ryan Samuelson for 4th, trying to make the move stick. They're both spread out to turn 2. Samuelson going to almost ride the wall on the way to the back straightaway. They maintain side by side. That is further going to help Dalton Mobley kind of walk away from these two in turn. And as for Hicksonbaugh, he's going to try to continue that trot up to the front with the long race pace. But again, you mentioned some of that pit strategy. And with the yellows, it's allowed a lot of these drivers to go down pit road. And for now, as they cross the stripe, it's about 23 laps on their stint if you walk through the race leaders and handful of drivers behind him. So within the next 20 to 30 laps or so, we may end up seeing these guys going down pit road, cutting it fairly close to the end of the stage. I don't believe even if you save, it'll be enough to make it there to the conclusion at lap 300. So we'll try to keep that in mind. There was a crossover move there. Solid one by Ryan Samuelson as he maintains position over Hicksonbaugh.
One thing I gotta wonder if it plays out the way you're saying, which it probably will, to the point where they're just a little bit short. Will we see anybody pit towards the end of the stage and then stay out during the stage break? That would help some drivers get some track position, I'd imagine, if some of these guys come down pit road a second time for that stage break after already coming down. So that could be interesting. That could actually add a layer of this strategy, as this battle for third is just really heating up. Here comes Samuelson again, charging another attack down on the bottom lane, almost clipping the grass. He's going to be door-to-door through 1 and 2. Bryson Hicksonbaugh in tow. It's going to put Dalton Mobley back to 4th and possibly 5th if Bryson's able to complete the maneuver. But Dalton getting a great run out of the corner, a little bit sideways there, had to let off the throttle. And now he's going to drop back to P5, now P6. I don't know. Whoa! I thought he was going to fall back to P6, but RJ Root got on the apron and got a little bit sideways there, had to let off the throttle, and that is going to keep them side by side through the quad oval.
And that's another driver, Andre, that we haven't mentioned in a while. RJ Root, who was running in the top 5. Now he's working his way back through the field. We saw him kind of mired back in traffic, and now seems to be the time where he's picking the pace up. Here's another crossover, though, by Ryan Samuelson. This battle has not simmered down just yet. Hicksonbaugh having to really work for position here as Samuelson tries to duck his nose underneath. Off the banking, though, it'll be Hicksonbaugh with the advantage. Both of them almost brushed the outside wall, and they may have to look for that green Chevrolet Camaro behind them to pounce if either of them make a mistake. That's only furthering ensuring the top two's position with Delaney and Benefield, because they both have spread themselves away about 2 seconds from the competition behind them from 3rd on back. So I think for Benefield and Delaney, this sort of long run seems to be making them a little more comfortable as the distance starts to grow even further.
And you know, I talked a lot about Ryan Samuelson back at the Dirt Bristol race, and I said, I believe, exactly in quotes, if the 100% Cup Series had a Most Improved Driver award, it would have to go to Samuelson. Last season, he was a driver who was not bad by any means. He was a very competent driver, but by his own admission, he didn't think he had the pace to win, and I don't think there was a lot of confidence behind the wheel. I feel like he was out there making laps and trying to kind of be courteous to everybody around him. You know, he would see cars coming up on him, and he wouldn't fight too hard for position because he didn't want to be the guy that was holding people up or causing incidents when he didn't need to. But this season, I don't know what changed, but he has come to life. He has had some fantastic runs. He's a lot more aggressive, and behind that wheel, I am seeing so much more confidence than he had before. He had a great run at Dirt Bristol. He's had a few good runs since then, and now here at Charlotte, he is making himself a contender. I mean, he's going to drop back to 5th maybe here if RJ Root can complete this pass, but running in the top 5 all night long, in and amongst some of the best drivers in the league, is absolutely something to be proud of. And if we were to get a late race caution, or if something were to happen where the cards kind of start falling in Ryan Samuelson's favor, he's a contender to win this thing. So I am really proud of that number 16 car out here making moves, trying to make it happen. Up towards the front of the field, on your screen right there, that's Jonathan Delaney. He's been 2nd place for some time. Ken, Adam Benefield took the lead, started to drive away with it. The gap now 1 second. So actually 2/10 faster for Benefield that time around than Jonathan Delaney. So he's continuing to extend this gap. And Bryson, more bad news for Jonathan Delaney. Bryson is also catching up to Delaney just a little bit here and there. And we know that Bryson has that long run speed. So now is about the time that 63 would start to come to life. So starting to see some dynamic change up front.
Definitely are, and for the driver of the 63, I think it just took him getting away from everybody else in traffic in order to fully showcase his long run speed and the setup that he has on his race car. So now that he's clear of RJ Root, Ryan Samuelson, and the drivers in the pack behind, he's now more able to focus on his own driving style and his own sort of rhythm that he can develop throughout this pack. You see a bigger pack, though, near the midst of the top 10. You see side-by-side between Sean O'Brien Jr. and Cameron Stone in the 57, and then behind them falls Dalton Mobley. So the long-run pace has not necessarily worked out in the 77's favor. Kevin Steele, Jacob Adams, Mason Lowry, and don't forget Jason S. Taylor, Brandon Pierce. They're also putting themselves in this small sort of pack. And again, another crossover by Sean O'Brien. They were side by side on the other end. Stone was on the inside. Now he defends up top. And I tell you, Andre, it does not get easy through any exit of the corners here. We've seen many instances of issues happen, especially off turn 4 where the wall comes up so quickly, especially when you're carrying this much speed. But also even in turn 2, there's kind of a crest that you build and you kind of go over when you go to the sort of flatter banking on the back straightaway that could also make your car a little bit tougher to drive, especially when you're side by side like these two were. And when you're on the outside, you sure can get that momentum with the top, with the at least the advantage with the throttle. But as soon as you get through that crest, it may not be easy because the wall will start to come up. The car may start to step out as a result.
It absolutely could, and like you said, it is the corner exit that is going to be the trouble spot for these guys. Primarily turn 4, but turn 2 as well to a slightly lesser extent. And you mentioned it. When you are around somebody, you can't run the preferred line. You are oftentimes restricted to running one very specific line, which means angling your car in a very specific way. And sometimes the way that the weight of your car is shifting around doesn't necessarily agree with the angle that you got to take. So it just gets tougher and tougher as the speeds of this track go up, the temps go down. I mean, at this point, I think the track is about where it's going to stay. The sun is completely down, the lights are on. We've kind of reached the track's final form, so to say. And so we're not going to be getting much faster through the corners, but man, they are carrying a ton of speed in these turns. I'm riding along with Bryson Hicksonbaugh, who is not even leading the race, and he's still running about 164 on corner exit. And that's on worn tires. When you get these guys on fresh tires, they're going to be rolling out of these turns at around 175, which is almost absurd when you think about the fact they only really get up to about 194-ish on the back stretch. So a lot of speed through these corners because of the amount of grip that this track has. And looking at the timing and scoring, a little bit of a side note here, Bryson is slowly closing in on Delaney, but Delaney is also slowly catching up to Benefiel in the last 30 laps of this stage. It was a 1.1 second gap, now down to 0.8. Although it could just be a similar situation to what we saw before, Ken, where John closes in a few tenths and then he gives it up, then he closes in a few tenths, then he gives it up. It's very easy to do at a track like this because with the way these corner exits are, your lap times are not always going to be consistent.
And it's also going to come down to repetition as well, because if, like I said earlier, the way this track is that if you're going to set yourself up for the inside, you have to do it right as corner entry starts, because even if you drift up a little bit high on your race car, it's going to stick to that middle lane. It's not going to really arc, especially under these older tires where the car is going to be a little more understeer and the grip's not really going to be there. So for Delaney, it could also be a sense of repetition, just trying to get himself through each and every corner the same way he did the last time, and then one kind of small input in the wheel makes the corner a little bit different than it was the last time by. Also compounding with the fact that the tires are still wearing as a result of now, even though they've worn a considerable amount, which means that he's having to play with the throttle a lot more, play with the brake going into the corner to make sure he even makes the corner and that he doesn't go up straight for the outside safer barrier. And as of the last times by, the gap has extended back to 1.250 seconds as Adam Benefiel continues to lead this race. We're about 30 laps, under 30 laps away from the conclusion of stage 3, so now we may end up stepping into green flag pit stop territory if these guys decide to do so. I haven't seen anybody, Andre, show some of those signals to save fuel, clutch, and coast. I don't think I've seen too many drivers do that so far in this stint. So you gotta wonder whether these drivers have it good enough to the end of this stage, or whether they're playing this gamble here and they're maybe either hoping for a caution or just waiting for the pit cycle to start.
It definitely could be, or like I said, maybe some of these drivers trying to stretch it out as far as they can so that when we reach the stage caution on lap 300, they don't have to come down again. That could definitely be something that some of these guys are going to try to do, or at the very least, it's something in the back of their mind that they know is a possibility, which could play into their strategy and the decisions that they make. So we'll have to keep an eye out for anybody trying to pull that kind of move. But really, right now, I think strategy is what it's going to come down to, because just like in the last stage, we're seeing a lot of separation between our front runners. We've got Adam Benefiel 1.2 seconds out over Jonathan Delaney, and we've got Bryson actually now falling back from Delaney. He is at about a 1.8 second deficit to the number 9. RJ Root is about 1.7 seconds back from Bryson, and Robert Miller is about, give or take, half a second from RJ Root. So a lot of separation. I think strategy is going to be the defining factor, and I think with the way those cautions played out, kind of opened the door for a lot of different strategies that these guys could kind of come up with.
Certainly makes the opportunities wider in that sort of case. And when things come a little bit short on fuel, these drivers get a little bit creative. Remember, again, like I mentioned here tonight, these drivers are mostly in communication with their teammates, with their strategists, with their crew chiefs, even with their spotters if they have them. They have a good amount of people to communicate with in order to develop strategies. So if something doesn't go to plan, or if the race goes to a certain circumstance, they can get creative with their strategies and try to think outside of the box. And usually in a good amount of ways, Andre, the outside of the box strategy somehow works in most cases, and we've seen it before. We can see it happen again as you're riding on board with the 3 drivers right here. That's the 65 of Sean O'Brien Jr. There's Kevin Steele behind him. This is a 3-car pack here, getting around the lap car of Damaris Hickenbottom, led by defending champion Cameron Stone. I think these drivers have already settled themselves well into the rhythm, and I think these 3, mostly Andre, have been fairly similar on pace as the sun starts to set.
Yeah, the pace has been very similar. And speaking of Kevin Steele, I feel like this has been a really good resurgence for him. I mentioned how his season so far has not gone the way that he wanted it to go. He's, by his own admission, had a lot of bad races lately, a lot of bad luck. Things have happened to him that were completely out of his control that ended up putting him out of the race. And so far tonight, in one of the most difficult, challenging races of the year, he's been running top 10 consistently, even despite that pit road mishap where he slid past the stall, lost a lot of time reversing back into it. He's gotten through that, and he's running in the top 10. He's not far behind Sean O'Brien Jr., not far behind Ryan Samuelson, those guys, as those guys continue to battle it out. And I really think as long as this top 10 stays together, and we don't see too many cars go a lap down, anybody's really in it. You know, you never know what's going to happen. We could get a late race caution. We could maybe even see some fuel mileage shenanigans, depending on how the cautions play out, if we were to get any, and at what point they came out. But here we go, the 24 making a move on Samuelson, really sideways, coming out of turn 4, didn't lose much speed. He was sideways, but he never lifted. He stayed on that loud pedal, and that allowed him to get around the number 16. So now that's going to put him up into 8th, so he's continuing his hunt towards the front. But yeah, as long as we don't see too many cars go a lap down and this top 10 stays running the pace that they're running, this really is one of those races that it's hard to predict. It could be anybody's game.
It is very hard to predict, especially if we stay green, because once yellows come out, or at least even then, in either case, I think if it stays green, we could have cycles, and drivers can mess up on the pit stop cycles. We've seen it happen before, and Kevin Steele can be one of those examples, either missing your stall or maybe getting a speeding penalty on the way in, maybe a speeding penalty on the way out, and then even the same, if a yellow flag comes out, that bunches the field back together and then creates more chaos because drivers going to be packed in, and then that's going to make for maybe some more aggression, maybe some more cautions, maybe some more moves throughout the field. We've seen the lead change hands a couple of times as a fact, or as a result of those restarts, so we could definitely see that happen. We're walking through our final 17 laps before this stage concludes at lap 300, and right now Adam Benefield continues to hold a 1.2 second gap over Jonathan Delaney. Here's a fight for the 4th position, and Andre, I don't think we were expecting to see Robert Miller back in this game, because we saw him spinning through the grass with some good amount of damage to his Toyota Camry that he still has on his race car tonight, and he still has not let up any of that speed, and he slowly has set a significant, consistent lap times the last times by, and RJ Root may have to look in his rearview mirror, see that Nexus Esports Camry start to chrome up.
Absolutely, and you know, we talked about it at the top of the broadcast. We said, with this being one of the longer races of the season, you can sometimes make mistakes, you can have misfortune befall you, and then you have so much time that you can actually overcome that, and you can make up for those mistakes. And we've seen that a good number of times tonight. We saw that with Bryson Hixenbach. He was kind of going for a ride through the infield. Now he's back up to P3. RJ Root himself got involved in a minor fender bender. He's up to 4th. And of course, Robert Miller sliding through the infield, involved in that incident with the 00. He's running 5th. And of course, Kevin Steele, pit road mistake. He's up there in 8th. So this race has been really up and down for a lot of these guys. And it's one of the things that makes this race so great, is you can see these drivers just go through the whole thing. You can see the setbacks and the comebacks. It's just really fun to watch, and something you maybe don't see at other events that are a little bit shorter.
Definitely in short events, you don't see that happen, and that's one of the great things about races like the Coca-Cola 600, and in this case, the A Billion Wood Project 600 here on the iRacing platform, is that with the length of that race, anything could happen. Drivers can go through hell and back, and they could end up back where they started, or even better than where they were before, possibly with damage, possibly with some incidents, and with some of the experience they gather over the course of this race. As you see, Adam Benefield coming off of turn 2, gap closed just a little bit, but again, we're still waiting for the conclusion of stage 3 to come about. We'll have pit stops, I believe, by that moment. And then from there, we'll try to work forward to our last stage, the last 100 laps, and get to lap 400 clean and steady, declare a winner in race 15 of the 100% Cup Series here for the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. There's been nobody, at least for the moment, that has decided to go down pit road. Most of the drivers have elected to stay out, so most of these drivers going the long way through and going the long way out. I think that's where this strategy holds for most of the drivers, just wanting to hold on, final 12 laps or so. I figure, Andre, even if it's not the end of the race, even if it's the end of stage 3, with the distance we have, there has to be sort of that feeling behind the wheel of, okay, I want to log in these laps, I want to get to the end of the stage, I want to keep going, but each lap feels longer and longer and longer.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you look at our current situation, right? It is 11:30 on the East Coast. Any other weekend for the 100% Cup Series, we'd be wrapping this race up. We'd be headed into the final 10 or 15 laps, and we'd be getting ready for our post-race interviews, and these drivers would be able to catch their breath and relax after a long night of racing. But tonight, it's 11:30, and we have over 100 laps remaining in this event. So it's a long night. And like you said, every lap is going to seem longer and longer for these guys. They're going to start to have a few more lapses in concentration here and there, because it's just being human. You know, you can't be tunnel vision, 100% focused for upwards of 4, 5, 6 hours and never have a lapse in concentration, never make a mistake. So it's just going to get tougher and tougher as this race progresses. And I'm sure a lot of these drivers are looking forward to the end of stage 3, so we can get into the final stage and really get that final push to the end. But yeah, a lot of drivers getting worn out physically and mentally right about now, I would assume.
Yeah, I think it's starting to settle in. It's starting to sink in, because within the first segment of this race, a lot of drivers, I think, can possibly presume that they're okay, that really nothing's going on, they're stable, they're all right, they're comfortable with running these amount of laps. And then by the time you get to the end, that's where it starts to sink in, sort of that exhaustion. You feel it a little bit in your arms. You kind of sense it in your mind that, okay, I'm getting a little bit tired. I keep thinking 150% now on the racetrack. I need to take a little bit of a break. And maybe the minds can wander off. I've seen some drivers, at least on the sim, they use music to kind of calm themselves down, music to help keep their minds off and help them stay focused without really purposely trying to focus themselves in. Kind of lets them settle into a rhythm and be a little bit more relaxed behind the wheel. I figure that's maybe the segment that we're reaching here with these drivers, and we're only 7 laps away from the conclusion of stage 3. So in just a matter of moments, we'll have the field bunched up, we'll have everything slowed down, and we'll be under the yellow flag going down pit stops. Take a look at this behind here with our 3-wide TV multicam. That is the 38th of Brandon Pierce. He's currently riding in 12th. You see him getting around the lap car of Preston McRae. He is trying to chase down 2 cars up ahead the road. That is Ryan Samuelson and Jason S. Taylor working for the edge of the top 10. So although many separation through the top 5, no separation from here on out.
Yeah, we got a lot of battling mid-pack. You can see there is 2 rows of cars that are too wide, and they are going to continue to battle there. And it seems like as we approach the end of the stage, I mean, I'm a little surprised that pit road has not gotten a little busier than it has. Nobody's made their way down pit road. You said it earlier, Ken, there's not really any way they could make it, even if they saved. So that's something that's kind of on my mind. And the other thing that I'm thinking about is, you know, if they can't make it, and we're getting this close to the end of the stage, and they're going to have to pit anyway, these guys are battling it out really hard. I mean, you can see Samuelson, Brandon Pierce, and the 37 as well, Jason S. Taylor. These guys are really duking it out over these last few laps, and they may have to pit soon. And here's another thing to think about here. The pit road is going to close with 2 to go in the stage. So it's lap 295 right now. Pit road's going to close at lap 298, I believe. So it'll actually be 3 to go in the stage. So if they're going to pit, they got to do it soon. This is kind of an intense end, even though we have some separation up towards the front of the field right now. This end of the stage is really up in the air right now.
It's very much up in the air, and these guys are fighting for what is some of the last stage points, right? Jason S. Taylor currently holds the 10th running position. When this stage ends, or if Taylor is able to stay in his position with the amount of laps left and go to lap 300, he will get the last stage point it will just be one, but it'll be one over the rest of the guys behind him, which is what they're trying to find, what they're trying to reach. So it's getting harder at that point for them to catch up. But at this point, with only 3 laps left, I'm figured that I'm guessing these drivers had enough, or maybe they were able to save enough under the yellow flag to get to the end, because we've seen drivers stretch it to about 63. But like you mentioned there, still very surprised that not many others have joined the couple to go down pit road. In fact, there really hasn't been anyone in the field on the lead lap or even under the lead lap to go down pit road within the last 50 or so laps. So it's probably just going to get down to the final 2 laps of the stage, and everyone's just going to go down pit road. And again, we're going to be posed once again under a final pit stop under green if necessary, because we're going to run 100 more laps to lap 400, and much like we've seen so far tonight, those drivers can't make it 100 laps, so they'll have to pit at least once more.
Yeah, absolutely. If somebody goes 100 laps, they need to check their fuel cell and their roll cage, see if there's any fuel hidden inside that roll cage. The old smoky eunuch move there, because that ain't gonna happen. So they're definitely gonna be pitting at least one more time under green, most likely. But pit road has closed, so if these guys really are short on fuel, they missed their chance. Pit road is closed. We're gonna have to get this thing to the end of the stage, and right now Adam Benefiel is leading the way, as he's going to be coming to the line this time for the R Publix chicken tender subs on sale.com white flag of the stage with a 0.4 second lead over Jonathan Delaney, who, by the way, has been closing in by about a tenth every lap for the last 4 to 5 laps, just running out of time as it is the final lap. He's not quite going to get there this time, but a little bit of separation between him and second place. Adam Benefiel is going to dive it into 3 and 4. And around he goes to the start-finish line. There we go. Adam Benefiel getting his second stage win of the night. Jonathan Delaney second in this stage. Bryce Nixonbaugh third. RJ Root fourth. Robert Miller fifth. Cameron Stone sixth. Kevin Steele seventh. Sean O'Brien Jr. eighth. Mason Lowry ninth. And that final stage point, after all that battling, is going to go to Jason S. Taylor in the 37th car.
4th stage win for the driver of the 83 for Team Conti. Adam Benefiel gets it done at lap 300. There's the yellow flag waved by the race officials. And now we get to slow things down and prep ourselves for the next 100 laps of this A Billion Wood Project's 600 for the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. So they'll try to catch up to the iRacing official pace car. We'll settle things down, get everybody bunched up, and we'll most likely have, or I think 100% confirmed, we'll have green flag pit stops. Don't believe we'll see anybody staying out for the most part. But now, Andre, I figure that each stage, I think we've seen out of each stage that they produce different results. We've seen either a full long green flag run from the drop of the green on the restart of the stage, but we've also seen, especially in that recent stage, that we had some yellows to calm the field down and to kind of bunch them all up once more, or a couple of times rather, at the restart of that stage. Do we expect to see more of that intensity start to pick up, or do you think the long green flag strategies are here to stay?
Yeah, I think those long green flag runs and strategies are here to stay. This race has played out pretty similar in each stage. We did have a little bit of a kerfuffle, I guess you could say, there in the middle of the second stage, where we kind of had a few cautions consecutively, but once that got sorted out and we got back into the rhythm of things under green, we went right back to what we were seeing all night long. So I definitely would expect to see some green flag runs to end this thing out as everybody's making their way down pit road. Jonathan Delaney kind of pushing Adam Benefiel a little bit, and with him coming down pit road so close to Benefiel, let's see if he can maybe get the jump here. If he can get a better pit stop, get out ahead. It's a firm possibility. Everybody getting their car serviced, 4 tires and fuel. Definitely one of the longer runs that these drivers had to endure on their tires. Very close to the end of the fuel run at the end of the stage. Let's see. There goes Delaney out of his pit stall, and he is going to beat Adam Benefiel out of pit road. So we have a new race leader, Jonathan Delaney, at number 9.
What a fantastic pit stop by Jonathan Delaney. A 14.3 second stop, compounded with the fact that he was in front of Benefiel in terms of pit stalls for this race. And Jonathan Delaney takes pit road into his own hands and goes to the front of the field. Bryce Nixonbaugh will be third behind Benefiel, then goes Robert Miller to fourth. He tried to pick up some of that damage as One car goes very slow to the entrance to pit road. That is the 21 of Hoffman. I think he may have lost all of his fuel. His race car, he is practically limping to the entrance, and indeed, there's no sound coming from his race car, so he is basically coasting to his stall. I don't believe he's going to get there in time. And what's been a rough night already for the driver of that 21 machine, but we have set things up insanely enough for our final stage of the evening. We'll take one more break and we'll come back with more action for the 100% Cup Series. Or actually, wait, we'll try to take a break, but we will talk with our stage winner. So I believe we'll go with that as well. So Adam Benefield goes with his 4th stage win of 2021. We'll bring him into the booth before we go back. Green flag racing here with Adam Benefield. And Adam, this stage I think showed a very different hand than a lot of the others. Some cautions to bloom it off, and then a green flag cycle all the way to the end. How did this one feel as your car started to step into the nighttime in the lead?
Oh man, it felt good. If we didn't have to freaking save the whole entire last run, that's I think main reason why Delaney was able to stay so close is we were having to clutch every time we go into 3 so we can make it to the end there. But car's still good. I think we still got good speed. Hopefully cautions don't fall like they did in the last stage and we can go green from here on out.
Well, it seems as though now you've been put in a very different position, because out of the entire stages we've had so far tonight, this will be the final one. So only 100 laps left. The time is starting to tick away. But what's going to be your mindset here for the final 100 laps to ensure a race victory here for the Abilene Wood Project 600 from Charlotte?
I mean, just get the job done. This is the only stage that technically pays. So, I mean, they all pay, but this one pays the best. So just get up on the wheel, get the elbows up, and get the job done.
Well, we'll be watching, as I believe you guys are going to take the 1 to green signal this time by. Congratulations on the stage win. We look forward to seeing you for the rest of this race. We wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, I'm not joking about my beer. Like, it better be cold.
We'll try to get it for you, nonetheless, for sure. That is Adam Benefield, driver of the 83, the winner of stage 2 and stage number 3. We'll see if he can try to cap it off and get a race win here to finish everything. You heard him, Andre, there say that this stage, I mean, the others pay as well, but this one pays the most. Even if you're able to lead the last lap of it all, it's not going to matter what the other 399 laps happen, because a win is going to be a win, and if you're there at the end, that's going to give you the best shot.
Absolutely. This is definitely the most important stage, and getting those stage wins is nice, and leading the race early on is nice, and it's something that kind of builds your confidence, and that kind of gives you momentum going forward. But there is only one lap out of these 400 that really matter, and that is lap 400. When that white flag flies, you better be the first one to complete that lap. Otherwise, it's all been for naught. I mean, we've been at this for 3 hours and 7 minutes now since the drop of the green flag. And we got a lot of racing left, so you don't want to waste it. You want to make sure that this was not all wasted time, to quote the Eagles. And right now, Adam Benefield's going to try to make sure that he can get that win that he has been pursuing all night long and doing a great job of working towards. Base car is down pit road. And here we go. Jonathan Delaney, the control car on the inside. How long is he going to wait? There it is. He is on the loud pedal. And Bryson Hicksonbaugh is actually going to get a bit of a jump behind him. And he may get clear of Benefield before turn 1.
They'll try to go to the 24-degree banking. Hicksonbaugh will indeed clear Adam Benefield, so move the 63 Chevrolet Camaro up to the 2nd spot. But a fantastic restart by the race leader, Jonathan Delaney, able to pull away by a couple of car lengths. But the big question remains, how long will it last before 2nd and everybody else behind will start to creep up towards the race leader? You see even further behind. Now Benefield gets put under pressure. Here comes the 10 of Robert Miller to the outside, making a power move. Cameron Stone also going to follow through and tail along. If these two go to tango, they go side by side to turns 1 and 2. This is going to allow Delaney and Hicksonbaugh to pull away once again.
It absolutely will, although I should note, Bryson Hicksonbaugh having some internet issues. That's actually the primary cause of the 83 falling back on that restart. Benefield did not see Bryson to his inside. He had no idea he was there because he was blinked out, invisible to everybody else. And now, there we go. Caution flag.
It was a crash behind them. That was the 38 of Brandon Pierce. I saw him in the camera shot getting sent to the outside wall, and caution waves at lap 308 of 400. We'll take a look at the replay, see exactly where this started. I was going to turn my attention to this large pack. That's where Sean Rhino Jr. is in the 65 machine. And actually there, the 38 just about lost it. You see a couple cars almost getting into it. We'll take one more look at it as they go out of turn 4. We've seen many of these cautions come from this exact point of the racetrack. And here battling, his car just steps out, tried to correct it, almost about saved the race car. I think it was the tap to the outside wall that secured his fate.
Yeah, and then Chad Edwards ended up getting into him too there. That was really unfortunate. And the way that car jumped out, Ken, that looked weird. The way that it kind of wiggled real quick like that, it almost looked like netcode contact, but there was nobody even near him. I mean, if that was netcode, it would have to be like 3 feet's worth of netcode. So weird situation, and you don't see that out of Brandon Pierce very often, just getting loose and overcorrecting like that. He tends to be, like I said, a very consistent driver, so unfortunate. But we're going to throw it to a short break here, and we're going to bring it back at the Drop the Green for the rest of the action here at Charlotte. So tune back in and you won't miss a thing.
.312 laps complete. for the Abilene Wood Project 600 from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. We have now stepped into the final stage of tonight's coverage, where we'll go straight to lap 400 to end this race in the 15th race of the 100% Cup Series live on 3Y TV. Happy to have you still join us for tonight's action. Kenneth Bueno and Andre Grambush along with you for the call. Ricardo Costa bringing you all the pristine pictures here as we continue on through this race. Jonathan Delaney has taken over the race lead. He will be the one to lead us back on this restart for lap 313. Bryson Nixonball will be outside in second. Cameron Stone, Adam Benefield will be the next drivers occupying the second row, with RJ Root, Sean O'Brien Jr. in sixth. Robert Miller will be seventh. Dalton Mobley eighth. Jacob Adams ninth. Kevin Steele will round out the top 10. A big reminder that Dalton Mobley, Robert Miller, Kevin Steele, and a handful of others behind, they went down pit road on the most recent yellow flag. So we'll try to keep an eye peeled out for all those drivers, see if their fresh tire prowess can help to start this restart, gain some well-needed track position. Pace car will make its left and its safety down to the pit road, and Jonathan Delaney making an early restart here, lap 313. Our final stage is underway.
Away they go. Adam Benefield clipping the grass right there, and not in a small way. I mean, he had two tires firmly on the lawn there, and it almost pulled him around. I could see that car get juked left. That was a very close call. Luckily, he was able to keep that under control, and he's maintaining his third place position there behind Bryson, who just got a little bit loose there. 63 getting squirrely in the middle of the corner, all the way up to the wall. Think he might have scraped it there. Seems like Bryson struggling with the handling of that car right now.
He certainly is. It's not been easy. There's a couple drivers trying to work for position. I see the 65 of Sean O'Brien Jr. He works under Robert Miller for what is currently the sixth running position. Meanwhile, top three have spread themselves away, and here comes Adam Benefield to the inside of turn 3. He got a lot of the run out of turn 2 as he ride on board with the WR1 Sim Chassis Ford Mustang. He's starting to creep up to the two Camaros up front.
He's slowly catching up, but my eyes are on the pack behind him. We are 2x2 contact. Robert Miller into the outside wall. That's going to be, oh no, the 48 involved, the 56 now into the outside wall, the 12 car piling in. Samuelson narrowly avoiding damage, I believe. This is the big one at Charlotte.
And this is the biggest crash we've had all night long. As soon as I was going to say, you said it there, Andre, this large pack, and it ultimately ends in chaos. Watch as they enter turn 1. And it was contact between Robert Miller and Sean O'Brien Jr. They collected. I think Miller was just trying to arc himself to turn 1. You see the 65 get stuck into the outside safer barrier as Robert Miller comes to a rest right behind him. Take another look at it. They were 2x2 entering the banking. You'll see the 10 come up the racetrack to try and arc himself back to turn 1, while the 65 merges a little bit low. And they both get into it as the 65 careens down the track and a bunch of other cars get collected.
And you hate to see it for the 48, Jacob Adams. He was having such a strong run tonight, and just wrong place, wrong time. You can see as he comes through the quad, everything happens in front of him. He tries to dive low to avoid it, and he almost does. But it's just that little tap to the right rear quarter panel that got him angled up towards the wall, and then bad goes to worse when he gets another hit. Number 12, Devin Medeiros. I mean, you can't blame Devin either. I mean, he had nowhere to go. This was just a situation where there were cars everywhere, smoke and dirt pluming up in the air. Nobody knew what was going on, really. That was rough, but interesting development. A lot of drivers coming down pit road, including some of our leaders, such as Kevin Steele, Bryson Nixonbaugh, Jonathan Delaney. But the one exception, it's going to be Adam Benefield. He decided to stay out, so placing some importance on our limited tires, it seems like, from that 83 team. But we're going to throw it to another short break, and we're going to bring it back at the drop of the green for hopefully a long green flag stint here at Charlotte. So stay tuned. You won't miss a thing.
Welcome back to coverage of the Abillion Wood Project 600 from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Under our recent yellow flag, lights are out on the iRacing official pace car with Adam Benefield controlling the way. Had our largest wreck of the evening come about with Robert Miller, Sean O'Brien Jr., Brandon Pierce, the 12 of Medeiros, and a handful of others that got involved. Surely to take some drivers out, unfortunately, near the end of this race. This has, though, sort of shuffled the running order. You see Ryan Samuelson, he will start second, as Benefield chooses the outside for this restart. Jonathan Delaney, Bryson Hicksaball will line up the second row. Cameron Stone, RJ Root in sixth. Jason Taylor, Dalton Mobley, Kevin Steele, and Chad Edwards moving into the top 10 once more here tonight. We're coming close to our home stretch. We'll see if we got another long green flag run. Benefield did stay out on the recent cautions, so it could be a call to save a set of tires for if he needs it. Pace car will make its way back down to the safety of pit road. The two prancing horses, the Ford Mustangs, will make their way back to the green flag on the front row, and Benefield leads them back to green.
Kind of interesting to note that Benefield decided to restart on the outside lane. And they think that's the first time all night that we've seen the control car opt to take the outside, and it seems like it didn't really change much. I mean, Benefield's gotten some good restarts tonight, and that was another one. But now look at this, Jonathan Delaney up the track, down the track, back up the track again. He's trying to do everything he can to get around Samuelson. He's now on the high side, door to door, coming through the quad over. They're going to stay side by side. What a move by Delaney, but Samuelson playing some fantastic defense. Both these drivers giving each other everything they have. Now Bryson may be trying to look to the high side, but he's going to drop back a little bit. And nope, he got the quarter panel of the 16. He's going to continue to try to attack him here, but the battle ahead of them now heating up as Delaney did catch up to Benefield. And, you know, I haven't really been able to get a feel for Delaney's car or his setup. It seems like he has some short run speed, he has some long run speed. It's just kind of a very neutral setup. It doesn't seem like it excels anywhere. He's just kind of matching Benefield's pace all night. And now, speaking of matching pace, side by side, a pass on the top for Jonathan Delaney. Can he defend it?
What a power move by the Drive the 9 machine. He does it once more. A pass in the middle of the racetrack. His car will step out. Benefield going to get way loose as they exit turn 4. Going to give a prime opportunity for Bryson Hicksaball. He steps up into the outside, and Hicksaball almost clears for second. He does to turn 1, and now here he'll make this move. Up the track goes Delaney. Down the track goes Hicksaball. To the back straightaway they'll go. Hicksaball to the inside of turn 3.
Bryson looked all over that backstretch for an opening. You could see him weaving down, weaving up. He actually weaved up a little bit too much. He got into the outside wall, at least on my end. I saw sparks flying. So he is definitely starting to get a little bit more aggressive here. And it makes sense. We're on lap 324. We have 77 laps remaining in this event. And it is starting to get to the point where the laps are winding down. So if you want to win this thing, you got to get out front. Now, looks like Benefield is going to get back around Bryson. And RJ Root's going to try and follow along here. Can he get clear coming out of turns 4? Not quite, although Bryson just blinked out. Let's see how this plays out. We got a 3Wide TV multicam on the top right. That's a replay in our slow-mo. And it looks like car getting a little bit sideways out of the turn. A little bit of contact there. I believe that's Cameron Stone, who got a little bit sideways out of there, made contact, then decided to hey, forget the oval, I'm going to take the chicane. And then he blew the chicane, did some jumps there for style points, got back onto the apron, and then back up on the track. That's a little bit of a detour, but, I mean, you got to entertain yourself somehow. We've been out at this for 3.5 hours, so, you know, take a different route now and again, I suppose.
You know, I think he probably took some notes from what Bryson Hicksaball did earlier tonight and said, hey, I think I should try this too. If I get loose off of turn 4, that's exactly what he did. Though, a fantastic job to save his race car. Well, that's going to really lose him out on the track position. And that got very sketchy there. That was Medeiros in the 12. He's a lap car just trying to put around on the racetrack. And Adam Benefield had to use the outside, almost swung his car loose to get around that machine. And now, it seems as though Medeiros is going to hold back to the top, so everyone's going to sling down low. That only allowed Jonathan Delaney to stay up front. But look who's crept into second. RJ Root in the number 8 machine. We've seen him all over the track here tonight in so many different scenarios, and the driver who started all the way back in 25th for this race now has a potential shot to catch up to your race leader and run him down.
He's been having a fantastic night, and this is the culmination. He was able to get around Adam Benefield and Bryson Hickenbot. It seemed like both those drivers sort of struggling with the short run speed. We know Adam Benefield's car really starts to come to life after about 20 or so laps. But RJ Root, that's not a problem that he's suffering from. That car is on point right now. And you can see he just gets it right down to that blue line. He is able to hold that lane, no issues. The car's not trying to wash up the track. The front end's not getting away from him. And he's able to use that kind of stability that he's got right now to try and run down John Delaney. And if we look at the lap times for Delaney, it was a 30.333 last time by. For RJ Root, it was a 30.277. So there is your exact split intervals for the last 5 laps. And for RJ Root, the last 3 laps have been in the green. So he is slowly gaining on our current race leader, bringing along Adam Benefield behind him, who also is not letting them quite get away from him yet. And this is quite the 3-car battle for the lead right now.
It's a fantastic battle, and I think we forget to mention some of the fantastic paint schemes and the patriotic schemes we've seen so far here tonight, as Jonathan Delaney sort of sporting those Chase Elliott Napa patriotic colors, and the driver behind him, RJ Root, sporting the Till Valhalla car, or at least the Till Valhalla project on his machine. Some of the salute to the veterans and all the armed forces, the people who keep us safe in this country, and we'll talk about that a little bit later once we cut this race off. But I think it's hard to ignore the top 3 as they continue to run away. It seems as though Ryan Samuelson hasn't been able to pick up that pace as he gets passed by Jason Taylor for the 4th spot. RJ Root, though, still relatively quicker. That last time by, he was about a 10th faster, 30.306 for Root as opposed to 30.404 for Delaney. And then you look at Adam Benefield right through the middle, 30.372. All 3 of these guys not walking away from each other.
Absolutely. They are running near identical pace, but that number 8 is just a little bit quicker, and he has continued to shrink this gap little by little, and I do mean that. I mean, look at these intervals. 500ths of a second, 600ths of a second, 900ths of a second. He has just slowly been chipping away at it, and I got to think if this 8 car is this fast in dirty air, I would be really interested to see how it is in clean air, and we might get to see that if this trend continues where he is closing the gap. We might be able to have something for Delaney, and oh no, look at that, Delaney actually pulling away that time by about 900. So this is what we're going to see. Once you get to a certain point, you can reel somebody in, you can get close, but once you get close enough, that dirty air really does start to affect you. So it's going to be difficult for that number 8 to make the overtake, and it's going to be difficult for Adam Benefield because he's got not 1, but 2 cars that he's got to get around if he wants to take the lead for himself. Jonathan Delaney scraping the wall through the quad oval a little bit. Kind of goes to show you how much he's really pushing that machine right now. But all of these drivers just really driving the wheels off these things. And honestly, Ken, I didn't quite... Whoa, my goodness, the number 9, Jonathan Delaney. A little squirrely at a turn, too. But as I was saying, I didn't quite expect this level of aggression this early on. I mean, we still got a green flag pit stop to look at, and then another kind of long run to the end. And yet, here we are, already starting to get aggressive.
Starting to get aggressive, but you also have to think that the fact that Adam Benefield knows that he has that extra tire set that he saved by not going down pit road on that recent yellow. So I think he's still believing in the bigger picture here, Andre, to the fact that if we stay green, we're going to have to pit at least one more time before this is all said and done. So thinking that he has that extra set, he can burn it off once he goes down pit road. And let's say a late race caution comes out or anything may have happened to the point where he has an opportunity to put fresh tires on the car once more and save that extra set for the end, then he can be on a very good advantage because everybody will also be on older tires. And then Benefield, with the setup he's carried, with the pace that he's had so far tonight, the tires will only help his case and make him a lot faster. So maybe Benefield not trying to push the issue right now. The driver who's trying to push the issue is the 8 of RJ Root. To the inside, he goes for the race lead.
And he's trying to make it happen, but it just didn't quite work out. Jonathan Delaney was able to use that slightly higher line to play a little bit of defense, and the longer this run goes on, the more difficult it's going to become to overtake because To pass somebody, unless you do it on the top, you're going to have to be able to hold the bottom and carry a lot of speed around the bottom. And as these tires wear, you're going to have to find yourself giving it a little bit more off throttle time, and the tires are not going to want to hold that blue line quite as tight. So I think RJ Root's kind of on the clock right now. He wants to make this move happen. We saw him get to the inside, and of course the tires kind of gave way there. So it just kind of goes to show how difficult passing really is here. Some of these guys have been making it look easy tonight. We've seen Adam Benefiel make some really impressive overtakes. We've seen Delaney pass people on the high line. But in reality, that's kind of not exactly as easy as it looks. You know, overtaking at a track like this can be difficult, and what just happened to RJ Root is proof.
Certainly is proof. And you look at the top three, we've been focusing on them for the past 20 laps or so, and you look at fourth on back. We talked about Bryson Ixabal, of course, all night. Now he's back to fourth, but a driver that we saw fall back through a good amount of the run was Dalton Mobley. He's back into the top 5 behind Ixabal in the 63. We see him in a group with Jason S. Taylor along with Cameron Stone a little bit further behind. A lot of these guys have separated themselves a good amount. You see them there at the top right corner of your screen as they were going to the back straightaway out of turn 2. That's where they sail, so they're not necessarily too far behind. And if a long run starts to creep in, they can get that gap through, and they can start to pick up the pace and get some well-needed laps in. We're about 60 laps away from the end of this race, and now you have to start thinking within the next 20 laps or so if we're going to have another green flag run. We saw it with stage number 3. We saw how they could stretch it. We'll see how they stretch it this time around. Meanwhile, Adam Benefiel goes to the inside of RJ Root. This is 4th second.
I'm not entirely sure what happened to RJ Root there. He lost a lot of speed coming out of turn 2. Benefiel got to the inside, and RJ really didn't defend. He just kind of stayed on the high line and gave it to him. So I almost wonder if RJ Root's starting to save his tires a little bit, maybe playing a bit of a long game here. But again, I would expect to see some drivers come down pit road within the next 10 to 15 laps. We did get a handful of cautions towards the beginning of the stage, which kind of threw the strategy off. We're not going to see people come down on lap 342 or 343 like we might have otherwise, but they still do have to pit under green, and it could be a situation where he's just thinking, all right, we can go a little bit further. We're going to be staying out till about 350, 360, and if I save my tires a little bit better than the next guy, maybe that helps out. So could be the situation. But Adam Benefiel, he's not saving anything. He is currently closing in on the leader to the tune of a few hundredths of a second each single lap. Not much. He's not tenths of a second faster like he was earlier in the race when he was running down the leader, but he is faster, and we know that 83 has the minimum speed. So whether or not he gets to him before this pit sequence remains to be seen. But right now, he's doing his best to make it happen.
Doing his best, RJ Root, not with the pace now into this long run. You see Bryson Hicksenball slowly reeling him in. The driver, the 63, sporting again another patriotic paint scheme for tonight's action. He's going to start to go for the 3rd running position. Adam Benefiel slowly picked up the pace over the past couple laps. Seems as though he's saved enough. Now he's ready for the last 50 or so laps until this race is all said and done. Mostly everyone, though, throughout the top 10 have been separated by a couple seconds. We saw that pack around Jason Taylor, Dalton Mobley, and Bryson Hicksenball, but that in itself has also strung out. Meanwhile, Mason Lowry, Preston McRae, Devin Medeiros to 13th. Now, a lot of these guys lapped down. Only 11 cars, which is Mason Lowry, the last car on the lead lap, is 11 cars on the lead lap so far. Everybody else behind is either 2 laps down or worse. So you said it earlier, Andre, the fact that if we had a lot of drivers or a lack of drivers 1 lap down, it's now starting to creep in. I think the green flag cycles have certainly made things a little worse on that end. And also the fact that we've had a good amount of those drivers beneath 1 lap down that have had issues, that have had damage, and obviously have to spend time down pit road that in turn puts them 1 lap down, and they're not able to creep back over. I don't believe we see many lucky dogs here tonight through some of the yellows, but it has not been easy. But a props to these drivers for still keeping it going. There goes Bryson Hicksenball, though. He's going to start to put this pressure on RJ Root, and now we look forward to the next 50 laps of this race. If telemetry tells us correctly, if we stay green, we'll be about 28 more minutes on the racetrack. And now here comes Bryson Hicksenball making use of all that time so far.
absolutely making use of it. Here he goes down to the bottom of the track. And again, RJ Root not being very defensive. He very easily, if he wanted to, could have stayed on the bottom of the track, blocked the 63's move, and held on to that third position. But he seemed to just give it up. Now, again, it could be a part of his strategy. It could just be him saying, all right, I'm just saving my equipment. I'm happy in the top 5. I'm not too worried about trying to get up there and competing with Benefiel and Jonathan Delaney. That could be the situation. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe that car is just fading, and he knows that he doesn't really have much of a choice, and he knows that playing the defense wouldn't work out too well. Regardless of the case, he is still holding on to a top 5 position, and a lot of this running order up front could be shaken up. We do have a pit sequence coming up probably within the next 20 laps or so, I would imagine. For some of these guys, maybe a little bit longer. And of course, another wrench thrown into that dynamic is that Benefiel now has one more set of tires than most of these front runners. Because as you mentioned there, Ken, he stayed out and he saved a set of tires when everybody else took one extra set. So that could be something that comes into play as the leaders have crossed the line for lap 349. But as we are about 15 to 20 laps from a pit sequence, and we have roughly 50 laps to go in this race, how about we go to one last Shano FX overdrive for the race? All right, let's throw it back.
All right. You heard a lot of the sights and sounds here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and a lot of drivers are down pit road. So as we were talking about a little bit earlier, now the pit strategy is starting to come into play. You see RJ Root going down pit road. I saw a little bit earlier that the Apex Racing machine of Cameron Stone, he also took a trip down pit road. Chad Edwards, his Waste Management Toyota Camry, also made a trip for service. And now we start to see this cycle play out in ways that we have not seen before. Samuelson also going to go down. So Andre, it's the final 50 laps of this race. How crucial is this final pit stop for the end of this one?
Very. Because right now, this is when your strategy counts the most. If you can get some extra track position right here, then, we're in the home stretch. You won't have to play much defense. You can just get that track position, try to drive away with it if you can, and this is when it counts. So I'm going to have to see exactly how this all shakes out. Me personally, I'm leaning towards this shortstop strategy that some of these guys are pulling is probably the way to go. Jonathan Delaney, he's got a 0.6 second lead over Adam Benefiel. If Adam was to pit right now, given the fact that old tires are worth about 2 seconds a lap, that would mean that Adam Benefiel cycles out ahead just for virtue of having pitted 1 lap sooner. I think that's going to make all the difference. But some of these leaders seem to disagree as Delaney, Benefiel, Hixenbach, and Steele all have yet to pit. Meanwhile, the rest of the field that was on the lead lap has Jason S. Taylor, RJ Root, Cameron Stone, Dalton Mobley, Chad Edwards, Ryan Samuelson was one of the first to pit, and he's been putting those tires to good use. He blew by some of the leaders earlier on to put himself just 1 lap down, and it's looking like right now the way it cycles out, he's going to gain a lot from his strategy coming down early. So I don't know about you, Ken, but I'm liking this move that some of these guys made coming down early.
Yeah, going for this strategy early, I think, will be beneficial because at the moment that these guys will go down pit road, everything will be cycled so in such a random way that these guys can unlap themselves, they have fresh tire power, and they can make up that distance, and they can get up to the front of this field. We saw at one point, I believe under one of the cycles, that Adam Benefield was about 10 seconds behind when he had pitted a lot later. And speaking of Benefield, that WR1 Sim Chassis Mustang goes back down pit road for what will be most likely the final stop of the evening to the end of this race. For the driver of the 83, Jonathan Delaney, Bryson Hixenbaugh, and Kevin Steele have yet to reach pit road tonight as of this stint on stage number 4. So we'll see whether Delaney ends up hopping on the brakes going down pit road. He'll decide to stay out this time by. Hixenbaugh would do the same. Kevin Steele still yet to reach turn 4. We'll see how he manages this one, or if he goes down pit road as well. So this is going to be big here, Andre, because we have these guys like RJ Root that are now starting to gather positions up. Jason S. Taylor as well. These guys pitted not too long ago. So these guys could be the ultimate winners if this strategy goes awry for the top 3.
Absolutely, and Adam Benefield being one of the first to pit among the top 5, I think that's going to gain him quite a bit, because remember, like I said, at the beginning of this sequence, before he came down pit road, it was only a 0.6 second gap. With fresh tires being worth what they are, I believe right now the way it's going to play out is that he's going to cycle out ahead of Jonathan Delaney. The question is, where does RJ Root figure into all of this? Because he pitted really early, and right now, among those who have pitted and got back out on track, he is up front. Not sure where he's going to fall in line in accordance to where Adam Benefield is, but it looks like he's going to be ahead of him. So it could be that through all of this, once Delaney, Bryson, and Kevin have pitted their last 3 holdouts, I think RJ Root may be our race leader.
It's potentially net P1 here, because you reckon the top 3 have yet to pit in Delaney, Hixenbaugh, and Steele. RJ Root is the last car, or at least the first car 1 lap down. He's ahead of Taylor, Stone, Benefield, Mobley, and a lot of others that have reached pit road. Once these guys go down, this time by, you see Delaney starting to slow down. He's going to reach pit road as his car goes for a slide. Going to lock up the brakes. Some smoke billowing from the rear of his Camaro, but he'll make it down. That RJ Root is going to unlap himself. He crosses the line to turn 1 this time by. He'll get by Kevin Steele once he goes down pit road, which he is at the moment. And he's already gone by Bryson Hixenbaugh to unlap himself. So RJ Root in prime position to take away this lead with a good gap. And he's on the lead lap, as a matter of fact. Nobody else is at this point.
Yeah, I think he is going to gain a lot from that strategy. We're going to find out very shortly, as Delaney is just about done getting his car serviced. He's going to pull out very shortly. Bryson and Kevin staying out as long as they have. I don't know if I agree with that move. I think it's going to cost them a lot. Delaney, of course, his move is going to cost him a lot as well, being one of the last to pit. But here we go, the number 9 car out and away. Let's see where he figures into the timing and scoring. There's RJ Root on the back stretch, I think far ahead of Jonathan Delaney. At least I believe, as he crosses the line. Let's see where he is currently being scored, because if my timing is right, this should put him in P2. Yep, 2nd place. RJ Root now in front of everybody who is pitted. The only car ahead of RJ Root is Bryson, who has yet to come down pit road. So essentially, as I predicted, our new race leader is RJ Root, and he's got a 2-second gap over Jason S. Taylor. Cameron Stone's about a second behind Jason S. Taylor. And Adam Benefield actually cycled out behind Delaney somehow. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I thought the lap or 2 that Benefield got in sooner than Delaney would have been enough to close that gap. But no, Delaney is going to fall ahead of Adam Benefield. But this strategy might have just changed the outcome of this race right here.
This is a prolific move by RJ Root, and he's just now counting the laps to wait until Hixenbaugh goes down pit road, because as of right now, Bryson Hixenbaugh is on a 47-lap stint. He can still keep going. We've seen drivers go all the way up to about 65 before making their stop, so we don't know whether Hixenbaugh is waiting until that moment or if he's just kind of trying to log in these laps, keep himself in the race lead for as long as possible. But if we follow through, RJ Root definitely will be your net race leader once Hixenbaugh makes his final stop 4 service. Delaney ends up getting by him, so Delaney has just unlapped himself on the track. That puts only 5 cars on the lead lap here tonight at lap 365 in the final 35 laps of this race. So I think, Andre, I mean, you said it there, that early call, like you asked me, was probably the call that pays the most dividends. This investment is starting to really work. And for RJ Root, for Jason Taylor, for Cameron Stone, these guys in the top 4, they start to pay off heavily from this, even if they didn't necessarily have the track position before this stint.
Absolutely. And, you know, one thing to remember, though, is that while RJ Root is leading the race right now, he's got a commanding lead and things are looking good. Taking that shortstop strategy is not necessarily a golden ticket to free track position with no drawbacks. He is going to be on a lot older tires than the cars behind him pretty soon here, and that's going to start to affect him. So he had the advantage before, and pretty soon that's going to swap around where the cars behind him that pitted later have the advantage because their tires are still fresh and his are starting to wear. So it's going to be a situation where it's kind of a rubber band where he was able to pull out ahead, but then he's going to fall back to them. Question is, how much is he going to fall back to them? How much are these tires going to affect him? Because Charlotte is one of those tracks where, yes, tire wear slows you down and it does affect your lap times, but it's not necessarily in Atlanta or a Richmond, you know, where those tracks eat tires and you absolutely cannot compete on older tires. Sometimes, if you hit your marks, if the guys behind you don't have drastically newer tires, it's just a matter of 6-7 laps, you can compete. So I am really curious to see how this works out for RJ Root, because there could be potential drawbacks coming down the line, but it might also work out.
It might work out indeed. And also a report we had there from Robert Miller in chat, and just to check sure, that Adam Benefield had a little bit of trouble earlier in this race. Around lap 358, he got loose out of turn 4 and also went around the same route that Bryson Nixonball and Cameron Stone did, doing a little bit of stunt jumping in the grass on the front straightaway, just trying to keep his car straight under cold tires. So that could be a reason why, number 1, his tires aren't necessarily performing as well as he had hoped, and also number 2, why he lost a lot of that time and why he hasn't really gained as much is because of what happened in lap 358. You'll take a look at the replay. This is stepping out of turn 4, one of the first laps after. He grabs the apron, car steps out, and he goes directly for the grass. Almost about kept it off the wall, did that little jump there to the grass, but that's exactly what loses him that crucial time that could have been putting himself further up in this field. Very detrimental and rare mistake out of the driver of the 83.
Yeah, you don't see that out of Benefield too often. Usually when you see him get involved in a wreck or an accident, it's somebody else's fault, you know, and he's just kind of a bystander. But that was just one of those rare slip-ups, and I'll tell you what, Ken, that is exactly what this race does to even the most consistent, great drivers on this service. You put them out here for 3 hours and 50 minutes, they're going to slip up a time or two. It's just bound to happen. It doesn't matter who you are or how good you are. And that was just a small little slip up at the worst possible time for Benefield. Now, Adam Benefield did get around Cameron Stone last lap. I just looked at the timing and scoring. It updated, and Adam Benefield is now in 5th. He's not far behind Jason S. Taylor, but as more drivers start to get on the lead lap, I can kind of more accurately look at the scoring and timing in terms of seconds. And RJ Root in 2nd place, although it is effectively the lead, as Bryson Nixonball still has yet to pit, and he has to before the end of this event. To John Delaney, it is about a 2-second lead that RJ Root has. And then from John Delaney down to Jason S. Taylor, it's another 2 seconds. Adam Benefield is roughly 4 seconds back from the leader, RJ Root, which is a rather large deficit, but we do have 29 laps remaining in this event, and we do know that Benefield has some long run pace, so you combine that with the fact that he's got fresher tires than RJ Root at the moment, and I think we're going to see this sort of separation close up and bunch up right at the very end, and we're going to have a bit of a shootout on our hands.
Even for Bryson Nixonball at that point, we're probably going to see him with a better advantage than everybody, because as I was thinking about this strategy specifically for Nixonball, I think he's doing this on purpose to stay out, because he knows that when he goes down pit road that the gap, of course, will still be relatively large, to the point where when he goes down pit road, he's going to lose probably 1 or 2 spots on track position, but he's going to have the freshest tires, so he can be able to carve through everybody in the field with the freshest tires in the field. And that's really going to help his case out for the moment, as now Jonathan Delaney has moved by RJ Root for the 2nd place position. Now he will be the next one in the catbird seat once Bryson Ixabal ends up going finally for service, or even if he's able to stabilize this and stay out all the way to the end. When RJ Root got around Bryson Ixabal, when Ixabal was in the lead, remember, he was in a complete track away from Bryson Ixabal to pass him on the racetrack. He passed him to unlap himself, but he needed about an extra 30 or so seconds in order to catch back up. He's cut it about in half, so it was about 17 to 16 seconds, which is where it stands at the moment, and that's where Jonathan Delaney has kind of picked up the pieces and has kept rolling with it. But once the 63 goes down pit road, he's going to lose that time, but he's going to gain it all the way back on the fresh tires. So I think this move, with 25 laps to go, could either shorten things up or make things even better for Ixabal's advantage.
It's going to be interesting. It could really play out either way. Jonathan Delaney getting around RJ Root so soon is not something I expected. I knew that Delaney was fast, and I knew RJ Root did have older tires than the cars behind him. The rate that Delaney caught up to him, it was really incredible. I almost thought for a minute that maybe the number 8 was conserving, but I mean, there wouldn't be much of a reason to do so unless he came in too soon and realized, oh man, I came in a lap or two too quickly, and I'm not quite going to be able to make it to the end. I'm not sure, but he was really giving that car a lot of off-throttle time. Seems to be taking it real easy right now, as Jonathan Delaney has gotten away by something to the tune of 3 seconds since he overtook him about 3 to 4 laps ago. So really flying right now. That number 9 is fast, and Adam Benefiel about okay, so he's 19 seconds back from the leader. He's about 5 seconds now, 4 seconds back from Jonathan Delaney as we approach lap 379 once the leader crosses the line next time. And this whole final pit sequence here is just really up and down for a lot of these drivers. I did not expect, like I said, RJ Root to fall victim to the clutches of Jonathan Delaney as quickly as he did, but I guess old tires a little bit more detrimental than I expected.
It's going to matter in the most in these final 22 laps, because there is a 13.5 second gap. Delaney's slowly closing in, yes, because Ixabal has the oldest tires out of the top 5, top 10, maybe even the field at the moment. However, Jonathan Delaney is going to have them wear off in a couple laps' time. Every single lap he's running around is going to wear off those tires. And once
Benefiel into the outside wall. Sorry to cut you off there, Ken. Benefiel hard into the outside wall for no reason. He was just angling himself into the corner, and I guess he angled himself too much. Sparks flew. He got shot down to the infield. He gathered it up. He's all right now, but he had just passed RJ Root when that happened, and now he's back behind him again and sliding through turns 1 and 2. Something not right with that number 83, Ken.
It's turned from bad to worse at this point in position. He's going to go around RJ Root this time by, but that last time on the back straightaway, he got by RJ Root. He was completely clear. There was no help. And then all of a sudden, you see the 83 just veer to the outside, safer barrier, gets into it, tries to collect the car, and then that's what gave RJ Root the position back. And for the 83, this continues to get a little bit worse. But speaking of which, the race leader has finally made his stop. Bryson Ixabal goes down to 7th. He finally makes his final pit stop with 20 laps to go. That's going to give the lead outright to the 9 of Jonathan Delaney. Adam Benefiel will be 2nd. As you look at the 3-wide TV multicam, top right of your screen, that's exactly what happened there, as Andre was mentioning. A tap to the outside wall, car gets severely stepped out, and there goes RJ Root to the high side. But now I figured that Ixabal wasn't going to lose that much. He's back to 9th on this strategy, so maybe this could have been a potential disastrous move out of the driver of the 63 as Delaney goes back to turn 3.
I really think Bryson was banking on a caution. This race has been hard to kind of predict in terms of yellow flags. We've had a lot of green flag stints, and we've had a lot of segments of the race where it seemed like we were just getting caution after caution. As we go to our 3-wide TV multicam, bottom left of your screen, that's your leader, Jonathan Delaney. Top right, that's your 2nd place driver, Adam Benefiel, who, by the way, was lapping faster than Jonathan Delaney for a couple laps, and then suddenly that last lap gave up about 4 tenths. So not much consistency out of that 83, and that's to be expected, I think, with all of the impacts that he's had, catching some air in the infield, hitting that outside wall. That car is probably not the most stable, and he's probably doing everything he can to keep it under control, but it's not making it easy for him. And losing another 3/10 to Jonathan Delaney right there. So John with a 6.7 second lead over Adam Benefield. RJ Root 7.9 seconds back from the leader, back in third. Jason S. Taylor in the 37, P4, 9 seconds back. Then we get to the double digits. Cameron Stone is 12 seconds back, and total we have about 9 cars on the lead lap. So this has been very topsy-turvy so far, and I'm a little surprised, even with the damage that Benefield has. I expected him to start closing in on Jonathan Delaney. I really did. I kind of figured, even with that scrape to the outside wall, that probably didn't ding the car up too much. And that 83 has had some long run speed. But right now, Jonathan Delaney, he's flipped the switch, and he's pulling away with it.
Jonathan Delaney, with 3 race wins to his credit so far in 2021, has had a good amount of success this season and is now 15 laps away from his 4th race win of the season. Will be a fantastic one at that. A lot of short run pace, a lot of long run pace at some moments, a lot of highlights for the driver of the 9 machine, and now there is just only about 7 minutes 30 seconds on telemetry if this stays green for Delaney to get this through. Gap is now 7 seconds flat between Delaney and Benefield. RJ Root caps off the top 3. Higginbotham still trying to pick up for lost ground and getting to Dalton Mobley. Still a good amount of distance between them two. As you look at the multicam, I think both shots of the driver of the 9 machine as he gets around the lap car, Chad Edwards, and just 14 laps to go. It'll be 13 laps to go the next time we go around. Delaney in prime position to win the Abillion Wood Project 600.
It was a big moment there for the number 8 RJ Root. I was following along with him there. And last lap, coming out of turn 4, he got completely sideways, almost to the point where he was angled to enter the chicane through the quad oval. But he got it gathered up and was able to correct it. It really seems like those tires are going away on that machine. But it was a great save and might be the move that keeps him in the podium position as he continues to try to fend off Jason S. Taylor, who has been slowly reeling him in. So RJ Root trying to get a podium tonight, and ahead of him, Jonathan Delaney, as you can see on our multi-cams, continuing to pull away. It was 7.4 seconds, now it is 7.7. So John, without a doubt, the fastest car on the track, and that would be, I believe, 2 wins in a row for Jonathan Delaney. Last week was not broadcast. That was the Circuit of the Americas, and Jonathan Delaney walked away from that race victorious as the inaugural winner for the 100% Cup Series at that circuit. Now looking to double down, this time at 1.5 miles. And John, kind of talked about how last year road courses were his bread and butter. They were the one track that he went to, and he knew that he had a chance to win. But this year, he's been winning everywhere. Short tracks, intermediates, road courses. And it's just been a huge improvement for the young driver, the number 9. And if he bring it home tonight, that would just be another track added to his trophy case. As he continues to pull away now, 8 seconds over Adam Benefield. And when he crosses the line this time, it's going to be 10 to go.
It's a fantastic point you make there. The wins that Jonathan Delaney has racked up over 2021. A win at Richmond earlier this season, a win at Kansas, and then you say it at the last week's race that was not broadcasted, but a race that happened at Circuit of the Americas, their debut at that very track with this combo in the NASCAR Cup Series cars. And for Jonathan Delaney, this could be it, another intermediate win, but with the crown jewel right at his lap. 10 laps to go. This time by, it'll be 9 laps to go. Once the 9 machine crosses the stripe, you see the comparisons in lap times between second place Benefield and Jonathan Delaney. Gap continues to increase, 8.2 seconds the last time by, as Benefield tries to struggle with anything that he has left in his WR1 Sim Chassis Ford Mustang. But as Jonathan Delaney continues to creep through, some lap traffic ahead, but Delaney just trying to log in these laps, which may seem like forever at this point.
And right now, I just want to point out, there is a battle brewing between RJ Root and Jason S. Taylor. These two are slip-sliding all over the track, side by side with one another. Sorry to kind of quickly switch topics there, Ken, but this battle is Getting intense as the number 8 is sideways out of turn 4. He gets it corrected, no contact between them, but neither driver giving an inch. They both want that podium finishing position. Jason S. Taylor moving to the bottom, having to get off the throttle to keep that thing down there to make sure it sticks. RJ Root trying to sling it around the top as quickly as he can. Now the crossover back to the bottom. So now RJ Root trying to run the bottom. Can he make it stick? He's not quite clear, but he is drifting up. Really close as they come out of turn 4. No contact. This is gonna... I'm gonna need some blood pressure medication here, Ken. This is getting crazy.
And it's only getting intense in the final 7 laps of this race. You would think that throughout the entire other stint that they would be battling like this, but it is only the last laps of this race. Every position counts. Look at the crossover by Jason S. Taylor to go back to the inside. He'll take a look underneath RJ Root, and it seems as though they're both pretty equalized. Root's able to get the momentum off the top side, while Taylor holds tightly to the bottom. A bit almost contact to the outside wall. They're going to bang doors to the front straightaway. Meanwhile, Delaney gets for 6 laps to go. He'll come off turn 4 and take 5 to go, but this battle does not want to let go as Bryson Hixenbaugh joins the party.
Bryson Hixenbaugh has caught them. These drivers all 14 seconds by the leader at the 37. Contact! 3 wide. The 37 in the middle. He is not lifting. Oh my goodness. The 37 hit Bryson, then he hit RJ Root. Somehow nobody wrecking in that situation. The 37 then lifted going into the corner to prevent himself from entering in the middle of a 3-wide situation, but then immediately coming through the quad oval, he is back battling with the number 8 as he has been for the last few laps consecutively as Bryson starts to drive away from them, having cleared them a lap prior, but these guys can't get away from one another. I mean, I know it's a podium position and every point counts, but these guys have all but wrecked each other. I mean, they've basically been wrecking without wrecking since they started racing. And I gotta think, man, if one of them wrecked and then they didn't get the points for the top 5 that they are running in right now, that would be devastating. But I guess as a driver, you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about right here, right now, I want that 3rd place, or I guess now 4th place position. And that's what they're focused on as they continue to battle headed into turn 3.
To say that if they're running for podium, well, they lost it completely because they let Bryson Hixenbaugh just seemingly walk away with it and say, hey guys, you guys can fight for it. I'll just get the 3rd place position. Thank you very much. And he's walked away with it ever since. He's right on board with Taylor on the 3-wide TV multicam. Meanwhile, Delaney steps into 3 and 4. He'll take 2 laps to go from Charlotte. And it seemed as though Taylor has made it short. He's out of fuel as he limps to pit road.
I do not understand any of that. If you're short on fuel, I mean, focus on conserving, you know? He was battling his guts out with the number 8, giving it everything he had, all the while not having enough fuel to make it to the end. I'm just a little bit confused, but hey, he gave it a shot. Boy, did he give it a shot, and unfortunately just didn't come to fruition, as Jonathan Delaney currently is going to take our Publix Chicken Tenders on sale.com white flag of the race. And no, by the way, the Publix Chicken Tender Subs.com, they're not on sale, in case anybody was wondering. But Jonathan Delaney in that number 9 car is going to come out of turn 2 for the final time down the backstretch. There's no competition from behind. Adam Benefield, 8.6 seconds back. Bryson rallying back to 3rd, 12 seconds back. But unfortunately, time is not on Bryson's side. And in that gorgeous Michael Waltrip throwback paint scheme, courtesy of Kevin Steele, Jonathan Delaney is going to win the crown jewel at Charlotte.
4th race win of 2021. Adam Benefield crosses the line for 2nd. Bryson Hixenbaugh takes the final podium position. As it'll take a moment for RJ Root. There he goes for 4th. Dalton Mobley recovers to top 5. But all sights lay on the 9 machine of Jonathan Delaney. 600 miles, 400 laps. And it all falls to the driver sporting the Napa colors and his Chevrolet Camaro. He'll come off turn 4 and celebrate. I'm pretty sure he's already exhausted mentally and physically from all that he's endured so far tonight. All 3 stages, all the pit strategies, all the yellows, all the restarts. And he finally gets to relieve it in one final blow. Burning it down in front of the virtual fans. Delaney wins tonight from Charlotte.
burning it down indeed. He is going to do some donuts there at the stripe. And that was a victory, 4 hours, 2 minutes, 39 seconds in the making. Longest race of the season. We've just passed 12:30 a.m. on the East Coast. So if anybody starts tuned in with us, we appreciate you sticking around and seeing this race through to the end. And for those of you who did stick around, you've got quite the show there. That was an up and down, topsy-turvy pit sequence that really shook the running order up. And I don't think anybody could have predicted the way that this race ended, especially with Bryson coming from a lap and a half down to only 12 seconds back from the leader in third. That was one of the things that really stood out to me in that finish there.
Fantastic pickup by Bryson Hicksonball, but that strategy did not get him the win. As Delaney, I believe he's completely blown up his race car, as he's going to lip it back to victory lane or wherever he wants to see fit to stop on the racetrack as he tries the Alan Kowicki Polish lap. Is shooting it backwards, saluting to the virtual fans here at Charlotte, getting up close to the wall, and a fantastic way to win here for the 4th time in the 100% Cup Series. We'll take a moment and look at your full field results, see exactly where each and every driver finished at the end of 600 miles for the A Billion Wood Project, 600 for the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Jonathan Delaney, 4th race win of the season, goes to him. He takes the victory over 2nd place Adam Benefield. Bryson Hicksonball will be 3rd at the end of it all to take the final podium position, with RJ Root being the survivor out of the fight with Jason Taylor to end up 4th. Dalton Mobley, a nice pickup from 19th on the grid to 5th at the end of it all. Cameron Stone will be 6th place, and he will be the final driver on the lead lap. Kevin Steele will be 1 lap down in 7th. Chad Edwards also falls suit to 1 lap down in 8th. Ryan Samuelson will end up in 9th. And Jason S. Taylor, as we aforementioned, lost fuel on the final laps, but he ends up just at the edge of the top 10.
And looking a little bit back from the top 10, Preston McCraig is going to bring it home at 11th. Mason Lowry in 12th alongside teammate Bryce Hoffman in 13th. Devin Medeiros 14th. Randy Drumhiller 15th. Cody Bird 16th after an unfortunate lap 1 3/4 incident. Damaris Hickenbottom 17th. Brandon Pierce 18th after that incident there about mid-race. Sean O'Brien Jr. 19th. Jacob Adams 20th. And Ken's got 21st on back.
And from 21st, you'll find Robert Miller in the 10 machine. A promising start, but unfortunately comes to a close. He ends up 85 laps down. Jamison Pearson, a tap to the outside wall, ends himself in 22nd. Jonathan Alardo will be 23rd. Michael Skinner out of this race, unfortunately, early. He is 24th. Joshua Slade will end up 25th after a hit to the outside wall. Christopher Fowler, also an early exit, in 26th. Tyler Pisonian will be 27th. Dakota Nall and Brian Branham will be the final 2 drivers to end this race here from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. Well, it'll be our time to step down and get a moment to discuss with your race winner, Jonathan Delaney. His 4th race win of the season comes tonight at the Crown Jewel event in the 600 miler here at Charlotte. Now with Victory Lane with Jonathan Delaney. And Jonathan, what a race this was. We had seen probably every side of racing out of you. We saw the most aggressive, we saw some of the conservative, we saw some of the long run pace, we saw some of the short run pace, but ultimately it came down to that final stage with that pit cycle that puts you in prime position to win this race. First of all, walk us through your emotions and how you got it done here tonight.
Oh man, I am beat up. I don't think the human body is meant to do 600 miles. In general with this car. It was up and down really. We started off pretty good, kept it up front. We were there, but we weren't there till that last stage there. We had a mishap on pit road where I stayed out and everyone else pitted, so that brought us back to the back. We avoided a wreck, very luckily that we did. But with a lot of luck, we did. And just the strategy we played, I was able to get ahead of Adam on a little bit older tires. Kept clean air, and we were just we were couldn't ask for a better car there at the end. Car was insane. Yeah, I'm happy this race is over. I'm happy I got the win too. I know me, Adam, Bryson, and Robert, we were all fast, so similar on pace. It was really hard to tell who's going to win. But I'm lucky I was able to get it there at the end.
Certainly do, and there comes a moment where going into this race as a crown jewel event, not only in the 100% Cup Series, but really anywhere in iRacing and in real life, just how hard this race is to win, the amount of obstacles one has to face as a race car driver to not only win this race, but to be there at the end and even to remotely have a shot to make it to the checkered flag. What challenges pose large for you going into this race, and how it inevitably worked out for you at the end?
Consistency, putting in the laps, really focusing on, long run, because, you're going to get long runs at Charlotte with, it gets really spread out, long run. So, you're going to get long runs, and, it's also a very long race. So that kind of stuff, being clean, trying to get, as clean air as possible. That's at any mile and a half, that's really the key. So yeah.
All worked out for you. You get to capture your 4th checkered flag, and I think you can kind of call yourself right now the master of all 3 disciplines. You won at Richmond, you won at Kansas, you've also won at Charlotte, and now you also won last week at Coda. 2 wins in a row. Pretty sure that must feel very good. I know you're very exhausted, but we'll let you go. And before we let you go, we'll ask you one more question. Is there anybody you'd just like to thank? Any teams, sponsors, or anybody else that makes it happen for you tonight?
Yeah, of course. First of all, shout out to everyone at Great Lakes Motorsports for the insane set this week. Everyone over there for all the hard work we put in. It's nice that it pays off. I'd like to thank Kevin Steele for the paint, and Andre in the booth for for the idea for the paint. So thank those guys. I'm sure Andre's happy I won in it. I'd like to shout out you guys in the booth for broadcasting. It's nice to have you back. Kenneth. I'd like to shout out, all of our veterans and current time, people serving. From my memory of people who have raced tonight, I think it's Robert, Jason, Damaris, Randy, and Joshua. From my memory, I think that are serving or worse that have served. So shout out to those guys. Thank everyone, or them, for their service, and everyone else at home watching for their service. I'd like to thank the admins for their work. I love racing in this league. They do an awesome job. Everyone that raced tonight had a blast. And shout out to my parents, my brother, grandparents, my aunt, Tanya, Bob, everyone watching at home. So that's all.
Well, we certainly thank you for your time, and of course, a big thank you for the support. It was certainly a lot of fun watching you whip his car around the racetrack for 400 laps, 600 miles. We'll let you take a moment to relax. We'll let you enjoy this win. A big congratulations from all of us here at 3White TV, and a big congratulations on this win here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We look forward to seeing you for the rest of this season. Congratulations tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Jonathan Delaney, your winner after it all, after the endurance event that we have endured here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'm not sure whether we're going to get to second or third here for Adam Benefield, Bryson Nixonball. They put up fantastic results, but I'll recap with you, Andre, before we get this all wrapped up here from Charlotte. What a race this was. I mean, going into this one, we kind of knew it was going to be something to behold. A 600-mile, 400-lap race full of excitement, full of different circumstances, full of, I think, every element you can pick out. And it was Jonathan Delaney at the end of it all, mastering the pitch strategy, mastering the setup speed, and able to grab his 4th win in 2021.
It's not often you see a race that has so many different elements coming together like this race had. I mean, we had long runs, short runs, a lot of caution-filled segments, a lot of green flag runs that were a little bit longer. We had strategy, we had a little bit of everything, and it was an absolutely fantastic showing. A lot of drivers throughout the field got a lot of camera time that maybe they don't get week to week. A lot of drivers showing a lot of talent this week, and just a fantastic race. Was definitely looking forward to this race, and it did not disappoint. But we are going to get to second and third. I'm going to go ahead and take it away with Adam Benefield if I can. Let's see if we can get him down here. Adam Benefield, Sandra Grambush up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah.
Adam, sorry to rip you out of your team chat there. We weren't quite sure what we were doing with the interview, so hopefully I didn't interrupt anything. But Adam, you had a really great run out there tonight. You won 2 stages, and in that final stage, you said this is the one that pays. Unfortunately, came up just a little bit short. You were gaining for a little while there, then it seemed like the car started to go away from you. Walk me through that final stage.
Yeah, they all pitted and I stayed out, and we hung on there. Felt like we had a better long run car, so went down pit lane. The whole sequence was bad. There was a car coming out as I needed to come in, and that held us up a little bit. And then coming out, everything was good, and we broke a sway bar mount. That's what happened, and we were just fighting driving a car without a sway bar, basically in the rear of the car, so it was really loose.
Yeah, I kind of pointed out on the broadcast. It looked like something had broke on that car at some point because earlier on in the run, you could tell how smooth that car was. I was watching your steering inputs, and it was real smooth, real consistent. And then after that late race incident there with the infield catching a little bit of air, breaking that sway bar, it looked like it was fighting you at every step. But you did a phenomenal job keeping the car underneath you regardless. I'm not sure there's too many drivers out there that could break a sway bar and go out there and still finish second. What is your outlook going forward? I mean, you've had some good runs over the last few weeks, but just kind of a run of bad luck. What's going to be the key to overcoming that and finding your way back to victory lane?
I mean, just keep doing what we're doing. I mean, we just show up and I mean, we want to win races. We don't really care about team points. You know, we're just here to win races and try to win the championship. That's the main goal. So just, you know, keep showing up, keep being staying out of trouble, trying to get it done that way. I don't see why we can't, be there for every single race besides these road courses. I mean, I don't even know why the hell we run them. Might as well just go ahead and give them to Delaney and just skip them. I mean, it's just, but I don't know. It's just disappointing. I mean, we had the car to beat. Basically, freaking 500 miles. We had, a dominant car, and then unfortunate circumstances happened, and all the hard work and stuff just BS goes out the window. Just the way racing goes sometimes.
Understandable frustration, but again, second place finish. It's a good points day. I know you said you're just here to win races and get the championship, but a bad points day never hurt anybody. And again, you got plenty more coming, man. You've been having some phenomenal runs. You and Team Conti as a whole have been doing absolutely fantastic. So congratulations on your podium finish. Before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to shout out or thank?
Yeah, man. I'd like to thank, obviously, Team Conti and guys at WR1, and also like to thank DEP Paints for painting this badass race car here. We are. This is the one and only time that we will be in a Ford because they are terrible. So we won't make that mistake again. But the paint scheme looked good. Thank God he's so good at painting cars. He was able to make a Ford look good. So if you're anybody looking for a paint scheme, go check him out on Facebook. And he's a really cool dude. He'll hook you up. And then Dustin for being on the box tonight. And it sucks that Pierce had a bad run, but hopefully we can get him taken, running better here in the coming weeks. And D and Kevin for the awesome league. You guys for broadcasting it, and Bryce and Hicksonbaugh for, just running behind me all the time.
All right. Well, again, Adam, congratulations on second place, and hopefully we're talking to you next week.
All right, man.
All right, that was your runner-up finisher, Adam Benefield. Now, Kenneth's going to take it away with Bryson Hicksonbaugh, our third-place finisher.
Yeah, with Bryson Hicksonbaugh, the final step of the podium for the 63 machine, and it seemed as though this call, I think, at least for the end of this race, was maneuvered down to the final 50 or so laps, where you had decided to stay out, you decided to pit a little bit later, and then you try to crawl your way all the way back up to the field. What was the motive behind this decision, and what exactly went on behind the wheel as that was going on in the final stage?
Yeah, that last strategy call was just a Hail Mary there. I didn't really have a shot at winning it if I pit with everybody there at the end. I just unfortunately had some connection issues there. It was blinking a little bit, and I got out of the guy's ways and lost too much time at the start of the run there, and had to just kind of throw it downfield and hope somebody caught it. But caution didn't come out to save me, and just had a fun run coming through the field though to end it and get back to third.
This race certainly, I think, tested a lot of other drivers, including yourself. I mean, we talked with Benefield, Delaney, and even just looking at some of the effort a lot of the others on track had to put in to make this race work and to make it go well for them. For you, was there any kind of overlying obstacles that kind of you had to face over the course of the night? We saw a lot of cars struggling on the setup and some cars getting very loose, very tight. How was that for you as this track started to change over the course of the evening?
Yeah, it helped me out actually a little bit. Track changing at the start of the race, I was just way too loose on the short run. And I couldn't run with anybody. They'd all blow by me, and then I'd have to catch back up to them. And thankfully, it worked out in stage 1 that I ended up getting that, but I couldn't do it in stage 2, and then it worked out better in stages 3 and 4. I had more short run speed, kept with everybody, but I just didn't have the long run speed then to make up the time still. It just didn't work out tonight, but it was a great fast setup all week, and actually got my first NIS win with it, so I had a lot of fun, but didn't get it done tonight.
Nonetheless, a fantastic run to the front of the field, leading some laps, commanding the field, getting that stage win to start this one off, and obviously a fantastic run at the end of this race to get that third place finish. But before we let you go, Bryson, I know you and a lot of other drivers alike are probably physically and mentally exhausted, but before we let you go, who do you got to thank for making this all possible? Any teams, sponsors, or anybody else that makes it happen for you?
Yeah, first I'd like to shout out all the servicemen and women out there. 4th of July or Memorial Day race. We're out here running special paints, got red, white, and blue on the car. Thank you for all that you do out there. I also like to thank my teammates at Nexus, James Wenzel and Alan Bongino, for helping with the setup, giving that to me and letting me run with it. Shout out to all the guys at Highside and LMM working together each and every week. LMM got their first win tonight with Jonathan Delaney. So congrats to you, Andre, for that one. And hopefully we'll work together to get more wins this season.
So we certainly thank you for joining us here, and of course taking the time to talk with us, and a big thank you for all that you did, at least on the track, providing a lot of entertainment, providing a lot of speed, and we certainly congratulate you for that. And of course, your third place finish here tonight from the A Billion Wood Project 600. Hopefully we see you and talk to you rather soon.
Thank you, guys.
Bryson Hicksaball ends up at the tail end of the top 3, and a fantastic performance for everybody within the top 3, and also to mention a lot of other drivers here: RJ Root, Dalton Mobley, Cameron Stone. A lot of these guys that end up in the top 10. A great run for them all. And Andre, I figure that for this intermediate race, for a crown jewel, it put everybody on test. It put everybody on stage in the spotlight to show what they had, and I don't think we can be disappointed nonetheless here, even though it's 12:56 a.m. on the East Coast.
No, I don't think anybody would be disappointed in that race. Not very often you have a 600-mile race that kind of keeps you on your toes the whole time, but that one definitely did. A little bit of everything all throughout it. And with that, that is going to conclude our rather long coverage of a rather long race from here at Charlotte. I'm Andre Grambush up in the booth, joined again by Kenneth Bueno. And Ken, just want to say again, it's been great having you back. It was awesome working together again. And of course, Carlos Acosta in the booth, pushing the buttons, working the cameras, doing all the stuff that we just aren't as good at doing. We're talking for a reason. That's what we do. So shout out to you guys, and thanks to anybody who stayed tuned in this long. Good night, everybody.